My council person's testifying, but she's at a funeral, so we're going to put her.
Sarah Gallagher going to be here.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, if everybody can find their seats. Welcome to this public hearing of the Housing Committee. Just going to make a quick aside. We're going to try to be as respectful as possible. We've gotten rowdy a couple of times in these hearings, and I think it's important for people to understand that while we may disagree up here across the aisle and even within our own caucuses, most of the people, I'm not going to say everybody, right? Never say never and rarely say always, but most of the people that you see sitting before you have their hearts in the right place. We might just disagree on the way that the policy goes and the way to solve these problems. I saw Representative Weir on Face the State, and while I didn't agree with what he was saying, I do really appreciate where he was coming from, him explaining kind of his rationale. And I think it's important for us to understand that while we may disagree on policy, folks are trying to do the best for their communities. So if we can be respectful as possible, if you want to say something positive about somebody's testimony, wave your hands, don't snap, don't clap, don't make noises, and please don't groan or boo. But if you want to show support, just wave your hands. And with that, are there any comments from my co-chair, ranking members? Seeing none, Patrick Hullen from the governor's office. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Co-chairs Marks and Felipe, ranking members Sampson and Scott, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. It's wonderful to be before you today. My name is Patrick Hullen. I'm the policy director for Governor Ned Lamont. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of the governor's proposal, Senate Bill 1252, an act establishing priority housing development zones. This committee knows well that Connecticut is reported to have some of the most constrained housing supply in the nation, causing the severe housing shortage that's affecting all income levels across the state. Estimate the level of the shortage range from around 100,000 to over 300,000 units that Connecticut is missing to meet its housing needs. Our housing infrastructure needs to keep up and support the growing demand of people who want to move to Connecticut and move back to Connecticut. This administration has recognized that the lack of housing production is not only an affordability issue, it's a competitiveness issue and a workforce issue that's harming our state's economy. Our recent work has included an historic commitment to funding for affordable housing development and the establishment of the Municipal Redevelopment Authority, among other efforts. But over the years, it's become clear that there's no one-size-fits-all approach to addressing the housing shortage in the state. We can only move forward if there's engagement and collaboration between the private sector and municipal leadership. This proposal before you today removes specific local barriers to housing development in exchange for offering municipalities an easier path to a moratorium under 830G, the state's affordable housing appeals law. The proposal provides an option for municipalities to designate a, quote, priority housing development zone, or PHDZ, with a minimum density and as of right multifamily allowed over 10% of the municipality's developable land area. Projects which qualify under a PHDZ that are not as of right would go through simplified procedures, no discretionary approvals like a special permit required. These changes will make it easier for a private developer to invest in housing opportunities within the PHDZ. From a municipality's perspective, establishing these zones will reduce both risk and cost to interested developers. Municipalities will also maintain control throughout the development process within a structured format that's both simple and predictable. In exchange for participation in this program, the current number of housing unit equivalent points required of municipalities to qualify for a 4-year moratorium under 830G will decrease by 1/4 percentage point. Thank you all for your continued work on these important issues, and I look forward to collaborating with you all on the provisions of this bill and to promote housing development in Connecticut. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Patrick. Any questions from members of the committee? Representative Scott.
Patrick, how you doing? Thank you so much for coming in and talking today. I know we did have sit down quickly to talk about this bill already, so I got some insight for it. You have a couple of additional questions just for clarity as we're now having this public hearing. What would be your explanation of the difference between this, which I'm going to read as a priority housing development zone, versus a transit-oriented development? Like, could they potentially be the same in the same area, or would they have to be totally separate as we're talking about both those kind of terms?
No, I think they could be they could overlap for sure. I think there are a couple of different ways that the state kind of incentivizes transit-oriented development. This, our focus has been on MRDA, right, which is I think getting off the ground now and is so far it seems to be doing very well. They are focused on kind of a smaller area around transit, and this is a pretty, I mean, as the bill is written, it's a pretty big section of a municipality that would have to be rezoned. And the incentive structure is a little different, right? MRDA has kind of a financial incentive that's targeted at incentivizing specific units and closing financing gaps. This is kind of about the 830G structure, kind of a political incentive you could think about it as.
Thank you. And then I just want to be very clear. This is something that the municipalities can opt into, right? If they choose to want to try to develop one of these priority housing development zones. But it's not a mandate specifically. So they don't have to do this. But if they do, then they have the opportunity potentially to get some additional points that can get them to either the moratorium or to get to the 10% threshold.
Yep, that's exactly right. As currently written, the bill does not require any municipality to do it. It's an option to kind of shift some of the attention away, I think, from 830G, which does get a lot of attention and noise. And our hope is that this is kind of a way to incentivize maybe a more collaborative conversation. But I do want to emphasize for the committee too that the details are very much up for discussion here. I think we've chosen some numbers here, but I'm curious to hear what you all are hearing from your municipalities over the course of session about whether the numbers in this bill are viable or whether we would need to adjust them.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the carrot idea of this. I do think, especially if there's municipalities are close to a moratorium level or close to things, this is going to be very appealing to them. I think it's something that they could potentially help them get over the hump if they wanted to. So I do appreciate that. And I'm definitely interested in any other questions people talk about or having further discussions about this bill. So thank you very much for coming, Patrick. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good to see everybody today. Patrick, thank you for joining us. Appreciating your conversation here with my colleague, Representative Scott. Just, going back to the beginning of your testimony, everything goes back to the premise of we have a shortage of affordable housing. And I'm not calling it to question that premise. I'm wondering where it comes from. I mean, what's the data you're relying on to suggest that it's 100,000, maybe even as much as 300,000 units that we're short? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, I think it's a really interesting question, and I think we've now had a number of different folks using different approaches come to kind of different conclusions about what the size of the shortage is, right? And in a market economy, right, as you know, there's not any defined centrally planned number of units that the state needs. These are estimates of kind of what you could kind of think about the estimates of the shortage as how many people would live in the state if we had built these housing units. Like what is their demand for people to move into the state? Because growth in population has to come with growth in housing units. That's kind of a basic mathematical fact. So I think of these numbers not as iron. I rounded generously, I think, in my testimony. I think of these numbers not as very specific numbers that necessarily the state absolutely has to have, but as kind of conceptual numbers to get an idea of how far behind we are.
Senator Sampson. We don't need to keep doing the back and forth. Just keep going as long as you have
Just trying to follow the proper protocol, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that answer, Patrick. I would just maybe ask a couple of follow-ups to that, which is, you mentioned a growth in population. Do we have data that's actually suggests a growth in population? And also, not to get into a debate with you, really. I mean, I'm here on a fact-finding mission more than anything. It's just, I don't necessarily agree that we are in a market economy when it comes to housing, for one thing. I mean, I think that there's been a lot of impediments to the marketplace. The pandemic created a big issue. People were not interested in moving during the pandemic. So you had a major shortage of available homes for sale, for example, but that also translates to a lack of available homes for rent. And that drove the prices up because the only people that were actually moving were people that had to. And so they were willing to pay whatever exorbitant amount. And then coming out of that marketplace, there's just been a shortage of available housing generally, which has caused people to, not list their homes for sale because then they can't figure out where they're going to go. And I mean, I know as a realtor, this is something that happens all the time. There is some impact on the available amount of housing supply for sale that impacts the rental market too. I'm just throwing that in there. But I guess my overall question is, do you see, as I do, that some of the policies that have come from the administration and from this legislature could have an impact on that market economy through you?
Sure, I think that's a great question. I mean, certainly the policy that you all make and to the extent that we implement that policy has an impact on the market, right? I think that's kind of an incontrovertible fact. I think what that impact is very difficult to figure out in any particular case. I think it's certainly true that that building of housing is heavily regulated at the local level and also regulated at the state level, right? We have a building code that has 800 pages of buildings that you're not allowed to build, right? Every line of that is a building you're not allowed to build. And similarly, zoning codes specify a lot of details about what housing you can build. So I would agree with you. I think the policies that are set at the state and local level do have an impact on the housing market 100%.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, thank you for that. We had a number of housing providers come before the committee in the last public hearing. We may have some today. And, it's questions I ask them all the time are, I mean, are you more or less likely to invest in Connecticut? And the answer is almost universally no when it comes to, housing providers wanting to expand their footprint in the state and so forth. And I think that's led to some of the larger out-of-state firms buying up a lot of formerly mom and pop operations and some of the smaller, more localized commercial operations, and maybe to the detriment of the quality of those housing units too. There's a phenomenon in New York City in particular where you have literally thousands and thousands of rental units that are unoccupied because they're rent controlled and they serve as more of a hedge for investors rather than actual housing units. The property owners have decided that it's not worth the hassle of having a tenant and the potential for the downside of all the things that could happen, liability and damage to the property and other exposures that you get as a landlord. And they're using those units as a tax write-off and a place to hold wealth that is something that serves them better than a bank account. So I think that there's some of that in Connecticut as well. And I think there's more of that than ever. And I would attribute a lot of that to some of the policies that have passed in the state of Connecticut and moreover, some of the policies that are being debated here, the just cause eviction policy, the limit on security deposits and so forth. And I don't mean to put you on the spot. I mean, these are things going through the legislature, but I'm just wondering if the administration is considering any of these things as factors. And, I'd really like to get the governor on my side, to be honest with you, to say, if we're going to encourage housing providers in the state to open up the doors, we've got to stop leaning on the housing providers so much. Maybe we can, isolate our policy to go after the bad actors, the people that are really causing problems. But generally speaking, we should be making it easier to be a landlord in Connecticut and not more difficult. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator, for that question. I think it's a really interesting question. All those policies obviously need to be carefully considered. I haven't seen, and I apologize, maybe it's out yet, and I just haven't read it, the draft of the Just Cause bill this year or some of the other issues. But if you'd like to meet with me or some of the staff we have on our who are really experts in some of those policies to talk about them, we'd be happy to set that up.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I would love that. I would love the opportunity to pitch my case to the administration. And I'm not getting anywhere, frankly, in the legislature. But I think that if I had some open minds who are willing to hear me out, they might see that there's some validity to my argument. So I would love that opportunity. So hope maybe we can connect afterwards.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions from members of the committee? Anybody online? Patrick, thank you for coming before us. My question to you is just a clarifying question for the quarter points, right? The carrot. That is if these municipalities zone for the specified housing as of right, correct?
So the bill is not. I think the current draft is probably not super specific about it. It specifies that in a PHDZ, you have to allow some amount of multifamily housing as of right, and anything beyond that that is allowed in the zone has to be offered without discretionary approvals. So it has to be offered on kind of a site plan review basis.
Okay. I personally would prefer as of right, and obviously you said this is a work in progress, but that's a great place to start. Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any. Oh, sorry, Representative Jensen.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for your testimony. So I see this creates these housing authority development zones that as of right, you can develop high density housing, but is there any requirement for affordable housing in these zones?
We haven't written a requirement for, some kind of inclusionary zoning requirement into the bill as it's currently drafted. But if that's something the committee wants to discuss, we'd be happy to talk about that.
So none of them need to be deed restricted. It's just free to build high density in these zones.
Well, the town, I mean, the town would have flexibility to include that in the zoning regulations if they'd like to. It's not the state is not saying that to get access to this program, you would need to include some kind of 10%, 20% inclusionary component or whatever the design would be.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, Patrick, thank you for your. Oh, Representative Corpus, come on, the chair's supposed to end the.
I know. I'm sorry, a little slow on the draw after a late night hearing. I apologize that I missed the beginning of your testimony, but I have two questions. Did you say that you think you believe, or did your testimony include the belief that people are not moving to the state of Connecticut because they can't find housing, that they have jobs that are either bringing them here or another reason they're coming here, but the reason they're not moving here is because they can't find housing?
I think that I would not say I have a specific person I know who has not moved to the state because they can't find housing. But I think in talking to employers around the state, in talking to, realtors, folks like that, my understanding has been that the rapid increase in housing prices that the state has seen over the last 5 years is, a disincentive to folks to move to Connecticut relative to some other states that have seen less severe house price increases.
I asked that because I heard this in my district 2 nights ago, actually, really deeply questioning why are we not looking at this as a jobs and opportunity and income question instead of a housing question. I have the NBC Sports in Stamford, which employs 2,000 people as a result of a tax credit we provided in that industry. And then when there are the Olympics, there are another 2,000 people that work remotely, work cameras in France, but from Stamford. To me, if people are coming here for a job, people will come here for a job. The reason we came to Connecticut is for opportunity instead of because we thought there was housing here. Like, it seems to me counterintuitive that people would come here based on a housing decision. It seems to me they would come here for an opportunity or great schools, or that they love the lifestyle here, and then they would solve their housing. So I just wanted to put that on the table. That was it. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Any response?
I mean, I think those are all great points. And in my experience talking to folks, much like everyone else, right, talks to folks who makes decisions about where to live, what job to take, the cost of living is a factor. There are a lot of pieces of cost of living, right? We've talked a lot in the discourse around the legislature over the last couple weeks and couple months about energy costs. That's a big factor. But housing is probably one of the single biggest line items in every household's budget. So, my thought has always been that people do make decisions based on housing costs about where to go, where to live. But I appreciate that other folks may have different experience.
Thank you, Representative. Any other question? Seeing none now, Patrick, we appreciate your time. And I apologize to the two good representatives to my right. I'll try to be a little bit slower with asking for any questions at the end. But in the future, hopefully, myself or Senator Marks or one of our rankings will end the debate. No problem. Next is John Guskowski online.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Floor is yours.
Okay, I apologize. I'm just about to pull over. I was surprised by my amazingly low testimony number. And so on the way to a meeting, I'm pulling over so I am not violating any traffic laws. Thank you very much. So thank you, Chair Felipe, Chair Marks, Ranking Members Scott and Sampson, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is John Guskowski. I am a professional planner and government relations officer for CCAPA, the Connecticut chapter of the American Planning Association, an association with over 400 professional planners and allied professionals, both the public and private sector. We are your municipal and local planning experts in Connecticut. We appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and we actually submitted testimony on 11 bills before the committee today. We have expertise and interest on many of the issues that the Housing Committee is reviewing, and I'll focus on just a very few. First, House Bill 7035, which is an act prohibiting a ban on multifamily developments. The current statutes do require that a municipality plan for and make provision for multifamily housing. Sections 8.2 and 826 both require these considerations. This bill would make it more explicit that outright bans can't take place, but there are two little minor issues with this bill. The first is that an outright ban is fairly easy to contravene at a local level. You could put in density restrictions, minimum lot size, separation distance, in a way that doesn't ban it, but in practice bans without being explicit. So some attention needs to be given to that. Second, the bill also includes a temporary ban, would prohibit a temporary ban, which would include a development moratorium. And we would encourage continuing to allow towns to put in place temporary moratoria on development, because that is a absolutely critical tool to get policies and regulations properly in place, again, on a temporary basis. Second, House Bill 7034, prohibiting a donation of open space for subdivisions. We oppose this bill. Provision of open space or a fee as part of a subdivision development is one of the most heavily used and valuable tools to help plan towns avoid overcrowding and ensuring that the addition of population to towns is balanced against the necessary provision of open space and parks and playgrounds and things like that, either on site or somewhere else in the community. So this is a standard operating procedure for decades, and an outright ban would take a critical tool out of a community's planning toolbox. So we oppose that. Finally, House Bill 7031, allowing accessory apartments to be counted toward 830G threshold. We're very, very much in favor of encouraging the development of more accessory apartments in Connecticut. They're a critical component of Connecticut's housing crisis and providing more housing options. But we oppose this bill because it treats all accessory apartments equally and doesn't require that there are any income restrictions on it. So in theory, a billionaire could live in an accessory dwelling unit, pay $10,000, $20,000 a month, but that housing unit would still count towards 830G. In other words, the affordability doesn't matter to this bill.
Sir, your
That's not
3
the point of
minutes have
830G.
expired. If you could please summarize the remainder of your testimony.
Thank you. I was just about done. This does not actually provide for any new affordable housing. So again, we submitted 8 other pieces of testimony. I'd be happy to talk about any of those, and I thank the committee for their time.
Thank you. And based on your low number, maybe you should play the Powerball this week. Any questions from members of the committee? Representative Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much, John, for your testimony. I thought it was really interesting at the end there. You were talking about the accessory dwelling units in regards to this bill, and that it is not deed restricted, it's not income restricted, and you can have somebody with, a very high income level live there and it count towards affordable housing. Can you talk a little bit more about what kind of fix we would need to make in this bill to prevent that? Because that doesn't sound like a good intention of the bill.
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate the question. Yeah, I mean, it would be a fairly simple fix, which is to say that any apartment, accessory apartment, in order to count 830G, would have to be income restricted in the same way that any other, Section 8 unit or government assisted unit or unit created through 830G. So basically, an income restriction. I believe there's current legislation that requires an income restriction for a 10-year period for an accessory apartment. So there already is that provision. It would just, make sure that those apartments, were included with some sort of income limit or rental restriction.
Thank you, John. That sounds like a good amendment to this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me the question.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from other members? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, staying on that topic of the accessory dwelling unit, the purpose of this bill is someone has posed the bill. It goes to adding housing stock. The purpose of what we're trying to do here in housing, adding housing stock in general. The definition of what affordable housing is very nebulous. We know it from an 830G standpoint, it needs to be deed restricted, but we're looking at, to the average person, what's affordable. And these ADUs tend to be very affordable to folks. And yes, could a billionaire live there? Sure, absolutely they could. I wouldn't imagine that's happening very often, but I would take the fact that if that one or two of them decide, of the couple hundred in the United States that are billionaires, if one or two of them happen to live in an ADU, that's their choice, I guess. But I would say that as long as we're adding stock to the housing community, which we know the ADUs tend to be very affordable for folks, even if they're not quote unquote affordable housing according to the definitions or deed restricted. I think that's the accomplishment of what's trying to be done. So John, what I would ask you is thinking it from that lens of adding housing stock to the land, to the Connecticut in general. Do you understand that maybe that's the purpose of that and not necessarily only about affordable housing, but it being affordable anyways, but also just adding housing stock to it and maybe incentivizing people to do that more often, and especially in those places where it's happening, it's going to be in towns and municipalities that maybe traditionally doesn't have a high percentage of quote unquote affordable housing deed restricted, that's the incentive to try to do so. Do you see that from that point of view?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think that's an absolutely excellent point. And I'll just note biographically, so I'm a planning consultant. I've been very, very active in helping municipalities write their 830J affordable housing plans. And I will say I have personally been involved with more municipal housing plans than I think anyone else in the state. I've helped write 28 of the state's affordable housing plans. And I will say in virtually every single one of those affordable housing plans, we include encouragement of accessory apartments, not as a way to hit your 830G target, but precisely as you say, that it is an incredibly important piece of the puzzle, of the affordable housing puzzle, because an ADU, you are absolutely correct, tends to be more affordable. It tends to be, even the market rate for that tends to be, lower than your average rental rate. So it is a absolutely critical piece. But the things I think you and I might disagree with is, number one, how to properly incentivize them, and number two, should municipalities get credit for them, even though they're not technically quote unquote affordable for 830G. And making them count towards 830G really does nothing to an individual property owner to change their incentive system to create an accessory apartment or not. That's pretty much a financial question. And, towns could provide tax incentives, could hold property owners harmless for the increased value of their property that an accessory apartment would bring. And that would create an actual financial incentive to have private property owners create more accessory apartments. And as far as getting credit, again, unless there's a restriction, these things can change. Apartment rates can change dramatically with the market. They could change overnight. They could change year to year in a way that, again, this is an extreme example, that only a millionaire or billionaire would be able to afford. Something fancy in Lower Fairfield County and Greenwich or New Canaan, an accessory apartment could very easily be out of range. That, not for a billionaire, but without any kind of income restriction or rental restriction, they're just technically not affordable. They're more affordable, sure, possibly, but they're not technically affordable. And so giving towns explicit credit for that may be going a bit too far.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Scott. Any other questions? Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is, considering this, John, thank you for your testimony. If the property is not deed restricted, what's to prevent the owner from selling it and changing the actual parameters that we set in place?
Thank you for the question. I think the answer is nothing. Without an income restriction or a deed restriction, literally nothing but the free market would prevent a property owner from changing the rental rates on their accessory apartment. You know, if all of a sudden the neighborhood that accessory apartment is in becomes very popular, you know, there's an employer moves to town, and the housing market becomes tight, all those rents could go up with no control or no restriction. So I think the answer to your question is simply nothing. Nothing's in place to stop that.
Well, and I think that's the very heart of the issue. If we're going to give municipalities credit for their affordable housing numbers, they can actually have a number of these thresholds that count towards their moratorium, and after which they decide to people decide to sell these items. It's not a true reflection of the affordable housing that's in this municipality. So I'd be cautious about this bill going forward and make sure that things are put in place to account for that scenario. But thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Butler. Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Guskowski, we thank you for your time, and don't forget to buy that Powerball ticket.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And just before we get to the next speaker, one point I want to make to members of the committee: we are going to hear a couple of bills that talk about two different statutes. One's 830G, and 830J. 830G is about deeply affordable deed restricted housing. 830J is about multifamily housing. And next, and I see he's already sat down. Presumptuous, aren't you? I might skip around sometimes. So, Michael Werner and his guest.
Thank you very much. Maybe I'll buy a lotto ticket too. Good morning. Good morning, Senator Marks, Representative Felipe, Senator Sampson, Representative Scott, Senator Gaston, Representative Roberts, and other distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Michael Werner. I'm the lead aging policy analyst for the Commission on Women, Children, Seniors, Equity, and Opportunity. And I'm joined by our housing policy fellow, Nick Caligari, who's going to introduce himself in a moment. We are here to speak in support of Senate Bill 1364, an act establishing a program appropriating funds for the construction of tiny homes. And the Commission appreciates this novel approach to addressing this issue. Recent point in time count of individuals and families shows increases in children and 55 and older populations facing homelessness. We know that it leads to disruptions in education, mental health struggles, and other chronic health conditions. We really want to bring forward that our mandate includes bringing systems innovations to the legislature. And with that, I'm going to pass it to Nick.
Thank you, Michael. My name is Nick Caligari, and I'm the Housing Policy Fellow and a master's student at the Yale School of Management with a background as a structures engineer at SpaceX. Creating these tiny homes will result in single-family home ownership that builds generational wealth and leads to better family, health, and civic outcomes. The proposed bill's appropriation of $10 million results in $20,000 allocated per home, or $50 per square foot. Market rate construction costs right now in Connecticut are around $275 per square foot, over 5 times what this funding may cover. We recommend low-cost, innovative construction materials and methods, such as modular housing and construction 3D printing, be thoroughly evaluated for these options and for these tiny homes, with at least 1/3 of these tiny homes being built with these methods. Additionally, we recommend a dedicated housing construction task force looking at innovative construction processes and exploring this further. These construction costs with these methods are around $100 per square foot, with completed homes finished in weeks to days. They can withstand hurricane force winds, are inherently fire resistant based on their cementitious properties, and meet or exceed all waterproofing, freeze-thaw cycle, and energy efficient efficiency testing, making it ideal candidates for Connecticut tiny homes. Assuming homeowners cover the remainder of the construction cost here, these processes can result in up to 5 times reduction in mortgage payments, assuming a standard 30-year fixed rate mortgage and the other assumptions in the written testimony. Other states, such as California and Colorado, have already dedicated millions in state funding to supporting innovative construction methods like the ones I've mentioned, and Connecticut should take this opportunity to become a model for other states in the Northeast to follow. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Chairwoman, Senator Marks.
Hi, thank you. I love tiny homes. Like I look at the reels too many times of tiny homes. 3D printers, I don't get it, but it's fascinating. Do you have material that you could send us on the ones that can be constructed? What did you say, in a matter of days and for $100 a square foot? I mean, it sounds really interesting. I'd love to learn more about it.
Yeah, definitely happy to send over additional material. And yeah, some of them are even coming at $80 per square foot. So Icon is one example out of Texas that's doing that.
Wow, that's awesome. Thanks, appreciate it. Glad you testified.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Representative Roberts.
I like the idea. Quick question though. So we got like we had a flood issue recently in the state of Connecticut, which is big. Where do we go upon these tiny homes? How are they built? What are they built on? Like, give me like a little background of it.
Yeah, great question and very important question. Because if we're going to build housing in Connecticut, we need it to be safe and sustainable for lasting 30 years plus. So depending on the process that's being utilized, so modular housing, for example, the foundation's already set, and these modular housing units, also ADUs for some instances, are dropped on site and built within a matter of days, and they meet all the building code regulations. So there's 39 states that currently allow for modular housing to be built. Connecticut is one of them. The other interesting process that's worth mentioning, which kind of touches on your point a little bit, is construction 3D printing, which is also mentioned by Senator Marks. And this process, you also build the foundation with all the necessary building codes being met for the foundation being constructed. And then you actually print the concrete layers on the site. And so they bring the device on site and they print right on the spot. So this helps reduce the building time and the cost associated with, additional labor or other considerations there. And then additionally, because it's a monolithic cementous structure, it actually has less seams to allow water in. And so it takes much less waterproofing measures to make it water resistant, freeze thaw cycle resistant, et cetera.
Okay, thank you for that. And then as far as you said, they're in Texas too. So we see what global warming is happening, and we understand like with Texas, they have like hailstorms and their roofs and stuff like that. Is this like root resistant? Like, talk to me. Like, I'm trying to understand, like, as far as like where we would put this at and stuff like that. So no.
Yeah, so great question. So it really depends on the process that's being implemented, which is one of the reasons why we recommend having a housing innovation task force to look at this more deeply. Because there are certain modular housing units that when they're implemented, the roof is flat and they can only take so much snow accumulation or hail. So the load impacts can only take so much. Now those can be adapted so that they have pitched roofs that can take more snow accumulation and can withstand higher loads. For construction 3D printing, the roofs are following similar methods as traditional construction. It's mainly just the walls that are significantly driving down the cost. And thus there's the same concerns you would have with any traditional construction unit for 3D printing construction. Mm-hmm. Sorry? It's 10 million appropriated, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Turco, followed by Representative Corpus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really like the price per square footage to build these. Just looking over the bill, it mentions that you'd like the $10 million for temporary housing. I'm wondering why this has to be built for temporary housing. As Madam Co-Chair said, you can see how beautiful you can make these tiny homes. Why couldn't this be permanent housing? And then also wanted to know, is this still more cost effective than building an actual apartment building where you have, more density? versus, these individual structures?
Yeah, these are great questions. And we actually agree with that sentiment that these should be permanent structures and not temporary structures that are just torn down and you kind of contribute to this endless cycle of just building more in the built environment, tearing it down, and just sinking more cost into something that's not going to last forever. With that said, in terms of cost comparison between apartment buildings and then residential units, when looking at CHAFA's guidelines for building affordable housing and apartment units, it's still significantly like construction 3D printing is still significantly under what it takes to build like an apartment complex, even if you're taking advantage of economies of scale. And so you're coming in around 150 to 140 per square foot to build a larger structure, when these construction printing methods for tiny homes will come in around, like, as I mentioned before, the lower 100 per square foot range. So it's still cheaper to build these permanent structures that will help generate wealth for the people that are living there.
So just to clarify, the bill, I believe, says $10 million to build 500 tiny homes. That is cheaper than an apartment building with 500 units?
Yeah, so that's something that I think the committee that's created from this would need to look into further, but based on CHAFA's recommendations on how much one developer should allocate towards cost of construction, yes.
Okay, no, that sounds great.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to hear that. Could these tiny homes easily be moved as well from, one part of the state to the other if it needed to be?
Yeah, also a great question. So it depends on if you want to build a permanent structure or temporary housing. If you want to move them, then it would probably go towards the classification of temporary housing to allow it that flexibility of being transported. But then you lose that permanence factor, and you'd have to probably go with a different solution that's more tuned to being a temporary housing unit. So if it's a permanent structure, it'd likely stay put in that location.
Sure. And how many square feet is the typical tiny home?
So the ones proposed in the bill are up to 400 square feet, and that's like the typical tiny home. You can think of it kind of like a studio home
Yeah,
is a way
sure.
to envision it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate those responses.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Corpus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the tiny homes, once a privately or municipally owned land suitable for the construction of them, as it says in the bill, once they're put there, do they get hooked up to water and sewer of the town? And is that part of the 10 million appropriation that you're seeking here?
Yeah, that's a great question. So for the permanent structures that we mentioned before, which can be created either modular housing method or construction 3D printing, it's just the same typical hookups. Like, they create their product such that it has the same hookups for utilities as traditional construction methods. You also have the option of doing off-grid or like your own water well systems. So like, it really has that flexibility. So depending on the needs of the municipality, you can either hook it up to the sewage systems or the utility systems within the community, or do something else that's like a better fit for the municipality.
And even with that, the cost is still lower than that of an apartment with 500 units, for example, as Representative Turco was asking.
Yeah, so that's based on initial research, and then also like going on the website. And I've also had the privilege of having some conversations with construction 3D printing companies in the space. But I do recommend, and we recommend, that it would be worth looking into this more and like actually having conversations with the companies that are delivering this type of housing, just to ensure that the total cost will be sufficient and less than what it would be to build apartment housing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from members? Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my question is relative to, I believe, some tiny homes that were actually used in New Haven. Okay, and the mayor pulled the plug on them, so to speak, literally. What's the difference between what you plan to build and the situation that arose from the New Haven version of these tiny homes?
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic question. I'm actually in New Haven right now, so I'm staying because I'm at Yale, and it's a huge topic there, and like something that definitely generated a lot of polarizing input. For the particular units that were built, it was not following like appropriate permitting, and so it was mainly because of the process that they implemented. Pallet Shelter was the company that was utilized for those modular housing units that they developed. The other options that we've explored are not only better in terms of withstanding, hurricane force winds, some other things that are related to climate, but also have better tie-ins for utilities, which is one of the major concerns with the New Haven development. Now, as far as I'm aware, they did end up like following the permitting process after that, like correcting some of those units. But it was mainly a process issue. And so because they didn't initially like talk to the correct people within the Housing Authority of New Haven and like make sure that they were adhering to proper code, that's where they kind of ran into those issues, and it created this whole like sensation where they kind of had to pull the plug on those for a time.
Okay, and just as a follow-up, so each municipality would have to allow for these codes and to be put in place to allow these tiny homes to be built in your municipalities. Could you just give me an example of what kind of things that municipalities have to put in place to avoid the same scenario that happened in New Haven?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So what they'll have to do is just, follow the typical processes for traditional residential construction and follow that process for adhering to building code. And so Connecticut adheres to the 2018 Connecticut State Building Code, which is adopted from an international building code standard. And so as long as those building codes are adhered to, which are dependent on the final output, less so on the process. And so as long as what's being built actually withstands the loads that are being tested for, ensures like there's waterproofing capability, has sufficient R values, et cetera, as long as those things are met, which these companies, like one of their jobs is to make sure that they, meet this code. And when they deliver, like they actually send it off to the right agencies, like the ASTM standard, to ensure that code is being met. And that's really it. So they just have to follow the same traditional path of traditional residential construction. It's just a different process.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Anwar, online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. I am super excited as I learned about it from you. I had proposed a similar bill as well, and then I wanted to thank the Housing Committee for taking this issue on as well. Now, it's my understanding that the state of Texas, Michigan, Florida, and Oregon have actually similar projects that are underway and then actually have been completed and people are using it. What can we learn from them as well from addressing this issue? Because what I have learned, at least by reading about it, it has been extremely successful. So this is a proven concept.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. And we really should look to states that have implemented this successfully as a model and a guide, and where we could learn from their mistakes and like things that didn't go quite according to plan. One big issue that these states encountered was when following the code in the traditional process, there's a lot of inspection along the way. And like, for example, you need to inspect when you tie off electrical harnessing and plumbing within the walls. And so one of the benefits of, say, for example, construction 3D printing or modular housing is like some of these systems are already incorporated or are actively incorporated as the wall is going up. And so it expedites the process, but it also makes it a little bit difficult in terms of an inspection standpoint, so that the inspectors can actually see what's inside these walls after they're already constructed, which could be in a matter of hours for some of them. And so making sure that the process is transparent and that the inspectors are looped in and ready to inspect when the houses are going up is important and can help prevent delays that significantly push out project timeline completion. So I think that's one important factor from some of these case studies that could have been improved on.
Thank you. And my second question is, there are these modular homes which are environmentally very friendly. So the carbon footprint is minimal. They are self-contained. Can you speak a little bit about that too, please?
Yeah, of course. I think that's also one benefit of some of these innovative construction methods is that they use innovative construction materials. So for the trusses for some of these homes that are being built, they used cross-laminated timber, which is a more sustainable, essentially upcycled wood product that helps reduce the embodied carbon content of the buildings. Additionally, for 3D printing construction, They utilize some sustainable aggregates within their concrete filaments for some of the companies, which again, I think the task force should explore this and make sure that, you know, whatever's being utilized makes sense for Connecticut. But some of these sustainable aggregate based concretes have significant reduction in embodied carbon, up to 40% reduction if they're using a calcined clay limestone based mix for their concrete. So yeah, I would, you know, definitely agree that it's important to make sure that what we're doing or what we're building, if it's going to be a permanent structure, also contributes to sustainability. And there are a lot of options out there. And so it's just worth exploring in further detail.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Jensen.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just so I understand, so for $20,000 per home, we're gonna run sewer, we're gonna run water, we're gonna run electric, and then possibly gas to a foundation. We're gonna build a foundation, and then we're either gonna bring in this tiny home or 3D print it on that site, and then do all the finish work, all for $20,000 per home?
So that's a great question. To clarify, the bill right now is suggesting an appropriation of $10 million, which we're saying is not enough to cover what we need to do to build these 500 tiny homes. If we use traditional construction methods, which CHAPA's recommendation for this type of home is around $181 per square foot. For market rate right now, it's actually at $275 or greater in the state of Connecticut. Like, we're way off. It's just not going to happen for that price. And so the homeowner would need to take on some of that burden of cost. And so by utilizing more sustainable, more innovative construction methods like the ones that we're proposing here, we can significantly drive down that home construction cost, which is one aspect. Tying into utilities is a whole nother aspect that's going to just add on to that cost. But significantly drive it down from, like, let's say $275 per square foot to $100 per square feet. And so what that will do is take a lot of the cost burden off the homeowner and allow them to make much lower mortgage payments per month, assuming a standard 30-year fixed rate mortgage. And so it actually makes a huge difference when calculating the mortgage payments. If you reduce the cost by, say, like half of like a $200,000 mortgage versus a $100,000 mortgage. And so that will definitely help, especially for these people experiencing housing insecurity, which this bill is aimed at, will really help them build that generational wealth, use their income streams that they're gaining from whatever jobs they're able to attain, even if it's at Connecticut minimum wage, to help support the mortgage payments and the other costs associated with being, you know, a member of this community. So, yeah.
All right, thank you. And just one more follow-up, and I think you probably already answered it. And my question was, you know, once they're built, then what? And I hear home ownership. So the idea is to sell these, right? Not to rent them or not to have the municipality own them, but to actually sell them and have homeowners own them and maintain them. And then would they return the money that this grant provides to get started so that it would be a continuing fund?
One second, just to clarify, Representative, the point of the bill itself is not straight up home ownership. There may be a rent to own aspect. I know that the good senator that proposed the bill had talked about making this an opportunity to house some of our folks who are coming out of homelessness. Not sure if I agree completely with that premise, but if there is an aspect of rent to own, it's an opportunity for people who don't have the money to buy a standalone dwelling unit or a larger house to enter the market and pay some taxes. I'm not sure if you have any response to that as well.
Yeah, no, those are great points. Yeah, and I think it really depends on the municipality and what makes most sense for their constituents. Rent to own could definitely be an option, and those rent payments would end up going towards the final mortgage that's due down the line, like if they end up going towards the home ownership route. And so it really, I think it's something that needs to be explored and like delved into a little bit deeper. There are tangible benefits for home ownership, you know, including better family, social, and civic outcomes, which is a lot of data in the written testimony that you guys can link to as well. And then also just improved physical and mental health with not having to worry about some of the constraints that are associated with renting and not building that generational wealth. And so I think in terms of stimulating the social and economic outcomes for Connecticut, creating a model where either rent to own or home ownership could be employed with these tiny homes would be the best path forward.
All right, so then I have to admit I'm confused. All right, so the bill talks about building these homes for $20,000 each and then using them to house homeless people, which is, great. Great idea, but then you just said that $20,000 actually won't cover the cost of these homes, and the homeowner then needs to contribute to finish the housing.
Yeah, so when we looked at the bill initially, we were also like, okay, this doesn't make sense from a unit economic standpoint in terms of just how much is being appropriated and how much is actually going to take to build these homes, which is why we're proposing much lower cost innovative methods to help reduce that cost burden. But yes, agreed, like that is not enough to cover the cost. And so either the people that are residing in the home need to pay a certain amount to help offset the cost for the municipality or the state, or there needs to be another additional stream of it, like money that's coming in to help offset the costs so they don't have to pay. So it really depends on what, the committee wants to do in that regard. But we're just proposing that if this is pursued, we should look into innovative construction methods, especially considering, a typical Connecticut starter home is going at 300,000 or above right now. And this could reduce that by up to 3 times or more.
Right. Okay. Yeah. It sounds like there's lots of really good ideas here, to build a house for $100 a square foot, which a 400 square foot tiny home then comes about $40,000. I mean, that's great. And the idea of housing our homeless is another great idea. I'm just sure they're not in this bill together properly. I don't know how else to say it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from Representative Corpus?
So what do you, I think we've, through the questioning process, have realized there are actually additional costs that are going to be coming into these tiny homes. So our takeaway when we leave this committee hearing should be that to construct a tiny home, soup to nuts, hook it up to sewer is what number do you realistically think? Without anyone putting anything in other than, say, if the state of Connecticut constructs this, what is the price tag? Is it more like 40,000, would you say?
Yes, it's more like 40 to 50,000 for each tiny
Okay.
home, based on the current landscape in terms of,
Thank you.
and that's
Thank-
with like
yeah.
modular or 3D construction printing methods. While for the same type of home using traditional methods, it's much more expensive, looking at 200,000 plus.
Yes, it's a significant cost
Yeah.
savings, but if we were to consider this, we would have to divide the appropriation by 50,000 per home, 40 or 50, safely 50,000 per home. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Representative Butler.
Yes, thank you for the second time. And with this debate that's going on, it makes me ask the question, who is the target buyer? I mean, when we initially talked about tiny homes, we're looking at this possibly being one of the solutions towards homelessness. And I somehow can't visualize a homeless person being able to offset that last part of the funding that you're talking about. So can you please tell me who the target buyer would be in this scenario?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think in this case, we need to dream big. And it is difficult to envision a world where somebody that's facing these challenges is able to afford even lower cost mortgage payments. And so I think it's going to take creative partnerships with financial institutions and also working with municipalities to ensure that these people are not only supported in terms of housing, but other means to help them secure jobs here in the state of Connecticut, to help cover some of these costs. And so if we're able to offset some of the payments or delay them initially so that they can get settled in, find adequate jobs to help cover some of these costs, then they could start taking on some of the burden of these lower mortgage payments, which based on our calculations, which are still rough and like just for like getting a good approximation of what's going on, these mortgage payments could be in the scope of $300 to $400 a month. So way lower than typical mortgage payments currently, which is a lot more achievable if you're making minimum wage at 40 hours per week.
Just to add on to his answer to the question, when it comes to the target of who we're looking for, I think the good senator from East Hartford's intention was that homeless population. And in other states around the country, what people have done is provide folks in those communities, similar to kind of like housing authorities that are that have their, folks who manage the property, people who provide wraparound services, allow them to have get access to jobs to kind of get on their feet, then put them into a program where we'll pay a certain amount of rent for a set number of months, maybe up to a year and a half. And maybe 70% of that rent will go into escrow. The other 30% will go to offset cost for maintaining the community. And then once they are in a stable place where they've had employment for a certain amount of time, where they've paid their rent on time for a certain amount of months in a row, they will have the opportunity then to use the money that they have paid in rent, at least a portion of it, to then have a down payment on that unit, own it themselves. They've proved for long enough time that they can rent it at that level, which is the level that the way that they do it in these programs, the level that you're paying rent is also the level that your mortgage will probably end up being by the time that you end up buying this tiny home.
Thank you for providing that explanation. I really like to see how this comes together. It's kind of still to take homeless people and somehow instantly put them with a job to get into this scenario is it's an honorable goal, and I like to see how it actually plays out in the real world. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for especially the explanation. That helps.
Thank you, Representative Butler. Any other questions from members? All right, I did the look. My turn. Can you give us, is there a difference in definition between modular homes and tiny homes? And if there is, can you tell us what that difference is?
Yeah, for sure. So tiny homes are, based on their name, they're just tiny homes. They're tiny, right? They're under a certain square foot size, depending on the jurisdiction. They have different, it's kind of nebulous, but usually under 400 square feet is a tiny home. While modular housing, they have modular housing units that are becoming apartment buildings right now. And it's just like the way that you construct it is a singular unit that has a certain square footage, and you actually can connect these units. It's kind of like building blocks or Legos. And so modular housing is more expansive. You can just drop one unit on the site, that will be your tiny home, but you could also expand down the line to add more bedrooms, which could help with young starter families that are trying to go into these spaces down the line as well. And so there really is flexibility with modular housing. So I guess if there are any other follow-up questions to that, definitely happy to answer.
Yeah, we tend to in the legislature interchange a lot of terms, and I didn't want us to go down the route of saying modular in place of tiny homes because they're two different concepts. The second question that I had was regarding these tiny home communities. Where do you think that they would go? Or where would they be best suited in the state of Connecticut, for example?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I think something that the task force could look into some more. It will definitely involve conversations with municipalities in terms of what zones make the most sense. I know there's been some work on economic opportunity zones where there's access for people. Like if you build affordable housing in these regions, they have access to transit lines and other things that are necessary to help not only, I guess incubate them in terms of starting in that community, but also help them with their job seeking prospects, making it to their job, et cetera. So I think thinking about what makes sense in terms of the municipality and where we're going to go, and then also making sure that where you implement these tiny homes, people can actually access necessary resources within the community to help them, secure and maintain their job, access grocery stores and other things that are necessary to really start, building this generational wealth and start being a homeowner.
Thank you for that. I think this is a great step in the right direction. I just want to make a quick comment because I know the good senator from East Hartford is really dead set on getting this done. My only request and my only thought, because I've been thinking of tiny homes myself for a number of years while I've been in this legislature. The biggest thing for me is that rent to own aspect. We want to make sure that in certain places, especially places with less density, but a little bit of land that we can create taxpayers and help ease the burden on some of our municipalities. So if we're going to do tiny homes, I think it's a great idea, but not as temporary housing. It's places that people can own, live, and be on our tax rolls for years to come. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your information. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Next, Representative, I see you online. We're going to get to you in a second. I just want to make one note to members of the committee. We have a few of our colleagues that are going to testify today. I would ask you just to keep it to necessary questions, things that we need to get in front of the public, but we have access to each other all the time. We have access to communications to get our messaging out. Just make sure that we're not spending too much time talking amongst ourselves, and we get ample time with the public. And that is not a slight against you, our next speaker, Mr. Doug Dubitsky, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Housing Committee, for taking my testimony. Thank you, chairs, vice chairs, and ranking members and members of the committee. My name is Doug Dubitsky. I represent a very large swath of Eastern Connecticut, 8 towns that span about 200 square miles across rural Eastern Connecticut. There are a lot of housing bills, as you know, in multiple committees. There's actually bills affecting housing in planning and development, in environment, in all sorts of committees, and they don't appear to be particularly coordinated. And there is no grand scheme on how these are going to affect 169 different municipalities. I'm here today to discuss Bill HB 7034. There were a couple of weeks ago, we had a meeting with the realtors and the home builders. It was a joint meeting with several different committees, including, I believe, housing was there. And the home builders and realtors had a chart on things that were affecting regulatory impediments to building housing in Connecticut. Interestingly, zoning was not on that chart. Yet zoning appears to be a significant focus of the effort in the legislature to increase housing. But what was on that chart, 2 of the biggest things on that chart of impediments to building housing were the constantly changing building code and the requirement that builders donate large portions of land to either the town or some other entity in order to get subdivision approval. Now, one of the previous witnesses who testified was represented, I believe, a planning organization, and said that that's standard operating procedure in this state. Well, it is, and that's the problem. There are towns that mandate that a person who's trying to subdivide their land donate up to half or even more of the land either to the town or to a land trust. So if you have a 10-acre lot and you want to make 5 2-acre lots and put up 5 houses, you can't do that because you have to give half of the land or more
Representative
to the town.
Dubitsky, your 3 minutes have expired. If you could please summarize. Thank you.
Sure. That requirement is one of the big impediments to building housing in this state. The one thing I would ask, the one change I would ask for is in the bill, it says it would prohibit the required donation to the town. I think one of the problems is not only donations to the town, but donations to any entity. And if the regulations require the donation to a land trust, it's essentially the same impediment. So I would ask that that one change be made. And I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Dubisky. Any questions from members of the committee? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Dubisky, for your testimony. I know this is a bill that you've had a couple of years before. That's now maybe gaining a little bit more traction here. I'm alignment with you 100% that we need to eliminate as many hurdles that we have that potentially slows down if somebody wants to build housing. You'd mentioned that there are sometimes some municipalities that require up to 50% or even maybe more of that. I just want to understand, and since you're more entitled, more in close with this concept, is what's the purpose of that specifically? What does traditionally happen with that land that is donated back to them? Is it turned into a park? What is the purpose of that that donation back to either the entity or the town?
Well, certainly it's a worthy concept and a worthy intention that the town or some other entity would put it to some communal use. But very often the land that is donated is in the back of the development, very often down a hill, somewhere where the public can't really get to it. And very often what happens is it just turns into junk. In my own town, we had a situation where my town at one point required a large donation of land. I think it was 40%. And in one development, the land that was developed was down in the back of the development. It's where kids hung out and rode dirt bikes. Nobody really had access to it. The town didn't maintain it, and it really served no useful purpose to the public. And at the same time, it limited the housing options of the landowner. So it really doesn't make sense to limit the housing when, there are times when there can be a deal made between the landowner and or the developer and the town, that the developer will turn it into a park of some sort and use specific land, but that's very site dependent. In some instances it's helpful. In many instances, all it does is prevent additional housing units from being put in. So, having a mandate, a town mandating that every development that comes in must give half the property to the town or to a land trust, frankly, I don't think that's even constitutional, but that's a completely different issue. And, because there are 169 different municipalities with different requirements and different layouts. I've said this a number of times in different committees. There are bills before many of the committees to do things like prohibiting a requirement for parking. And having as of right multifamily housing. Well, that's great when you've got a suburban area with a 28-foot wide road with parking on both sides of the street. But how about if you've got a 10-foot wide dirt road that goes up into the woods? You're going to put multifamily housing up there with no sewers, no water, no police, no place to park, no off-street parking. It's crazy. That's why this as of right stuff is very, very dangerous. And I know there are a number of bills before the Housing Committee that address that issue as well. But on this one bill, 7034, I think that if the committee truly wants to increase the ability of landowners to build housing on their property, this is one of the ways to do it, and to add to it not only a donation to the towns, but also prohibiting the requirement that the land be donated to somebody other than the town.
Thank you, Mr. or Representative Dubisky. I appreciate that explanation. What I would say is about this is I've heard the same exact thing. I heard that the land that is, when it is has to be donated, tends to be bad land that you really can't, the town can't really use. So it's really not, the donation is happening and it's really not happening in a way that is actually going to benefit the towns anyway. So it's just like land that's given up. But I don't want to use, I'm not using this word harsh, it sounds like a bribe. Like is really what it sounds like. It sounds like it's a bribe that for you to build something, you are going to have to give up a piece of that donation to be able to get it. And to be honestly, that defeats the purpose of trying to build more housing. You're taking away that land that could go for it. It's bad land anyways that the town's not going to use. It seems like it's a waste, but it's some kind of bribe. So I'm supportive of this bill. I think we should definitely look at it from a standpoint that if it's going to help build more housing by not giving up that land, and that land can be used to build a few more units, we could take those extra few more units. So I appreciate you bringing this forward, Representative Dubisky, and hopefully we can continue to keep talking about it. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And I do think it's important to consider what the realtors and the home builders said. You know, their chart specifically said that this was one of the major impediments to building additional housing in the state. So I really think that those who feel that we need to build more housing should consider this bill.
Thank you, Representative Scott. Any other questions from members of the committee? Representative Dubisky, thank you for your testimony, and I will give you full credit. This is a Doug Dubisky concept, but it's one that we revived from a couple of sessions ago because we saw the importance in this. There are many places where they'll have these donated pieces of land from a subdivision blocked by a driveway. You can't access them without trespassing. It's just dumb to make people give up land that they properly own in a way that's inaccessible and that can hurt people in certain situations. So it's archaic, it's old, and we got to get in with the new. So thank you, Representative Dubisky, for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next, we have Brian O'Connor from CCM. Nice to see you, sir. Floor is yours.
Good to see you. Thank you, Chairman Felipe, Chairman Marks, Ranking Member Scott, and Ranking Member Sampson, Representative or Senator Sampson. I'm going to speak to three bills today: Senate Bill 1252, House Bill 7033, and House Bill 7036. I'm going to start off with the governor's bill, Senate Bill 1252. We're in support of this. Conceptually, we think it's a pragmatic approach toward trying to get more middle housing built within communities. I think one suggestion we have is to expand it a little bit more and allow for duplexes within this priority zone. I think the other things too are that that going toward the moratoria on 830G, I think is a positive step. I think this is the approach, more of the incentive-based approach rather than a penalty that our members support. I think, one of the things too that's important about this bill is that it is cognizant of the lack of infrastructure, particularly in some of our smaller towns. And I just want to point out that the site plan review, if this was approved, would be as of right. So I think if you look at that, I think it's lines 55 through 57. The next bill I'd like to speak to is House Bill 7033. We're opposed as drafted at this point in time. I understand there's work being done with the committee members to lessen some of the impacts. I think one of our major concerns is, basically creating a separate class of people being able to use different public lands for basic performing life-sustaining activities, and that's the definition I understand that you're working on to trying to lessen the impact. I think, looking at it from an enforcement point of view, how are you to determine if someone is actually homeless? Can anyone just plant a campsite at Hammonasset wherever they want or anywhere else? I think the public health sanitation concerns we have, and as I mentioned, public safety concerns as well. These lands should be open to everybody, and be used by everybody. So we're trying to get an approach that's more welcoming to it. I think, one of the things I want to talk about is also the alternatives to this bill that I think could be work is to actually appropriate more funds toward more shelters and beds, and as well as provide wraparound services, support services. I think that's a better approach. We understand that there are going to be some people that may not avail themselves to these opportunities, but I think that's actually the pressure point. If we were to invest more there, that we could do a better job. And I know I'm running close on time, but I just do want to talk about the fair rent commissions. We're open to this approach, I think, particularly on the regional approach for towns that are less than 25,000 or going through a COG. I think, the COGs actually may have the capacity to do this. And I think the committee should also be open to having just a third-party administrators for this and allowing towns to basically sub this out to a third party, probably most likely law firms who might be able to adjudicate these matters. Be happy to answer any questions on the three bills I spoke to or others on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Any questions from members of the committee? All right, I did my look. Oh, I did my look. It's my turn. Just to clarify, right? The change in definition that I know we've spoken about is a change from life-sustaining activities to what is called activities of daily living. And I just want to read through really quickly what that is. That is sleeping or resting. That is eating or preparing food. And when people hear preparing food, I know it's a little broad, but just understand it's illegal right now to set a fire outside and cook something. So I don't think people are going to be, in your parks making, stick fires with pots on top of them. That's already illegal. Seeking shelter from extreme weather. Seeking shelter. Not creating shelter. So encampments are not what we're looking to do here. They have to look for structures that already exist. Accessing medical care is another one. And using hygiene facilities. Not peeing outside, not popping a squat behind a tree somewhere. Just using facilities that already exist, whether that be a porta potty or a public bathroom that is accessible to members of the public already. That is the definition that we are working on now. I know you have to go back to your members with that. But I want to make sure it's clear that we understand the issues and we are working to address them to make sure this is as strict as possible. Another thing, I know we're going to have testimony later from Department of Transportation. We are looking into making sure that this applies to outside and not inside facilities such as our train and bus stations. I know they have their own codes of conduct. We are not trying to take away from what they do in those places. If there is a bench outside of that train station, I'm not going to prohibit somebody from sleeping there. However, if you have your code of conduct within your train station, we're hoping to maintain that as it stands.
Thank you, Representative. And just to let you know, we do appreciate that direction that you're moving in. And I think that was one of our big concerns is encampments and also just the sanitation situation that you described as far as use of bathroom facilities.
Thank you. And seeing no other questions, we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I see in the back there, we have Senator Fazio. You're up, sir.
Thank you, Chairs Felipe and Marks and Ranking Member Scott and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. I wanted to testify in support of Bills 7031 and 7037 today, an act concerning accessory apartments in the calculation for the affordable housing appeals process, and an act concerning workforce housing in the calculation for the affordable housing appeals process, better known as 830G, that four-digit word. I believe that there are multiple interests that we all have an interest in pursuing in this state. First, the desire to protect our time-honored traditions of local control of decision-making and home rule, and also the interest in increasing the availability and the affordability of housing in the state. And as contentious a debate as this has been in this building for many years, I actually do think that there is common ground that we can find if we try to reach across the aisle, bring people together from diverse parts of the state and backgrounds, and try to solve both of those problems at once. I think that these proposals, these bills, get to both of those interests because they, first of all, give towns and cities more options in how they're meeting the affordable housing mandates that the state has set out for them. At the same time, by giving those towns and cities more options, by recognizing actual forms of affordable housing, naturally occurring affordable housing specifically, you will thereby reward the creation of more of that housing by the constituent parties in your towns and cities, especially the planning and zoning parts of our localities. This is very similar to several proposals that I've made in recent years on a bipartisan basis with Representative Ali Brennan and Representative O'Day, and I know members of the committee like Representative Corpus have made this year. I think that there are several ways we could reform 830G that both advance our affordable housing goals as a state, but more importantly, give towns discretion in how they're protecting the interests of their community for everybody. They include the proposals in this bill to count accessory dwelling units, which are affordable, to count workforce housing, which isn't currently included as affordable housing under 830G, to create a maximum height that developers can build under this affordable housing appeals process, which is actually Massachusetts state law in their kind of form of 830G. Make 830G based on the total number of housing units in a municipality rather than a percentage. If it's
Senator Fazio, your 3 minutes have concluded. If you could please summarize. Thank
okay,
you.
I will summarize in a few seconds. Pardon me, to make it based on the total number of units so that when workforce housing is proposed, lower middle income housing that doesn't fit the definition, there is not an incentive by the municipalities to stop it entirely. I hope that this is the session that we can come together, we can find common ground, not simply override local zoning in order to meet affordable housing goals, and not simply to have a no building situation in our towns and cities. I hope that this is the committee that will start that process by passing these bills, and that we can continue to try to achieve those goals collaboratively in the House and the Senate in the rest of the session. Thank you.
Questions? Representative Corpus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Fazio, for your testimony. Yes, we do see eye to eye on many of these issues. Just briefly, I have heard you talk before about this dynamic of we need more affordable housing, but the pushback is we need to maintain local control. And I've heard you speak before about that we should take a step up to more of a meta view and try to develop some grand compromise on these housing issues so that we don't come up here year after year and have the same push and pull. And could you just speak to that briefly? Because I've heard you speak about it before. I think it's an idea worth everyone hearing. And I think these bills are germane to that because they start to move in that direction.
Yeah, so many of these concepts are interactive. So there's things that I don't like that I think are less bad than other proposals. And I think my towns and cities, which happen to be the same town and city that you represent, would be willing to kind of give up those policy ideas in exchange for reforms to particularly 830G. And I think those reforms to 830G, like are being proposed today, could actually increase the availability of housing and the construction of housing, but do so with more local input. So that's why I think doing this as a piecemeal process or kind of a one-sided process is not going to create the results that we all want, where municipalities can still choose their own destiny, but there is a lot greater incentive to create affordable housing, workforce housing, the missing middle of housing that will accrue to everyone's benefit. So that's why I think this is the session, this is the term to kind of have that grand bargain where we bring people together and one side gives up things that they don't really care that much about in exchange for things that they think are very important, and vice versa.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Corpus. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Fazio, you hit on one thing that is a bothersome to me about the entire affordable housing process, and it's almost a disincentive to municipalities to want to build workforce housing, because what happens is the denominator gets bigger right now, and it makes that fact of trying to get to that theoretical 10% threshold or get to a point where you get to a moratorium level, it almost is a deterring factor to do so. That's my issue. We heard earlier from the governor's office, we've heard from other people in the past, builders, that we need housing for workforce folks, but we're right now kind of disincentivizing. Can you talk a little bit about that and really stay focused on that, laser focus on that piece? Because I think it's so important that we can understand of how we can do that will potentially help businesses grow, because they'll have more people to be able to fund for helping their workforce, but also potentially bring other people in by focusing on that specific area.
The proposals, and there's really, I think, 4 key proposals that I and others want to see to 830G within reason. And I really insist that these are not going to deter the creation of housing and affordable housing, but it's going to put the municipalities in the driver's seat in having input in what type of housing is created. These 2 bills, basically including more workforce housing, lower income housing that isn't either government housing or deed restricted housing, which are basically the only types of housing that currently count under 830G. It's not really an affordable housing calculation. It's a very narrow calculation. Having some sort of kind of side constraint, a height limit, like's done in Massachusetts, fixing the denominator so towns don't have a disincentive to allow kind of lower middle or middle income housing from being created, because currently that wouldn't actually count as affordable housing. So they'd get farther away from their goal from allowing that extra accessory dwelling unit or a unit of workforce housing, even though we all know that would help the municipalities, help people who need housing, and probably 1 or 2 other things. All of these proposals, I think, would further our affordable housing goals, but they would really satisfy what a lot of the municipalities who have been put upon by a lot of developers under 830G. The last one's probably allowing the municipalities to have an optionality on area or state median income in the affordable housing development process. And then at the same time, I think those towns and cities would be much more amenable to loosening zoning around things like workforce housing, like more residential in mixed use areas, like accessory dwelling units. And that, I think, altogether would create a lot more affordability and availability of housing in the state while getting the municipalities, the local communities on board in the process.
Thank you, Representative. I kind of see what's going on here. Lower Fairfield County unite, huh?
We're as low as you go.
Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Senator, for being here. This has been an ongoing topic of discussion for a long time before this committee. So for the proposal for workforce housing, if it's not deed restricted, do you believe that it would be safe from being sold? For instance, you could designate it as workforce housing, but if that designation was put in place, if their property is sold, they could change the character of that, couldn't it?
That's a good question. And I think if this legislation advances, the details would have to be built out. How I would envision it is probably some sort of income limit on what is being rented out. So if it, as you say, comes off the rolls, if it turns into something that's very expensive, it would no longer count under the affordable housing calculation. But I think part of the problem with only having deed restricted housing count is it leaves out things that are affordable. So yes, that would mean that sometimes that the municipalities' affordable housing totals are going up, but sometimes they're going down too if these units become unaffordable. But that means that's essentially a penalty to the towns. So then 830G comes back into effect theoretically if they're above 10% because of some of these workforce housing units. Then if those units become too expensive, then they go back down to below 10% and the same kind of penalties of 830G apply. So you're totally right. This is going to be a little bit complicated to draft into full legislation, but we're dealing with a complex topic that's going to be complicated no matter what. 830G is pretty complicated in how it's regulated as well. So inevitably, the reforms we're going to make on this topic are going to be quite complicated.
Yes, I believe so. And you kind of indicated earlier that if it weren't for if modifications could be made to 830G, that that you would probably have municipalities build more housing. But 830G really isn't invoked generally until local land use committees actually reject a housing proposal. So, I would flip that scenario around and say that housing that has already been put before local land use zoning generally is rejected before the developer goes forward with a proposal that brings forward the 8-30G proposal, so statute. So it's like I can't see this as a compromise saying you will get more housing, because the fact of the matter is not even invoked until the housing proposal is denied.
Yeah, that's a great question. It's another good question and difficult question. And I also thought your questions on the finance committee yesterday were very good and very well taken. I'm not just saying that so you won't ask me a third hard question. So I think the problem with 830G is it sometimes creates such an adversarial relationship and kind of a all or nothing situation regarding development that municipalities become very reluctant to approve anything because, as I was talking about before, if something is not government housing or if it's not deed restricted, it doesn't count for 830G. And therefore, if it's built, even if it's lower middle income type housing, even if it's built, it actually is a penalty under 830G because your denominator increases, but your numerator doesn't increase. And so I think that sort of dilemma creates a situation where municipalities are more reluctant to allow that kind of naturally occurring affordable housing to be built. I could just say, let's eliminate 830G. I think that'd be very popular in our district, and I think there's merits to that argument. But I think there are ways to reform it that give the municipalities more optionality, but and take back the kind of adversarial nature of it that will both give, yes, they'll give the municipalities more discretion. It'll still give the developers, this avenue, but it'll do so in a way that that makes the municipalities less scared that developers are just going to be able to do whatever they want, or takes away some of the penalties from municipalities, frankly, for allowing the naturally occurring affordable housing or lower middle income housing from being developed. So that's how I would answer that question.
Okay, well, that was really just a commentary. It wasn't a question, but you jumped in and actually spoke to it. So I would just say that I recognize the municipalities that have issues, but I don't think attacking 8-30G is the solution. I think that there's other methodology that can be used. Actually, I would just say when I was housing chair, we had a bill that actually allowed municipalities to actually designate the parts of their towns that would be used for affordable housing we gave them double credit for anything they built in it. And to give them a chance to reach moratoriums, at least you could get a 4 or 5 year moratorium and wouldn't have to worry about developers circumventing your local zoning. And I could tell you, even providing that opportunity to municipalities, the municipalities that took advantage of this, that had a 5 year window, it didn't scream to me that these municipalities really was interested in building affordable housing. So we need to take a strong look at this, and the end result is we want to create workforce housing, certainly, but I think we need to again look at other methods to achieve that. And I don't think watering down, the statute is the answer. There's other solutions that I'd be willing to work with the municipalities, because we should do this. I mean, a workforce that have to come into Greenwich, Stanford, or any place, that have to travel, 40 minutes to come be a teacher, fireman, policeman in these municipalities, they deserve a place, affordable place to actually live in those communities. And we all should actually try to find a way to make it work. And so thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to speak that I think there's a different approach that needs to be made for this, but anyway, thank you for your testimony.
Any other questions? It's good to see you, Senator Fazio. So in your response to Rep. Butler, you said that the municipalities were scared. Can you tell me what they're scared of?
They're scared of developers basically being able to do whatever they want in any neighborhood they want without any local input. A good example is that in one of the municipalities I represent, that developers come in with 105 unit development proposal under 830G in a single family zone neighborhood. I don't think any of us, if we bought into a single family zone neighborhood, would think it was fair to have a 105 unit building pop up right next to where we bought into. That represents significant upheaval. It represents development without any local check. So I think that is a reasonable concern that almost anyone would have. And that's why I think we need to find a middle ground here where we do develop more affordable housing and more workforce housing. And to the point previously made, the firemen, the teachers, the nurses wouldn't qualify for affordable housing. If we open this up to include workforce housing, the lower middle income housing, it would include them, which is why I think reform to 830G is so necessary. But I think, for instance, for my constituents who bought into a single family zone neighborhood, that was the zoning of the town, and all of a sudden they see a 830G development proposal for 105 units next door. I think that's a reasonable concern.
So I live in a single family development, and I would be happy to have 105 new friends move in next door to me. Like, yay, 105 new friends. So there, I mean, 830G is workforce housing, right? I'm a nurse. I could not afford to build a single family home right now if I was starting out like I was 40 years ago. And same thing with firefighters, and same thing with police officers. So I guess that this is where you and I think differently, is it's just 105 nurses, firefighters, teachers making $40,000, $50,000 a year. They need to have an apartment. If you truly want your nurses and your firefighters and your teachers to live in your community, then it's not going to be single family. And it's going to have to be the 105 units, maybe not 105. I think maybe there could be a nice compromise there. But I think sometimes that is where we differ, is that I don't understand what the fear is. I don't understand what people are afraid of, because people can't find a place to live. The engineers and the drafters at Electric Boat can't find a place to live. And when you start out making 60, 70,000, that the engineers, they're not starting at 110. And even if they were, right, to be able to the down payment on a house, I would be fine with 105 drafters and engineers living, down the street from my house. So I think that's where we differ. And I think that's where I'm thinking of when we think about this. And I really don't understand when you say they're scared. I don't understand the scared part. But you explained it and I appreciate it. And I guess we all fear different things in life.
I would just say, and to your point, which is well taken, again, under 830G, none of the firefighters or teachers or engineers, even at an entry level, would qualify for that housing. So we are, in our policy, inadvertently creating a missing middle of housing. And again, on the zoning front, some people want to live in a single family area. Some people want to live in a denser area. That's why we have local zoning that's making those decisions in a democratic fashion on a local level. And citizens, residents, voters on a local level will get to make that decision communally. You have one preference, other neighbors might have another preference, but we can have that balance, that diversity in housing, not within towns, to say nothing of across the state. And I think that having that sort of stability and predictability, while we also create more housing overall, is a good balance. And I think that's a stable, predictable, but positive economic kind of orientation that there'll be broad public support for. So thanks again.
So yeah, I mean, I believe in my city of New London that we do have the balance, right? We're building a lot and we do have the balance. It's easy to say, do you feel that you have the balance in your municipality?
Yeah. I mean, to your point, if New London thinks it has the balance, that's great. And I think that's what local democracy, local decision making is all about, that local voters make a determination whether they have that appropriate balance or not. In Greenwich, for instance, we've seen almost a 10% increase in our affordable housing rolls in just the last 5 or 6 years since our new first selectman took office. So there's been a very concerted effort on that level, both with the affordable housing, the housing authority, which is doing the affordable housing, but also with the planning and zoning, which has been trying to liberalize some of the regulations to make it easier to build accessory dwelling units, to make it easier to build residential in kind of the commercial zones along the post road in New Canaan, which actually did avail itself of the appeals process. It just built 100 units of entirely affordable called Canaan Parish, and the governor came down for the ribbon cutting. So, and then obviously Stamford's adding a lot of housing overall. And then Stamford within Stamford, just like within Greenwich, because they're both very big municipalities, you see a diversity of zoning. So you have kind of the backcountry rural part of Stamford and North Stamford, which is zoned differently than the downtown where there's been a ton of development. And I think people like that diversity, not just across the state in different towns and cities, but also like the municipality having the option to have diversity within the municipality. And that's what I think having the balance between local control, local zoning, while also having reasonable state policies is all about.
Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Senator.
Have a good day. I'm sure it's busy. Okay, next we have Lauren Tagliatella.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep, we sure can.
Excellent. Good afternoon. Chairpersons Representative Felipe, Senator Marks, Ranking Members Representative Scott, Senator Sampson, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Lauren Tagliatella, and I'm a housing provider in the New Haven County area and a co-chair of the Government Relations Committee at the Connecticut Apartment Association. Our association represents 70,000 professionally managed apartment units throughout the state. I'm speaking in support of a few bills today, and it feels good to be here in support, so thank you. I'll start with HB 7032, an act establishing a program to assist municipalities in developing pre-approved building plans. Along with other members of the CTAA, I have studied the American Planning Association's Housing Supply Accelerator Playbook, which offers several strategies to alleviate the housing crisis in our country. We researched the playbook with the intention that we can speak to legislators about programs that have been successful in other states. And while there's no one size fits all solution, there are several ideas in the playbook that will start chipping away at our housing supply problem here in Connecticut. And one of those ways is for municipalities to offer pre-approved multifamily housing plans. I urge the committee to research cities that have successfully offered pre-approved plans already. These areas are Fayette, Arkansas, Kirkland, Washington, Groveland, Florida, Kalamazoo, Michigan, as well as Ecorse, Michigan. And what's interesting is Ecorse is about 7,500 folks living in that town. And of course, Kalamazoo is much larger. So these plans could help small towns as well as cities. The reasons why I support this bill is because it expedites the approval process. It encourages development. There's a large cost savings when these plans are already pre-approved and already done. There's design consistency, and there will be fewer people saying, you know, apartments just don't fit the character of my neighborhood. Well, the architect is going to make sure that these are aesthetically pleasing and are something that would fit in well. There's also community buy-in to pre-approved plans, as public will give input, so there'll be fewer objections from the residents in the area. But mainly, it supports affordable housing. Having a streamlined approval process can lower development costs, making it much easier for developers to provide affordable housing options in the communities that need it. I strongly urge you to support this bill, and the Connecticut Apartment Association is ready to partner with the Housing Committee to get more multifamily developments created for all ages and budgets. The second bill that we support is HB 7035, an act prohibiting a municipality from implementing a ban on multifamily development. I support this bill for the following reasons. This bill prohibits municipalities from implementing bans on multifamily housing developments and placing fixed caps on the number of multifamily or mixed-use units allowed in a municipality. It also prevents temporary or permanent bans on multifamily housing.
3 minutes have concluded. If you could please summarize. Thank you.
Okay. While the Connecticut Apartment Association supports efforts to expand multifamily housing, we do have one concern with this bill. As written, it has a provision to prohibit special zoning regulations for childcare businesses. Last year, we fought against having to be forced having in-apartment childcare in our properties. But anyway, Connecticut Apartment Association is willing to work with you, and we're excited to see bills like this that we can help perhaps modify or support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tagliatella. Any questions? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. Next, we have Lauren Garrett from the town of Hamden. Mayor Garrett, welcome.
Good morning. Representative Felipe, Senator Marks, Representative Roberts, Representative Gaston, Representative Scott, and Senator Sampson, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. I am testifying today in support of HB 7033, an act prohibiting a municipality from imposing any penalty on homeless persons for performing life-sustaining activities on public land. We have a housing crisis in Connecticut. There is not enough housing for the people who live in this state. Additionally, there are not enough resources for people experiencing homelessness or on the brink of becoming homeless. In Hamden, we've made efforts to provide resources to our homeless community members, including funding for the Greater New Haven Coordinated Access Network to provide outreach, funding for our warming center, and pay for beds at a local shelter. We prioritize building new affordable housing developments and have funded a new housing division to help improve our housing stock. Despite these efforts, our homeless population is growing. Devastating economic policies out of Washington will only increase the number of people living in poverty and ending up homeless. Earlier this year, the Hamden Legislative Council passed a resolution to declare housing as a human right. This resolution includes a commitment to avoid criminal or civil penalties for those experiencing homelessness. No one should be criminalized for being poor or homeless. We should remove barriers to those seeking stable housing and concentrate on providing more resources to help people find suitable housing and work opportunities. We see people in Hamden in crisis daily. Arresting this population we are trying to help would only cause distrust and refusal of the services we are trying to provide, like finding housing, mental health supports, and meeting people's basic needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Any questions from membership? I'm seeing none. Much appreciated. And
Thank you.
next we have Josh Mictum. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Senator Marks, members of the committee. I am Josh Mictum. I am an elected member of Hartford City Council, and I am also, like the Mayor of Hamden, here to speak in favor of House Bill 7033. And as a representative of Hartford, I think you might imagine, or at least you could see the argument I would have to speak against it. Hartford has a large population of people who are experiencing homelessness, something like 40% of whom are not from the city, but come to Hartford either because we have the services or because they're pressured out from neighboring towns. And even on a personal level, where I live in Hartford, I live right off Park Street. Well, Representative Gonzalez is not here, but she and I live a couple blocks apart. She knows this. Our neighborhood in particular, which is near the fast track, near a stand of woods where people camp, is a place where a lot of people experiencing homelessness are all the time. But we talk a lot about home rule. You've heard folks talking about home rule here. Home rule has its limits. And when home rule becomes a tool to go to the bottom, to push what we perceive as problems onto the neighbor, the town neighbor, it becomes useless and it becomes inhumane. And so I want to make an argument to you that is not about what is arguably best for the resources of my city, but what is humane? How do we comport ourselves as a state in a dignified way? Because that is the approach that we have to have here. You heard the representative from the Council of Municipalities say he would rather see more resources. Well, I would like to see more resources too, to help people who are experiencing homelessness. But this is not an either or, it's a both and. We can't criminalize human beings who are truly at the lowest point, at the point of greatest struggle probably in their lives. And sometimes the work of us as leaders is not simply to think of our municipality or our district, and even not to respond to the emotional prejudices sometimes of our constituents, but to lead, to talk about a higher calling. And I think that is to come together here and to figure out how to uplift and protect people who are our constituents, right? They may not vote in high numbers, but they are our constituents. They are our neighbors, even if they're neighbors in the sense that they're sleeping outside near where we sleep in comfort inside. So I just want to urge all of you to think of this as something that all municipalities should come together on, and something that we cannot solve, like many things, with policing or with pushing something off to the next town. We have to solve it by coming together, by frankly spending more, by caring more, and by refusing to think only of our own comfort, and instead to put ourselves in the shoes of those who are going through a very difficult circumstance. So that's all I got, unless you guys have questions.
Yeah, well said, sir. Rep. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mictum, for your testimony. It resonates with me as someone who lives in a surrounding community to Hartford, but experiences some of the same needs that Hartford does. I tend to look at home rule the same way that you described. Everybody wants to be able to have their input in their local communities and have some decision-making power over what happens in those communities. But I think you're right when you say that pushes off the burden to other places. If home rule is being used to keep people out, I think of, as a history teacher, I think of in the history of this country where home rule has been used to oppress people, where home rule has been used to keep people away, to keep the others out. And I see that happen here. And my question is, if you could speak to, and you alluded to this, that when these other communities that surround the urban centers in the state have policies through home rule that kind of push people away and push the needs into the urban centers, if you will, what kind of undue burden and strain that puts on you, and as a locally elected official in the city of Hartford, what that means for the Hartford city government having to absorb and take on it, and how that puts the pressure and the burden on you. If you could speak to that a little bit. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Brown. It's a good question. I mean, I think it's the same burden that our cities face in any number of other areas. I mean, you heard Senator from Greenwich essentially pushing against having affordable housing in his district. Well, guess where the affordable housing ends up, right? It ends up in Hartford and Bridgeport and Norwalk and Waterbury. Now, affordable housing is not a burden. I don't want to say that. That's my neighbors. That's my people. But what it is, it's lower tax revenues. It's more needs for social services. It's more costly services. So the same is true for providing for our homeless neighbors, right? All of that comes to, side note, the places that host the most nonprofits, that host the most government buildings, that are already subsidizing the good life that happens across their borders in neighboring towns. So it's more of same.
Well, thank you for that. And I would tend to agree. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for shedding some light on what is happening here in Hartford and in some of the other urban communities around the state, and for your advocacy. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Sweet.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you for being here, Councilperson. Are there additional wraparound services that you would see being helpful to go maybe hand in hand with a bill like this?
I wasn't ready to give a big list, but yes, the short answer is yes. I mean, I think when we talk about, and that runs from social services, from temporary housing, up to the creation of affordable housing, some of the tiny home stuff that was being tossed around here. I mean, we have to do all of it at once. We can't just start with one, and then if we don't do it, then we're starting with that one the next session, and on and on and on. I think it has to be a full court press.
Yep. Thank you. I live in New London, represent New London with 7 other municipalities, and I go to the Homeless Hospitality Center often, and it is overflowing, right? As I'm sure yours are, and we don't have the room. And we don't have another one like going, we have to go pretty far north, or maybe Willimantic, in order to find another shelter. And as the previous speaker said, it would be great to build more shelters, right? But if we were to build more shelters, they'd probably stay in Hartford, don't you think?
That's usually how these things go.
It is. And just a little, I had a really good night's sleep last night, right? I slept in a bed and I woke up this morning and I was like, wow, 7 hours without having to wake up and go to the bathroom. And when I visit the emergency shelters and I see people, and I'm 62, and I see people 60, 70 years old sleeping on wrestling mats all together in a room, boy, they don't get a good night's sleep. And I think about it often, and as I'm sure you do, right? It's really, really hard. And I think sometimes we just have to think about the absolute, very, very basic premise of what a really good night's sleep can do for you the next day.
I appreciate that, Senator Marks, and I would add, because I've heard some of the sort of the concerns about this is like, how do we stop anyone from just camping in a park whenever they want? Or, how do we discern? Or generally comments that sort of go toward the idea that there's an element of voluntariness in sleeping outside. And I don't know if you all were around for the last month. It was cold, right? I ride my bicycle to work. Cold outside. It's colder at night. Like, no one is choosing to sleep outside for the fun of it, right? So I think we can start from the premise that if folks are in a park doing the basic incidents of staying alive, it's because they don't have a lot of options. And what they deserve is not punishment, but compassion.
Couldn't agree more. All right. Seeing no other questions.
Senator Anwar.
Oh, excuse me. I so apologize. Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. Councilman, your testimony is something I wanted to appreciate, but also wanted to thank the city of Hartford and New Haven and all the other larger cities that have been a source of last resort for many of the people experiencing unhoused status. I had proposed one of the bills as well because I think what is happening in our society is that people are looking at somebody who's homeless as being a criminal. And this is far from true. Nobody ever has made that decision out of their choice. There's a reason, rationale, and a journey that led them to that point. Um, if you could speak a little bit about how we can do better, being without judgment and without the stigma, which results in low empathy and in making policies that have resulted in us putting this bill forward.
Thank you, Senator Arnwar, for that comment and question. And I think again, it's interesting. I feel like I hear the most objection to measures like this, measures that sort of pull us back from punishment and toward compassion, from folks who actually don't live proximate to a lot of people who are experiencing homelessness. And Senator Marks mentioned, going to the shelter in New London. I truly, I encounter and interact with my homeless neighbors every day when I take my daughter to the bus stop, when I walk home from work. These are regular folks. These are folks who could and have been our neighbors and should be our neighbors again. And I think compassion springs most of all just from contact, from recognizing that, there is no us and them. There is only us here. And it could be any of us. And I would add, if you are thankful, any of you, all of you, for the cost burden that the cities bear with regard to this, keep that energy when you think about funding pilot.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work that you do. I follow the work that you do, and I truly appreciate your leadership. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no other questions, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Next, we have Sarah, Councillor Sarah Gallagher from Hampden.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee, for having me here. My name is Sarah Gallagher, and I'm a town council member from Hampden, Connecticut. And I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 7033, which prohibits a municipality from imposing penalties on homeless persons for performing life-sustaining activities on public land. You may know that on January 23rd, 2025, the Hampden Legislative Council passed a resolution declaring housing as a human right. And this resolution really is our guiding principles in implementing proven evidence-based solutions to preventing and ending homelessness. We center our efforts on equity and commit to implementing policies that address the root causes of homelessness. Moreover, in this resolution, we committed to preventing and eliminating costly and counterproductive enforcement of civil and criminal penalties against people experiencing homelessness in the absence of adequate and alternative housing and shelter. The need for this local legislation was driven by two factors. One was the increase in homelessness that we're seeing across our country and in Connecticut. And the second is the increase we're seeing in municipalities in Connecticut and in other states in using punitive measures to address homelessness rather than evidence-based solutions. And this was driven by a summer Supreme Court decision that went back called Johnson versus the town of Grants Pass, Oregon, that allowed states and cities to make the decision on whether to use criminal punishment. We all know that homelessness is not an individual failure, but a systemic failure. Just in Hampden, we're short 1,553 affordable housing units to meet the need of our population. So think about that statewide. So given that homelessness is primarily caused by lack of affordable housing, criminalizing behaviors associated with homelessness does not address the root cause. Finding or arresting people for experiencing homelessness only exacerbates the problem. It places people at greater financial hardship and burdens people with criminal records, which can make it even harder for people to find homeless housing in the future. Moreover, we feel that our Connecticut Constitution due process clause states that no person can be deprived life, liberty, or property without due process. And imposing civil or criminal punishment to homeless individuals for undertaking life-sustaining activities including sleeping and sheltering in an unobtrusive manner when there is no other place to go, violates their constitutional protections. As state and municipal leaders, we feel that there are evidence-based actions we can take to prevent homelessness. In Hampden, we have prioritized ending homelessness through affordable, safe housing. And at the state level right now in this session, you have companion bills that will help support this legislation. You've got HB 6889, an act concerning eviction
Counselor,
for
your
cause.
3 minutes have expired. If you could please summarize. Thank you.
Will do. And HB 6893 that'll appropriate $33 million for homeless services. I urge you to support these bills as well as increased investments in rental and affordable housing so that together we can set a path that all Connecticut residents have a safe, stable, affordable place to call home. Thank you for your partnership.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Oh,
Representative Butler.
Rep Butler, sorry.
No problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Gallagher, for being here from Hampden. It sounds like Hampden has made a housing statement, okay? And sounds like you're really on track to addressing this on a local level, but I could tell you you're represented well here at the state with your very own Representative Sweet being here and the initiatives that she's taken. And I liked your testimony, and you talked about the criminal aspect of, the homelessness and the fact that they shouldn't be looked at that way. I very much agree with you in the fact that we shouldn't look at them in terms of a criminal aspect. We should look at them as just being survivals. They're just survivors. As they're going to do whatever it takes to survive. And we need to actually look at that aspect and just know that, we need to show the compassion and apply it here to do what we can to help them survive. So we heard from the councilman and talked about the aspect of the bill 7033 and what it would mean in the Hartford area. So what would this mean to the town of Hampden?
Great. That's a great question. And when we first did our resolution, we wanted to do an ordinance. We wanted to have legislation that would make it so that we could not arrest or fine folks for experiencing homelessness. We in Hampden did not have the state authority to do that. So we had to have a resolution, which as you all know, does not have as much standing or teeth as if it was an ordinance. So we did what we can. We've also invested our ARPA dollars. We had invested $1 million of our ARPA dollars to create a homeless response system. And we're doing that in coordination with our neighboring town in New Haven and the Coordinated Access Network, because we feel it is our part to not only put our stake in the ground that we know that homelessness is not an individual failure, but a systemic failure, and that housing is a solution. But we also know that it's going to take government playing our part and supporting our neighbors. So this legislation will help us to enforce and to be have a stronger stake in our ground. We know in Hampden, our police department does not arrest and fine people, and we're very lucky about that. And they've made that commitment. But I think we want to see this as state legislation so that no one is there, because we all know that people experiencing homelessness are not just in Hampden, but are in New Haven, are in Woodbridge, are in North Haven, so are not just in one town. And we wouldn't want any of our neighbors while they're in another town to be arrested or have a fine or a penalty, because people do move around and our neighbors move around.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And while we here at the state actually do a lot for enabling legislation, and especially to allow municipalities to actually do their thing. And I'm glad to see that Hampden is on the forefront in making this happen, because while we like to think that, we do a lot here at the state, actually the rubber meets the road in the municipalities. So I'd like to, thank you for what you do and just encourage you to continue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I appreciate it. And I just say we're honored at Hamden that this is now coming to the state level after we've raised this at the local level. So we're very honored to have this here. Appreciate it. And thank you for having me here.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, your testimony was very much appreciated. Next, we have Mars Rodriguez. Welcome.
Madam Chair, did you just call my name?
No, I didn't.
Okay, good.
Sorry.
Madam Chair and dignified members of this committee, thank you for having us on board. My name is Mars Rodriguez. Like I said, I'm a resident of Newington, and I'm here today to speak not just as a concerned citizen, but as someone who deeply believes in our shared humanity. I'm testifying in strong support of HB 7033. And I think this bill is not just a matter of policy, right? But it is a matter of justice, of compassion, and of dignity for some of the most vulnerable people that live among us. According to the CT Mirror from 2013 to 2024, 2023 to 2024, homelessness rose in Connecticut by 13%. It is now the third year in a row that homelessness rates has risen in Connecticut. And we know why that is, right? Strained housing, a very competitive housing market, a lack of shelters, and improving those conditions, as Councilman Mitchum said earlier, are necessary. We can do that while also preventing municipalities from punishing those who are currently unhoused. The idea that homelessness is a choice or some kind of volunteer act of being is this perpetuation of that very dangerous Nixonite, Reaganite type of thinking that says that criminality or social degeneracy or deprivation is an individual choice. And we know that's not an individual choice. It is the result of systemic failures and failures of governments to really provide for their citizens. We know this is the erosion of social safety nets, of not addressing mental health and addiction, because we'd rather use our money to bloat the budgets of police departments or to impose wealth cuts on the richest people in our state. Right, so criminalizing homelessness is something that's done with ordinances banning the unhoused from sleeping in public. That simply exacerbates the issue. A 2018 report from the National Coalition for the Homeless found that nearly 50% of individuals experiencing homelessness said that they have been cited or arrested for sleeping in public. And we know what this does. It creates a criminal record. It prevents them from securing safe and affordable housing in the future. And it just perpetuates that cycle of poverty and of homelessness that is just going to keep worsening the issue over and over. And like I said, we know what addresses this. We know how we can fix this. Permanent supportive housing, access to mental health care, addiction treatments, more job training programs, just really opening up the opportunities as much as possible to fix this issue at its core. When we criminalize homelessness and acts that people engage in to just simply survive, we're telling people that they don't deserve basic human dignity, that they aren't supposed to be treated like the rest of us who are well off. While most of us probably sitting in this room are 2 weeks away from being homeless ourselves if we lose our paycheck, right? We are much closer to being in those same experiences than being in the circles with the millionaires and the billionaires who are trying to absolutely destroy our material conditions. So I ask you to support this bill, not just simply because it is the right thing to do, but because the data and the human stories that are behind that data tell us that we can do better. It is, of my opinion, as someone who has a master's degree in political science, that a society should be judged by how it treats those at the bottom, not what it does for those at the top. And with that, I end my testimony.
Thank you so much, Mars. Any questions or comments from, Rep. Turco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment. Mars, really appreciate, as a constituent of mine from Newington, you coming here and testifying on this legislation and your passion around this issue. And as you said, I mean, this is of no fault of people that they find themselves in a situation without a home. As someone earlier had said, this is probably the most vulnerable time that somebody is experiencing in their life, and they need all the help they can from government, from the community, from fellow neighbors, and to penalize or put further pressure on them is just going to make the situation even worse. So really appreciate your comments on this, your advocacy and leadership. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Travis Woodward, followed by Mayor Elicker. So Travis, you are next.
Just pulling over. Good morning, Senator Marks, Representative Felipe, Senator Sampson, Representative Scott, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Travis Woodward. I'm a resident of Hamden and an engineer for the Connecticut Department of Transportation. I'm also president of CSCA SCIU Local 2001, a labor union representing 25,000 state, municipal, Board of Ed, active and retired public and private sector workers, including building inspectors working in municipalities throughout Connecticut, as well as state building inspectors in DAS construction services. For the following testimony on behalf of the members of CSCA in opposition to HB 7029. HB 7029 is full of unintended consequences that will put the safety of people at risk while simultaneously wasting taxpayer dollars and harming broad economic development. Right now, state building inspectors working alongside state fire marshals are responsible for performing the permit approval inspections on state building projects like courthouses. And for municipal building projects like town halls or private developments like an apartment building, local building officials are responsible for the permit inspection work. If HB 7029 were to become law, it would take the core governmental function of ensuring the safety of the public during the construction and ongoing use of publicly accessible building away from dedicated professionals who currently do this work and beyond the effective oversight of the public. HB 7029 proposes to have the state building inspector, the coded standards of the committee, and the commissioner of DAS establish a program to certify the independent inspections and independent inspection firms to perform inspections under the state building code. Who can hire these inspectors? The state, the town, or a building, or can a builder directly hire their own inspectors? What will happen at the conclusion of these inspections? Will a third-party investigator give their report to the builder, and then the members of the public will just have to trust that everything is safe? HB 7029 does not provide any meaningful ability for the public to truly know what the building they are entering into was constructed safely. HB 7029 leaves total discretion to DAS to come up with the program to certify third-party inspectors, which means the public in general and the General Assembly members in specific will only know what the program is after the program is created and put into use by DAS. So we do not know what the program is going to be, and that's on top of the lack of specificity of this law as to how the program will be administered or effectively monitored for compliance. Currently, if the state or the municipality requires additional inspectors, whether because they are of need for some sort of highly specialized expertise or due to short staffing, they can contract a consulting inspector who works directly for the public entity. When you lose specialists in the field of building inspectors, you risk slowing down projects, and that can be frustrating to a contractor. But there's nothing holding back DAS or a local building official from soliciting technical expertise to bolster the inspection unit. 20 years ago, DAS brought in
Your
consultants.
3 minutes have expired. If you could please summarize. Thank you.
Yep. We encourage DAS and local building officials to work with ranking file, state, and local building inspectors to develop a program to identify, recruit, train, and hire the next generation of building inspectors. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I urge the members of the committee to oppose the bill.
Thank you, Travis. Much appreciate your testimony. Any questions from any of our members? Rep. Butler, do you have?
Yes.
Okay, Rep. Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Travis, for your testimony. This isn't my bill, but I would imagine that this was brought forward because somebody was concerned about having enough people to actually do the building inspections in a timely fashion. You just stated at the end of a possible solution of actually bringing on board more building code inspectors. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit? I know you're a little rushed to get through that 3 minutes, but I'd like to hear that because it seems to me we need to actually build a farm team of people who could come on board to perform these duties.
Yeah, if delays are being realized, then we should definitely staff up and have enough to handle the baseline level of inspections. But if there's a potential surge of them being needed, then there are consulting services out there that can do the work as long as they're answering to the public. Then it remains safe. And that's what we did 20 years ago. That's what we could bring back now.
Well, thank you for your answer. For me, in terms of having more people perform this, I'd rather to have instead of consultants, because you may well have the view of when you use consultants versus uh, other folks, that cost of service is kind of escalated. So I'd rather grow the officials that actually perform this. I while consultants might be a partial solution today, I think it'd be better for us to grow um, the amount of people who perform this on a daily basis, because a lot of the code and building inspections that take place is directly related to housing being built in a timely basis, because people who actually can't actually uh, uh, get the inspections done, that just drives back delays and sometimes cost. And so um, we should really endeavor to actually do more training to bring more people in to be able to provide this service. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. And preaching to the choir there, I work for DOT, where our services are contracted out for engineers, and it is 55 to 63% more expensive to contract out. But it's just a potential short-term solution until we could staff up our department.
Any other questions from the committee members? So thank you, Travis. So this was brought to us by the building, the private building inspectors, and we've never heard from the municipalities or from the municipal building inspectors that there's a problem. So is there a problem in developments not being delayed because we don't have enough municipal building inspectors?
I can't speak to the municipal part. I represent the agency workers, but if this passed as is, we wouldn't want it expanded to include the state employees as well. So that's our major concern. I'm sure we could find somebody from the municipalities to speak for or against.
Okay, and then you said that 20 years ago you did something. It sounded like that was no longer, that program has ended. Is that what I'm understanding correctly?
Yes, I don't believe they currently do that now, but 20 years ago, DAS had the ability to hire consultants to supplement the state workforce.
Okay, so it was DAS hiring them as opposed to the developer.
Correct. Yeah, and then that's the way it could be. It should be all go through the public.
Yeah. All right. Your testimony is much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, thank you. And next we have Mayor Elicker from New Haven.
Thanks, Senator Marks, and apologize for jumping the gun there. Co-chair Senator Marks and Representative Felipe and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. I'm Justin Elicker, the mayor of New Haven. I'm testifying on two bills. One is in support of SB 1361, an act establishing a housing growth fund for a municipal grant program. And I'm also here to testify with some significant concerns about HB 7033, an act prohibiting a municipality from imposing any penalty on homeless persons for performing life-sustaining activities on public land. On SB 1361, Connecticut, as you all know, has a statewide shortage of over 110,000 units in the most constrained housing market in the country. We need to build more housing, and particularly affordable and deeply affordable housing. We very much appreciate the state's continued investment in housing, including the governor's proposed $400 million for the Flex program and $300 million for the Housing Trust Fund over the biennium. But these efforts are not enough to close the housing gap quickly. Flex funding is projected to support around 7,500 affordable homes over the next 2 years. A meaningful step forward, but at that rate, it's going to take close to 30 years to meet Connecticut's current housing needs. In New Haven, we enthusiastically are building housing, including a large percent of affordable housing. Just this past year, we issued 500 new housing permits and brought 1,000 new units online, with over 40% affordable. However, in today's high interest rate environment and soaring construction costs, it's made it very difficult for us to get more affordable housing initiatives off the ground. So affordable housing initiatives cost money and require subsidies to make the math work. SB 1361 provides cities and towns with a tool to accelerate affordable housing production through a dedicated fund. In each legislative session, there's a lot of controversy between those that want to compel municipalities to create affordable housing and those who are reluctant to build. SB 1361 gives an option for us to reward and encourage the cities and towns that really want to grow. Specific to HB 7033, while the spirit of the initiative is really good, we have some significant concerns about the proposal that effectively allows someone who's experiencing homelessness to take over public land indefinitely and also potentially put themselves at risk. New Haven, we bend over backwards to help people that are experiencing homelessness. We have $1.8 million of our own general fund budget that are dedicated towards individuals experiencing homelessness, 8 shelters, including purchasing a hotel, drop-in centers, warming centers, outreach workers. And let me be clear, we do not criminalize homelessness. We do not arrest people that are homeless. But while in reality, New Haven doesn't have a lot of encampments, when we find there are encampments, they are associated nearly always with dangerous activity, human waste, or the heating of highly flammable tents with propane gas, heaps of trash. Our outreach workers work very hard to provide solutions for those who are currently unhoused prior to removing tents. But HB 7033 would effectively allow a single person to occupy public land.
Mayor, your 3 minutes have expired. If you could please summarize. Thank
Will
you.
do. That is meant to be available for all the public and for themselves to set up camp nearly anywhere in the city or state land there indefinitely. I'm happy to talk more about our concerns there, but I encourage the committee to just think very thoroughly about that legislation, and if not reject it, amend it to make it so that it doesn't have a negative impact on municipalities like ours. Thank you for your time.
Yep. Rep. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your comments on 7033, and I think Chair Felipe did have addressed that earlier in the process, right at the beginning of the public hearing about the permanent nature of that. And I think there's going to be some wording changes on that. So I appreciate your support of that. And I think we're pretty much in alignment that we're not looking for the permanent structures or any of that kind of stuff allowing within this bill. So thank you for that support. And I think we will definitely be taking that under consideration and making some tweaks to that to make sure that the permanent nature won't be facilitated, because we know the issues you've had within your city, but I appreciate everything you've done for the homeless community within New Haven.
Thank you. I would just add one other component. I've read the bill, not in fine detail, but it also appears that someone could park a vehicle indefinitely on public land, whether that's in a park or on a street. And you and I are not allowed to do that in many cases in our municipalities. So I hope that that's another thing that you work to address as well.
Are you all set, Rep. Scott? Okay. Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your leadership in addressing many challenges in New Haven. I want to talk to you about one of the other bills that's here about tiny homes. And I know that New Haven has been ahead of the curve for rest of the state of Connecticut. Can you share your experience and the path towards it, and how has it addressed some of the challenges, if you would, please?
Sure. So we've actually explored tiny homes a lot. And if tiny homes are built based on the state building code, they're actually quite expensive. And while they're a small part of the solution to the challenges that we're facing around housing, I would say they're only a small part of the solution. We've generally estimated, because the state building code requires a bathroom, requires kitchens, they require all the sanitary, that a tiny home, if it's abiding by state building code, is around $100,000, potentially more dollars per unit. And in a city like ours, while we've looked a lot for potential properties, generally our approach is to build much denser structures that allow for a lot more housing. My own opinion is that tiny homes are much more appropriate for a suburban environment or as an accessory dwelling unit. And in New Haven, there's some allowance for accessory dwelling unit, and we're working with the alders to expand that. But again, if it abides by the state building code, it can be quite expensive.
Thank you so much. And then another area I wanted clarification is there's a mindset in people who are in the suburban areas that the homelessness does not happen there. But you know, and I know that the people who are experiencing unhoused status are coming to the larger cities because their own areas or towns are not equipped to be able to manage some of those challenges. Can you expand on this a little bit too, if you could, please?
Yeah, I appreciate you raising that. And I think that that's a little bit related with our concerns about SB 7033, that, just to take New Haven's example, we have 8 shelters. None of the towns that touch New Haven have any shelters. We're really grateful that Hampden and West Haven have in recent years opened warming centers during the winter, but otherwise, none of our surrounding towns offer shelters. And people come to New Haven not only for the services we provide, but it's if they're going to be staying outdoors, they're more proximate to things that a convenience store and things like that that they may need. And so we face we take a lot more of the responsibility for supporting individuals that are unhoused in Connecticut. And the real solution is for all of us to do this work together to increase the amount of supportive housing, increase the amount of affordable housing in all of our communities to help all of us address this significant challenge.
Thank you, Mayor Elicker. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other question? Oh, Rep. Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rep. Scott actually brought forward the chair's point that he plans to actually put language in place to address some of the issues that you presented, Mr. Mayor. And so you could look forward to your concerns being addressed by new language that will be put in place. Senator Onward actually took my question about the tiny homes, but I just wanted to expand on that a little bit because you mentioned that it's just a small part of a bigger problem. And my question to you is, because you have experience with this, if you have funding to actually bring to bear tiny homes or actually use funding for more dense housing solution, which would you rather do, or do you see a combination of the two being brought to bear to help the housing initiatives in a city like New Haven?
In a city like New Haven, while we have still a decent amount of developable land, we think the best use of it is to build much more dense housing. Frankly, we've spent a lot of time with our team looking for a potential pilot location for tiny homes and just haven't found the appropriate spot. As I said earlier, I do think that accessory dwelling units that are in the backyard of someone's home, for example, are a real opportunity for tiny homes. And I like the idea of incentivizing private property owners to build tiny homes as part of the solution. But as far as the developable land in the city, I mean, we're looking at, with most of our development projects, 50 units, 100 units, in some cases more than that. And we think that that's our kind of strategic role here, is making sure that in a city, we build as densely as possible to address that 110,000 housing unit need. I'd also add just, I took a quick look at the proposal, and it says that the state should identify private and municipally owned land to develop tiny homes. And I would add state land to that list. I'm not sure why that wasn't added to the list, because the state has a lot of property that could potentially be used for tiny homes as well.
All right. Thank you for your testimony and sharing with us, especially perspective of a city like New Haven that has, it has a lot of resources and a lot of experience in the housing arena. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, much appreciated, Mayor Elicker.
Thanks, Senator Marks. Take care.
Next, we have Stephanie Boyce online.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Stephanie Boyce, and I am the Director of Homeless Prevention Outreach and Food Access Programs at Hands on Hartford, as well as a resident of Middletown. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today in favor of House Bill 7033. I have had the privilege of working alongside individuals experiencing homelessness for over a decade. Throughout this time, I have witnessed firsthand the profound injustices they face, particularly in how they are treated by the systems meant to serve and protect them. Homelessness is not a crime, yet our unhoused neighbors are too often criminalized for simply trying to survive. People who are forced to live on the streets are given tickets and fines for actions that are directly tied to their struggle to stay alive, such as panhandling or sleeping in a park after dusk. When these individuals are handed court summons, many will never make it to the hearings. The harsh reality is that for someone living without stable shelter, survival is the only priority, and remembering a court date can become an insurmountable task. Missing a court day appearance typically leads to warrants for their arrest, which in turn leads to incarceration, further complicating their lives and worsening their circumstances. I recall an instance from last fall when our outreach team worked with an individual living in an encampment here in the capital city. He had been offered a housing opportunity, but it was delayed because he was incarcerated after missing a court date related to unpaid fines stemming directly from his homelessness. We had to conduct his housing appointments virtually from jail to ensure that once released, he could still secure a home. 1 month after his release, he moved into an apartment, but the damage had already been done. His time in jail not only delayed his housing, but also deeply impacted his mental and physical well-being, diminishing his quality of life. I also think back to an individual I worked with years ago, someone who was forced to sleep outside. Again, here in the capital city, he was incarcerated for defending himself against a group of young adults who attacked him. He too had a housing opportunity, but it was lost when he was arrested and charged with a felony. 1 month after his release, he died on the very steps of the building in downtown Hartford, never getting the chance to live in a home of his own. These stories are not isolated incidents. They are part of a larger systemic issue where unhoused neighbors are trapped in a cycle of criminalization, incarceration, and deprivation. We must advocate for the dignity, respect, and support that every human being deserves, regardless of their housing status. The criminalization of homelessness does nothing but exacerbate the problem, further entrenching individuals in a cycle that is nearly impossible to break. It is time to stop treating homelessness as a crime and start addressing the complex, multifaceted issue that it is, one that requires compassion, empathy, and systemic change. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to this issue.
Thank you, Stephanie. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony, much appreciated. Next, we have Attorney Podolsky. Welcome, sir.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much. Members of the committee, my name is Raphael Podolsky. I'm an attorney with Connecticut Legal Services. I'm here on behalf of the legal aid programs, and I'm going to speak very briefly on several bills. First of all, I just want to say House Bill number 7036 on fair rent commissions. We support that bill as a way to get fair rent commissions to a broader number of towns. On House Bill number 7030, which is about the open choice rental assistance program, we support making it a permanent program and expanding it. The rest of my time, I kind of want to say something about the bills that impact zoning. I've had a long history with 8-30G. I disagree with a number of the things that I've heard other witnesses say about it. And I just want to stress to you the importance of protecting and preserving that statute and keeping it strong. It's ironic to hear it referred to as not providing workforce housing, because in the generic sense of workforce, that's actually the market it plays to. Probably people earning households between maybe $30,000 and $70,000. are the primary beneficiaries of 8-30G. The issue that we have, the issue that we have with bills that try to add things to the 10% is it doesn't understand what, they don't understand what, those bills don't recognize what 10% is about. It is about those towns that are heavily impacted by long-term affordable housing already in their housing stock, government assisted or long-term deed restricted. That's what it measures. When you add things that don't meet those requirements, then what you're doing is you are not providing what the 10% figure is for. If you were going to try and devise a way to count simply low-cost housing, you would necessarily have to substantially raise the 10% number as a threshold. Otherwise, all it does is exempt towns that do not, in fact, have that kind of housing. It's not a requirement for anybody to have it. It's the question as to whether you are covered or not covered by that particular statute. So that several bills that are here, the ADU bill is one of them, are bills that are written to count as housing for the 10%, count things that do not have any long-term affordable restrictions. And those things all do count towards the 10% if they do have such restrictions. So for example, workforce housing with those restrictions counts to the 10%. Accessory dwelling units with those restrictions count to the 10%. You don't need to change the statute to get them counted. You need to recognize that the 10% is a measure of certain kinds of government-assisted and long-term restricted. It's also
3 minutes have expired. If you could
Right.
please summarize.
The other thing I would just say is it's important to recognize the way in which the statute incentivizes towns to move forward through the moratorium process. That has been really important, and numerous towns have taken advantage of that, including Darien, Ridgefield, New Canaan, Westport. Those are all things that are very within reach, and they accomplish exactly what 8-30G is designed to do. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Are there other bills that you, go right ahead if there was other bills that you wanted to testify about?
No, I've sort of hit on, I didn't give the numbers, but there are, I think I filed written testimony on 7 bills, but that's okay. I don't need to go over them one by one. All right. Well, let me just say this. 7031 deals with accessory dwelling units. We do not support that. 7037 involves workforce housing. We don't support that. Again, we support the kind of housing, but not by using 8-30G and weakening 8-30G as the incentive. In the governor's bill 1252, we're concerned about the part of it that uses 8-30G moratorium as an incentive. The rest of the bill we're okay with, but that's the better incentives are the subsidy-oriented incentives to subsidize development.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Yep, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Counselor, good to see you today.
Yes. Thank you.
Just a question through the chairs. You started by talking about 7036, which is the bill about the establishment of additional fair rent commissions. And as was pointed out, the current law says communities that have over 25,000 for a population. Is there anything in the current statute that you're aware of that prohibits other towns from establishing a fair rent commission?
No. Smaller towns are free to. Eight of the smaller towns have commissions, some of them going back quite a number of years. But there have been 3 of the smaller towns in the last, I believe, 2 or 3 years that have created commissions. East Lyme, Wyndham, Killingworth, those are all fairly new commissions in towns that don't have to have one under the statute.
Through you, Madam Chairman, thank you for that answer. I guess based on that, what is the reason for supporting a mandate? There's 169 towns. I would say I don't know how many towns are actually above 25,000. I think that's probably around 35 or 40 towns.
45, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, you got over 100 towns that are not required to, but as you mentioned, some of them have chosen to do so already. I'm very hesitant about creating any kind of mandates on our towns these days. I mean, property taxes are off the chart, and those property taxes impact housing providers as well. And so if we're going to be mandating, small towns, that is going to put additional costs on them. Housing provider costs will go up in the form of taxes and so forth. That seems to be a net increase on rent at the end of the day. Do you see anything wrong with my logic through you, Madam Chairman?
Is that a yes or no question? I think that I don't think it raises the problem that you raise. First of all, I just want to say this is not like my bill, but I think it's the ultimate reason for doing something like this is because the tenants only have a right to challenge a rent increase if the town has a fair rent commission or if they're seniors are disabled in larger buildings. Other than that, you can't go to court, for example, to challenge a rent increase. So in the absence of that, it means the residents in small towns, tenants who live in small towns, essentially don't have the same right to challenge the tenants in the larger towns do. So that's the first thing. So that's one reason. It creates that possibility for tenants who are in those towns. But the second thing is, and it's really, I think, pretty creative about the bill, it builds on the fact that the existing statute already says towns can combine to create a joint fair rent commission. And it goes a step further by giving councils of government the authority to organize what amount to regional fair rent commissions. And that goes, I think, directly to what your concern, and actually my concern too, about small towns not having the resources to be able to generate a fair rent commission. For example, sometimes they have a hard time finding members for the commission at all. So what the bill does is it creates a way that towns could comply with the mandate without having to create their own separate fair rent commission. So if there's, say, roughly 100 towns that don't have, and with them, those 100 towns have about 20% of the tenant population in the state. So what it does is by combining, it creates that possibility. And it may turn out, for example, that if the councils of government become a key entity for doing this, that by consolidating, but you might need one staff person to help cover 10 or 15 or 20 towns, that you may be able to actually fund it through them rather than, and they may have financial resources for that rather than through the town itself. So it solves a lot of problems for the town at the same time that it gives a remedy for the tenant who would like to be able to file a complaint.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the answer. You do a great job of expressing your views, and I understand not your bill, but we give you a lot of deference as someone who has keen insight on these issues. Certainly, I don't always agree with your assessment, including the notion that these are rights we're talking about. I mean, a government cannot transfer a right to a person or provide a right. The government only can take things away from people, and in the sense that we're taking away the ability for property owners to be able to determine what they want to charge for rent. That is not a right granted to a tenant. Rights are natural and protected by government in some cases, but they cannot be offered or granted. You didn't really address my main question, which was about the cost. And I understand you did kind of allude to that when you talked about the COGS being involved, but now you're talking about a whole layer of government being added, and additional layers of government add costs as well. The reason why I brought this up as a question was because, I'm familiar with the town of Southington, which had a newly mandated Fair Rent Commission a couple of years ago, but they rarely meet because generally what happens is when people contact the commission, there's a solution that's arbitrated by the town attorney. And that is a cost. I mean, that doesn't happen for free. I mean, maybe several $100s a whack for each one of those that happens. And, maybe not a big deal for a town that has 25,000 population that's spread over a lot of taxpayers. But I'm just concerned about, the Basras and Franklins of the world. True that they don't have a lot of need because they probably don't have a lot of rental property to begin with. I just, I guess I don't have a further question. Counselor, you made a very strong case for your view. For me, it is more about, creating a mandate on towns that I think is unnecessary given that they can create them on their own. Thank you.
Any other? Okay, Rep. Corpus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to refer back to something that you said about accessory dwelling units and workforce housing. Earlier in the hearing, we talked about the complexities of if they're included under 830G as affordable housing, they would need to be deed restricted in some way, or there would be the complexity of counting them in some years. And then if the deed restriction came off, having to not count them in other years. But putting all of that aside, I have two towns, one of which is above 10% for purposes of 830G and one of which is below. And in the town that is below 10%, it's beneficial, would you agree, to create affordable accessory dwelling units and workforce housing, just as a matter of principle and increase?
Yeah, no. I think those are, I think it's beneficial to create more housing of all sorts. And so that's a good thing. I'm certainly not against creating more housing.
I agree, but we are disincentivized, our town municipal government is disincentivized from creating that housing because if we're not, because if the affordable housing numerator is staying the same, by creating that kind of housing, we're digging ourselves further in the 830G hole, so to speak, because the number of housing units are increasing and yet our affordable housing is not increasing. So the way the statute works, we're placed in a bind where a lot of the housing that would be great to create, we're disincentivized by 830G from creating or having.
I don't think it's worked that way at all. One of the things that I think has worked, for example, is the moratorium in 8-30G. For a lot of towns who don't like 830G, working to get a moratorium actually becomes an incentive. I mean, I think it's unfortunate that that's the way towns think about it, but that happens. And I think towns are fairly open. Some of those towns are fairly open about it. The way it incentivizes, though, is it creates a 4-year period. If you have generated enough housing to obtain a moratorium, which turns out to be quite doable, then you've got 4 years to try and get a second moratorium or a third or a fourth. But in those 4 years, the developers are not going to be able to use 8-30G, so that those towns that have used that 4-year opportunity as a chance to sort of manage their own zoning development and help direct housing where they want it or whatever kind of housing, it actually incentivizes them to do that. And in fact, towns have had, Darien, for example, has had 2 moratoria. And towns can continue. There's no maximum on the number. At some point, I suppose if you did enough of them, you would eventually get to 10%. But the whole point of the moratorium approach is to acknowledge that a lot of towns are not going to get to 10%. They're never going to get to 10%. But that's the wrong focus for those towns. Those towns should and now do think moratorium. And the moratorium is incentivized. Based on the kind of housing you do. So for example, rental gets more points than ownership. Family gets more points than elderly. The 10% list isn't incentivized like that, but the moratorium is. So if towns, for example, get a nonprofit developer to build something in their town, they're going to get points for all the units, not just some of them. They're not going to have the problem you described at all because the numerator and denominator will go up together. But even with an 8-30G, you're getting 30%, which is 3 times 10%. So I don't, at least in the experience I've seen, it works the other way, and it really does. And so it gets people upset sometimes, but it doesn't disincentivize what the prospects of doing housing.
I guess through you, Madam Chair, I guess through my perspective, and I know that of my district, a large majority of the district, if we could make a statute that works, I guess the answer can't be, if we want to build more affordable housing stock like ADUs and workforce housing and affordable housing, it has to be a statute that works and in which all of those kinds of housing are building up to the total. The answer can't be then just use the workaround. Because if just using the workaround is the way to get those affordable housing units to count, then there's something flawed about the statute. I guess it would be my opinion of the concept.
Well, we've seen a lot of what they call friendly 8-30Gs, where the existence of the statute does work out compromises. The other things I guess I just need to say, there's a huge difference between what we call workforce housing and accessory dwelling units. Accessory dwelling units meet a very niche need, but they are not in general the units that you're going to use to make towns more affordable. They're typically meant for one bedroom, essentially one bedroom units, often for older people, often for people who often not even put out on the market. And if you couldn't find one, it's because it's maybe for a family member. That's not anything against having those units. They can be important. But in terms of meeting the kinds of housing needs that people often talk about, you really need apartments for that. And that have that are not efficiencies, that are 1, 2, 3 bedrooms. And so they're good things. I don't want to understate that aspect, but they don't solve the same problem. They address really a different kind of problem. And so when a town says, well, we've got ADUs, but they're blocking the building, the construction of any density for apartment complexes, well, part of that's good. Part of it is not good, though. And that's where 8-30G, I think, really comes into play. And it's all the other things you talk about in terms of zoning, I think, don't work without a strong 8-30G. And that's why I think it's so important that you protect it. Everybody is interested in seeing more housing units built, whether those units are or are not restricted. 8-30G plays a critical role.
Thank you. My last comment, and I agree, you're not going to get the same scale with ADUs that you're going to be able to get with a dense apartment complex, but it does serve a great purpose in a bedroom community like the ones I represent, to allow older people to stay in the town where they raise their families, and to allow young families to get a starter home that they might not otherwise be able to afford if an opportunity brings them to our state from the state of New York. And so those things have a lot of value in communities like mine, and a lot of value to our state economy. So I thank you. I learn something a lot every time I hear you testify. So even though we don't agree on everything, I really thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any other committee members? Seeing none. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Hugh Bailey. Oh, you know what? Before that, I'm just going to ask all those online that are waiting on their turn, if you would please accept your panelist promotion. Otherwise, we will not be able to hear your testimony. Thank you. And Mr. Bailey, go right ahead.
Thank you to members of the committee for the chance to testify today. My name is Hugh Bailey. I'm the Policy Director at Open Communities Alliance. We are a civil rights nonprofit focused on housing. I'm here today to speak in opposition to several bills before the committee today. These bills are HB 7031, HB 7037, and SB 1252. Each of these bills would award points to towns toward an 830G moratorium without requiring the construction of units that would have long-term affordability. Accessory apartments and workforce housing could both already qualify for 830G points if they are deed restricted or receive government support, making these bills unnecessary. The third bill would reward points for zoning for specific densities, not the construction of affordable units. Density is welcome, and the state should work to encourage more of it, but it is not the same as affordability. I think we know many towns, especially in the job-rich areas of the state, are severely lacking in deed-restricted affordable housing. One of the only paths toward building that type of housing in these towns is 830G. And I think we also know that 830G can be very controversial. But it is clear that without it, there would be little to no affordable housing development in some of our most restrictive communities. And through the moratorium process, towns can use that time to plan for the housing that they would like to see rather than having to deal with whatever is proposed. So I think it's important to view 830G not as a burden on towns, but as a positive good that offers one of the few viable means for people with modest incomes to afford to live in some of these communities. And because of that, these proposals that weaken or otherwise diminish the effectiveness of 830G should be opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members? All right, seeing none. Thank you so much, Mr. Bailey. And next we have Eline Sabin. Okay. Go right ahead, Eli.
Thank you. And good afternoon, chairs, ranking members, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Eli Sabin, and I'm the Legislative Coordinator at Connecticut Voices for Children, a research and advocacy organization working to ensure that Connecticut is a thriving and equitable state where all children achieve their full potential. I'm testifying today in support of HB 1361, an act establishing a housing growth fund for municipal grant program, and HB 7036, an act requiring the establishment of fair rent commissions. Connecticut Voices supports the creation of a $50 million housing growth fund because it will establish a vital new funding stream for housing development in our state. The bill, which would create a $50 million grant fund to support municipalities that are encouraging new housing construction, will help incentivize cities and towns to build the homes Connecticut needs. As we've heard at public hearing after public hearing this session, Connecticut is facing a housing crisis that is leaving residents with few affordable options and making it difficult for hundreds of thousands of families to meet their basic needs. According to a recent study, Connecticut has the most constrained housing supply in the country, with only a 7% vacancy rate and extremely high housing demand. There's a significant need for more affordable housing across our state. By establishing a fund that can invest $50 million every year into municipalities that are supporting the construction of new homes, HB 1361 will take real action to build the housing our state needs. CT Voices urges the Housing Committee to pass this critical investment in desperately needed housing construction. Connecticut Voices for Children also supports HB 7036, an act requiring the establishment of fair rent commissions. Given our housing crisis and the extremely low vacancy rates and rising rents we're seeing across the state, more tenants need a fair and impartial institution that can adjudicate situations where landlords may be using their market power to neglect repairs and demand excessive rent increases. Fair rent commissions provide tenants the power and opportunity to speak up for themselves and ensure that their rights are protected, and we support the expansion of fair rent commissions into more communities across our state. HB 7036 would make this vital resource available in every town by requiring that all towns, including those with fewer than 25,000 residents, create or join a fair rent commission. Importantly, the bill would allow for the creation of joint fair rent commissions, reducing the burden on some of our smaller towns. While Connecticut has had fair rent commissions for decades, they've only been mandated in towns of a certain size. And currently, commissions exist in approximately 38 of Connecticut's 169 towns. Under the current statute, towns like Wyndham, with a population under 25,000, is not required to have a fair rent commission. But over half the people living in Wyndham, I think around 52%, rent their homes. So establishing a fair rent commission in Wyndham and other towns like it would benefit the majority of those towns' residents. It is imperative to have protections like fair rent commissions in place for all tenants, as homelessness and housing insecurity are on the rise in Connecticut. That's why CT Voices supports HB 7036 and urges the Housing Committee to support it as well. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you so much, Eli. Next, we have Zach Levy. Hi, Zach. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Marks, Representative Felipe, ranking members, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Zach Levy, and I'm a Legislative and Political Associate Director for Aspen Council 4, which represents 30,000 public and private sector workers across Connecticut, including municipal building inspectors who would be negatively affected by the proposed legislation. House Bill 7029 seeks to privatize building inspection by allowing local and state officials to hire private inspection firms to do public work. While we need to build more housing in Connecticut, the path to do so cannot include privatizing public responsibilities that protect residents. By establishing a program to certify independent inspectors and independent inspection firms, it will allow the state and municipalities to outsource the work of a building inspector. It could also potentially lead to a developer hiring their own inspector to police themselves. This type of unethical abuse of power is possible in a program like this without the confines of legislative oversight or input from the public. When it comes to the important work of building inspection, it is critical that the public and legislators have a say in the process that could impact our communities. The responsibility of a building inspector is to protect the public by ensuring structures comply with established codes and standards. They are accountable to the public if there is a mistake that is made. This is why municipal building inspectors are trained and held to high standards to make sure that they are accurate when applying building codes. Privatizing this work not only could lead to conflicts of interest between private inspectors and developers, it also brings profit into the equation where private inspectors could sacrifice public safety to make additional dollars. Private inspectors or inspection firms can also charge higher fees for the work, which would increase building costs. The public puts their trust in municipal building inspectors to make sure that the buildings and homes that they enter are safe and compliant with all regulations. Local municipal building inspectors also have local knowledge that can be beneficial to both the municipality and building developers. Privatizing this work undermines the public trust that people have when entering their buildings and homes, as the responsibility shifts away from accountability to them. In search of a solution to having development in a quicker fashion, we should be looking at ways to have more robust building inspection departments with qualified public employees doing the work instead of privatizing the government's responsibility. We urge the committee to oppose House Bill 7029 and now privatize the important work of building inspection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Questions? Yep, Rep. Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Levy, for that testimony. You mentioned one scenario in which a city or town municipality outsources the services for any number of reasons to a private firm. In that situation, who is the private firm or individual? Who do they owe the allegiance to in that situation?
Well, I think ultimately private firms owe the allegiance to themselves for making a profit. That's why they're trying to do the job. They're private sector firms only have one goal, and that is to maximize their profits and income streams, not provide public good and public services.
Okay, thank you for that testimony. I would, it's been my observation that we have seen that, there are many services that towns and cities outsource, like, legal counsel, perhaps. There's town attorneys that are not necessarily employees of the municipality or the state for that matter. So I'm curious why, in a situation where perhaps maybe there's we've had my town, I would say we've had a building official retire. They couldn't backfill, so they're grabbing from other towns to, through an agreement with another town. So why, if there's a private agreement between a private sector under contract with the allegiance to the town, why couldn't that work similar as it does in other situations?
Well, I think
Through you, Madam Chair, excuse me.
I think when we talk about like specific or specialized things like a legal department, that is a little different than a building inspector who is in charge of ensuring that regulations that benefit the municipality and also the residents and workers that will be in those buildings and homeowners. That is different. Those are two kind of different things. I believe Travis Woodward, who spoke earlier, talked about other types of solutions that are short term that can maybe fill this gap. But in the scenario you described, where your town had a building inspector retired, the agreement they made was with other towns' public employees. It wasn't necessarily a private sector. It's another town's public employee who is responsible to the public and has the oversight of both their elected leaders in town and the public that they respond to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to take this a little further, I guess, the licensed building officials, they have, they're governed and licensed. Hebron has the same license as, Bridgeport. They have the same certification. And sometimes they'll go from one municipality to the other, but it's not having that knowledge base or that certification doesn't require that they be a public employee to have that. So I'm just curious if somebody had that same certification as a licensed building inspector and they're under the purview and under the contract with the town, and the town is paying the bill and has the oversight of the town officials, why they couldn't be permitted to, why that would be any different if they're bringing their field of expertise, being guided and under the direction of the public officials.
Because when we introduce privatization or private sector employees or businesses into what is a public service that is not seeking to make a profit, it is simply seeking to make a service, deliver a service to the public. I think that it is dangerous to bring in private sector and privatized businesses, even if the public sector may have to sign off on that. A lot of times what we'll see is that privatization will come in and then the public sector has to do the work anyway. So if a private sector firm goes out and inspects a building and cuts corners, nothing is saying that he still won't get paid, but the public sector would still have to go in and fix their sloppy work. At the end of the day, the private firm has one responsibility, and that is to increase profits. That is fundamentally opposed to what a municipal public building inspector would do, which is there to make sure the building is safe for the residents, the workers, and anyone who may enter it.
Through you, Madam Chair. And I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I think the goal of this proposal is to allow some flexibilities with cities and towns to, maybe one of the goals is to allow some latitude to cities and towns to decide, maybe they can't afford a full-time building inspector, and then they can't enter into an agreement with a neighboring municipality. I'm just giving a what if from my perspective, and if there's a person who does this for hire who's under the perspective, they're contracted with the town, they owe their allegiance to the town, profit or not. I mean, given that example, I mean, we pave roads all the time. That goes out to private, municipals, the state. Those are private contractors, private trucks, private pavers working under the direction of the state because we don't have simply enough DOT workers. So under the example you gave of a profit motive, we would never contract with those people. We would have to hire thousands and thousands of DOT workers just for that perspective. And it's been found that when you're, so the reason that we do that, we take that model and follow that model is because it allows for flexibility, because those DOT workers may need to be trimming trees on one day and fixing potholes another day and plowing snow this time of year. So they'll outsource certain things where it doesn't make sense. So I think that's all I'm trying to get at here. I don't necessarily agree with the profit motive. Understanding that is the way private businesses stay in business, and if not, there would be no tax revenue if they weren't. None of us would we wouldn't have a job up here that worked for the private sector. But I will just say that I think that example works in many other different industries. Not compelling a town to do that. But I would just want to make that point that we do it elsewhere. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anybody else? So good to see you.
Good to see you.
So privatization of our services. I'm going to go to healthcare. And if anybody has seen healthcare over the last 20, 25 years, when your doctor used to have his own business, so not public, but right, he was there, or she was there, I should say she was there, to care for you and to make sure you have a good outcome. And now it's all about productivity and making sure you order the tests that are going to make the most profit for the company that is hiring that healthcare worker. We see it all the time, and I cannot say that our healthcare has improved since we went to privatization. And when the good representative stated about the DOT workers doing the paving, there's a reason now why DOT has to hire out to the private firms, right? If you want to tell us, I mean, it's kind of obvious, but I will let you say, why are the DOT firms and some of the municipalities having to go to the private firms?
I think that this is the consequence of years and decades of austerity governments, austerity budgeting, never giving enough to provide public services and allowing the privatization of our public services in the increase of privatization and private sector motives of profit into the services that we should be delivering to our residents. I think to fix municipal building inspectors in towns where they may have a backlog, we should be working to build up their departments, to have robust municipal public works departments that are able to address the needs of the public that they serve. In DOT, I would argue that we shouldn't be outsourcing that work. And if you wanted to, if any of the legislators wanted to work with me and my organization on adjusting the fiscal guardrails so we can fundamentally staff government at a level that is appropriate and that we do not have to privatize, I would be willing to work with any of you. I think that would be a good use of our time in order to rebuild the public sector that we have seen drawn down both at the state and municipal level from decades of austerity budgeting.
Thank you. And I agree. I just think that the people that work for municipalities and states employees are called public servants for a reason. I never quite understood that until I got involved in politics, and I do see what they do. And the work that they do is impressive, and they truly are looking out for the constituents. So I thank you for your testimony and that's it.
See you back in
Thanks.
New London.
Yes. Next we have Janice Miner online.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time today, Chairpersons, Representative Felipe, Senator Marks, Ranking Members, Representative Scott, and Senator Sampson, and all members of the committee. My name is Janice Miner, and I'm a Chief Operating Officer for the MCR Property Management, owned by the Belfonte Companies. I am a housing provider, a member of the Connecticut Apartment Association, which represents over 70,000 units, and a concerned resident of the state of Connecticut. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in strong support of HB 7032, HB 7035, and HB 1252, which I believe will help address Connecticut's housing challenges in a responsible and balanced way. For support of 7032, Connecticut faces a significant housing shortage across all income levels. This bill will accelerate the process of creating new housing by providing municipalities with pre-approved building plans, reducing bureaucratic delays. Importantly, this bill is optional, and municipalities can choose to participate, maintaining local control while also benefiting from a streamlined approach to development. With rising housing demand, we must take proactive steps to ensure working families and individuals have access to affordable and quality housing options. This bill creates an opportunity to do just that without imposing unnecessary mandates on local government. Support of HB 7035, Connecticut's housing market needs more multifamily housing to meet demand, reduce housing costs, and promote economic growth. The bill ensures that local municipalities cannot outright ban multifamily developments, which would limit much-needed housing opportunities. While I understand concerns regarding certain zoning regulations, I encourage legislators to ensure that this bill allows for balanced growth while still considering community needs. Expanding housing options help create stronger, more diverse, and more inclusive communities, benefiting both renters and homeowners. The CTAA does disagree with one provision to prohibit special zoning regulations for childcare business in residential areas. We want to ensure that in-apartment childcare business will not be forced in our apartment communities. There are multitudes of safety concerns, and there's just not enough room for children to play safely. This creates an undue liability burden and can interfere with investor desire to build in Connecticut. Support for HB 1252. This bill encourages the right housing development by providing a structured approach for municipalities that want to expand housing options. Creating priority housing development zones will help reduce development costs and delays, making it easier for housing providers to build responsibly. By promoting housing growth in designated areas.
3 minutes have concluded. If you can please summarize.
Sure can. So in conclusion, these bills will facilitate responsible housing growth while maintaining local control, increase supply of housing, helping to stabilize the rental and home prices, and provide municipalities with tools to support smart development without unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Rep Weir? No? Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Miner, much appreciated.
Thank you.
Next, we Frank DeFelice online.
I'm sorry about that. Good afternoon. My name is Frank DeFelice, and I currently serve as the chairperson of the Regional Planning Committee for the Lower Connecticut River Valley Council of Governments, RiverCog, which represents 17 towns, and also as the chairperson of the Planning and Zoning Commission for the town of Durham. I have a few bills that I'd like to make comments on. I'd start with HB 7029, which is the Act concerning certification of independent inspectors and inspection firms. First of all, I think this is an excellent idea. It is long overdue. we would certainly not be the first state to do this. In fact, I worked prior to my retirement in numerous states across the United States that allow this, most recently West Virginia. And quite frankly, the independent inspection firms are held to the same standards that the municipal inspectors are. And in fact, because they have varied experience in different disciplines, they sometimes can look at a large project and find and see things that a typical residential inspector would not see. We don't have enough municipal inspectors, and the cost to municipalities of having multiple inspectors, where they have a large inspection department, could be reduced. So I urge your passage of that. The next bill would be HB 7031, which is the accessory apartments in the calculation of the affordable housing appeals procedure. Again, excellent idea, long overdue. Accessory apartments should absolutely be included in the calculations because they are certainly the most affordable type of housing. And we want to encourage more of this type of growth. So I think that that's also a bill that should be supported. Next would be HB 7034. This is the act prohibiting the requirement of a donation of land as a condition of subdivision approval. While it is a good idea not to necessarily take the land and better to take the funding, which we in Durham have done, I think 10 years ago or so, we started doing fee in lieu of rather than the land. I don't think it needs to be an act that prohibits the donation, but I think it's something that should be left up to the land use agency. For SB 1364, this is the act establishing a program of appropriating funds for the construction of tiny houses. This is a fine bill, but it really does nothing to reduce the cost of building these tiny homes, which are desperately needed for affordable housing. Instead, we recommend adopting more streamlined building code requirements for tiny homes to reduce the cost of their construction. And the final bill, which I'll try to get into as quickly as I can, but I submitted written testimony on, and I hope you'll look at this, is 7035, which is an act prohibiting a municipality from implementing a ban on multifamily housing. The issue with this bill is not what was written that changes it, but
Your 3 minutes have concluded. If you can please summarize.
Sure. Please look at what I highlighted in my report to you, which talks about the fact that there's a minimum dimension that should be removed, because what it does is essentially require a large building when it's not necessary if the building's manufactured housing. And manufactured housing is the lowest cost housing that you can have. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Next we have Alana Morque. I'm not sure.
She is not online.
Okay, thank you. Amy Horner.
Honorable Committee, Chair members, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Amy Horner. I'm a resident of East Hartford and a proud United States Air Force veteran, and also an MSW student at the University of Connecticut. I'm here to speak on strong support of House Bill 7033, a bill that seeks the urgent issue of imposing criminal penalties on individuals who are experiencing homelessness in our state. I humbly ask you to read my submitted written testimony. This is an echo from other testimonies you heard today. Homelessness is not just a statistic. It is a lived reality of over 34,000 individuals here in Connecticut, including my fellow veterans, family members, and individuals who are just trying to survive. The real people that they deserve is attention and action. House Bill 7033 is about recognizing homelessness as what it truly is, a systematic issue caused by a lack of affordable housing and societal neglect. It seeks to end criminalization on the basis of survival activities of sleeping, eating, and seeking shelter in public spaces. It also focuses on providing hope and solution. As we must remember that these individuals who are experiencing homelessness are not criminals. These are individuals. These have hopes and dreams too. But unfortunately, they have reached a point in their life where they're struck down in their prime based upon poverty, housing, rental costs. This is an issue that we should be addressing as a community. We should not be penalizing these individuals just because they're homeless. We should be working with them to find a better solution. By criminalizing homelessness, you are creating barriers from being housed, getting employment, perpetuating this revolving door. Formerly incarcerated individuals are far more likely to experience homelessness, creating a vicious cycle of punishment and instability. Housing Bill 7033 provides a compassionate, just solution for this problem, ensuring that people experiencing homelessness are not just penalized for merely surviving. It's a time to stop criminalizing basic human needs and start providing these tools to regain stability and dignity in people's lives. I also want to highlight, as a good student, I brought my code of ethics book with me today, like a good student. It is important to understand the human dignity of people in this world. And as a social worker and a future social worker here in Connecticut, I'm going to continue my dedication to support these individuals who are facing homelessness today. Thank you.
You. Any questions? Seeing none, your testimony is much appreciated.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dalia Romano. Welcome, Dalia.
If you can please hit the microphone button in front of you. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Marks, Representative Felipe, and other members of the Housing Committee. And thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dalia Romano. I am an attorney at the Connecticut Fair Housing Center. We are a civil rights organization dedicated to ensuring Connecticut residents have access to the housing of their choice, free from discrimination. I'm testifying in support of HB 7033 and HB 7036. For my oral testimony, I'm focusing on 7036, which we support with a technical amendment. As a technical amendment, we suggest language clarifying that the municipality is already required to have fair rent commissions since July 2023, based on their populations, must continue to operate a commission during the phase-in period. Otherwise, we support the bill. The center has been heavily involved in the revival of fair rent commissions in Connecticut, which were first authorized in 1969 as our state's unique system to respond to rising rents and unsafe conditions in housing through local boards of volunteers who act as the conscience of their communities. My colleague Sarah White, who's on next, will speak to our work co-developing a model ordinance, a fair rent commission toolkit, and providing training and technical support to fair rent commissions across the state. But I'm here to speak to our work participating in fair rent commission hearings as representatives for tenants. In the past 2 years, the Fair Housing Center has represented 53 tenants in front of 11 different commissions across the state. We have seen firsthand the tangible benefit that fair rent commissions bring not just to these individual tenants, but to their communities and even to landlords, to all parties involved, really. As an example, the center recently represented a group of elderly and disabled tenants in the town of East Lyme, where a new landlord came in, attempted to implement increases between $500 and $900 a month. And I'm raising this because East Lyme is not a town that was required to establish a fair rent commission, but they did in response to this situation. And this fair rent commission was able to intervene and find a solution where the tenants were able to stay housed, afford their rent, remain in their community, while rent increases were allowed that took into account the landlord's financial situation and needs. Now, luckily in this situation, the town of East Lyme was able to very quickly pull together a fair rent commission, but most tenants are not that lucky when they live in towns that don't have a fair rent commission. I went through notes from the approximately 82 tenants that I spoke with just in the past year facing rent increases, pulled a couple of the most egregious examples I have. So I spoke to a tenant in Windsor Locks who was facing a $500 rent increase, tenant in Griswold facing a $700 increase, an elderly woman in Sprague facing a $750 increase. For all of these tenants and similar many tenants.
Attorney Romano, your 3 minutes have expired. If you can please summarize. Thank you.
Sure. So for all of these tenants in these rural areas, they have absolutely no solution because they have no fair rent commission. Their only option is to try to negotiate on their own, to pay the increase or to just move. And I'm speaking to you not just as a professional, but as a resident of Wyndham and someone who grew up in the quiet corner. I know that there can be disconnect between the rural and urban areas in this state. And I want to make clear that that these municipalities represent a large percentage of the population. Towns that would be affected include Putnam, where 42% of the population are renters, and Sonia, where 41% are renters. I have more that I'll put into my written testimony, but these renters matter, and it is essential that these rural populations have the same protections that are already afforded to tenants who are living in larger municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? So I represent East Lyme. So I want to thank
Yes,
you. Yeah, I want to thank you for that great work. And I think East Lyme is just a municipality that really does demonstrate how important the fair rent commissions are. And I think they didn't have one because they didn't think they needed one, right? And so I think they're a great example of why you have to do things before you're in crisis mode. I say that all the time, you know, with elderly planning and in my line of work. So I think it's, if you would agree and maybe opine a little on what the apartment building was like at Windward Village and how the process worked. And I will say that I believe that we had speed in this and urgency, I said the word urgency, because advocates were involved. And not everybody that's in a housing unit knows about the advocates that are around them. So if you just want to opine, there's not really questions, but there are questions because I think it's a great story.
Absolutely, Senator Marks, and thank you so much for that. Yeah, so the tenants that I spoke of in East Lyme live in a complex called Windward Village. Many of these tenants had been living there for decades. Many of them had been residents of East Lyme for most of their lives. And Windward Village had managed to remain affordable because it was owned by a local landlord who owned the building outright, I believe, and was able to keep rents stable. An outside company, which is based in Connecticut, but it takes a more aggressive approach to acquiring properties, came in, bought the property, and then sought these rent increases pretty much immediately upon taking over. And these tenants did not know what to do. As you said, they luckily were able to connect to advocates in the town, to my organization, and to push for the establishment of this Fair Rent Commission. But I think, first of all, a lot of the time in situations like this, when a tenant lives in a town without a Fair Rent Commission, they don't necessarily have a large group that can go and push for that. They don't necessarily know that that's an option. And often these things just move too quickly for a commission to be established in time to address the situation. So we were really lucky in East Lyme that we were able to come in and actually keep people in their units. But I think that was kind of an exception, and that we really need to be establishing fair rent commissions across the state now, so that if that comes up, there already is an established commission.
Thank you. I couldn't agree with you more.
Thank you.
Any questions? Hang on, you have to zoom up. Oh, seeing none, we thank you for your testimony and your time today.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Sarah White.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sarah White, and I'm also a staff attorney at the Connecticut Fair Housing Center, and I'm going to testify in support of HB 7033 and 7036. So first, we strongly support passage of HB 7033 to make clear, in the wake of the Supreme Court's grants past decision, that Connecticut municipalities may not discriminate against or criminalize people who are experiencing homelessness and forced to live outside. Research shows that a $100 increase in rent is associated with a 9% increase in homelessness. Homelessness is increasing in Connecticut because our rent is too high and housing is unaffordable in every single town in the state. Our clients at the Fair Housing Center are struggling to find housing, and we know shelters are full. I recently worked with a family with an infant who were displaced due to a fire and unable to find affordable housing, and ended up, homeless and not able to get into a shelter because it was full. It is unconscionable for any town to criminalize or attempt to ban life-sustaining activities like sleeping in a car or a tent, sitting in a public space, sharing food, or accessing public accommodations such as bathrooms. The Supreme Court's decision in Grants Pass versus Johnson opens the door to blatantly discriminatory and cruel legislation aimed at people without housing, and we are already seeing anti-homeless legislation in municipalities across the country. It is imperative that we pass legislation this session to prevent any attempts to do so by Connecticut municipalities. I'm also testifying in support of HB 7036. Fair rent commissions are the only practical way for tenants to challenge unfair rent increases and should be expanded to cover all towns so that no tenants are left out. This bill would give municipalities 3 years to establish a fair rent commission and also allow them to do so through the regional COGS, which would assist smaller towns. I've been heavily involved in the revival of fair rent commissions in Connecticut through co-drafting a cool toolkit and model ordinance. Along with Rayfield Podolsky, have trained dozens of fair rent commissions and offered technical support to staff. And I'm now supporting the growing Fair Rent Commission Network, which is a coalition of fair rent commissions that are allowing towns to share advice and resources, provide education, and develop more effective and efficient commissions. When I first began this work in 2022, fewer than 20 fair rent commissions were still operating in the state, and many had not met or received a complaint in years. The situation could not be more different now. There are 54 fair rent commissions, including 9 in smaller towns that aren't required to have them. They are regularly meeting, considering complaints from tenants, and I see commissioners taking their role seriously to serve as the conscience of the community regarding rental charges and making careful, thoughtful, and fair decisions guided by the factors in our state law. Tenants are getting relief from fair rent commissions, usually without the help of a lawyer, particularly in these situations where there's these egregious rent hikes by new landlords, but by no means do commissions find in favor of the tenant or give the tenant everything they want each time. Most commissions also have equal representation.
And your time has expired. Can you please summarize?
It's essential that we expand fair rent commissions to cover our rural and suburban renters and that they have access to these same protections, especially as we've heard these out-of-state corporate landlords in particular are now buying up property in small towns like Ashford or Woodstock that don't currently have fair rent commissions, where rent is doubling and tenants essentially have no recourse. And I think this is the perfect time to expand fair rent commissions. We can learn from the experience of establishing and reviving dozens of fair rent commissions in the last couple of years. There's now the Fair Rent Commission Network that can provide support to smaller municipalities, and using the COGS to set up a regional fair rent commission for these smaller towns would also be efficient and ensure that there's minimal burden to towns, but a lot of benefit for tenants.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions from members of the committee? I don't see any here online. That means it's my turn. Sarah, I only have one question for you about 7033, the change in definition, a change in term from life-sustaining activities to activities of daily living. The definition is, or the activities are these as sleeping and resting, eating or preparing food, seeking shelter from extreme weather, accessing medical care, and using hygiene facilities. Would that definition be adequate in your guys' estimation?
All right, I want to think about it a little more, but I think probably yes. I mean, something that I appreciated is the bill as drafted does cover also, people's right to privacy and their belongings. And we've all heard all these stories in Connecticut and across the country of people losing essentially all of their property, photos of family, like mementos, everything they own in the world just being seized and destroyed, by a municipality that's doing a sweep. So I think it's important to cover that as well, but that does seem to cover, the types of activities that we want to be sure are protected.
And you would be okay with our aversion to letting any of this language allow for the creation of encampments?
Can you explain what you mean?
That you can't establish like a tent community somewhere in a municipality rather than just using existing shelter to seek shelter.
Right. So the way I read this, and what I would believe is addressing is, if there is somewhere for people to go that meets their needs, that's within the community, that would be where they need to go first. So I don't read this as, creating a blanket right to establish an encampment. It is recognizing the situation we're in, that there are so many people, more people right now that are without housing than there are shelter spaces, which is the, experience I've seen with my clients recently, where they're just not able to access anywhere to go. And, would make sure that if that's the situation, that they are not, subject to a criminal case, arrested, subject to a fine for sleeping outside because there's no shelter or housing for them to go into.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer, and we appreciate your time, Sarah. Thank you for joining us. Next, we have Mark Davidson. Good afternoon. Make sure you press the button to speak. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Davidson. I'm a business representative of the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades. We represent thousands of working families here in the state of Connecticut. I want to thank the committee for this opportunity for me to testify on this important piece of legislation, SB 1362, an act establishing a construction, employment, and affordable housing pilot program. We are in a housing crisis here in Connecticut and across this country. We desperately need more housing at all levels of affordability, and particularly workforce development and affordable housing projects. With that being said, we cannot expect to have this equation be on the backs of workers. The underground economy in construction is a major problem and prevalent in the residential section. The underground economy means employee misclassification, wage theft, tax fraud, unsafe work conditions, and exploitation. We need innovative investments in building housing in Connecticut. Union pension funds built housing since the turn of the century and continue through the AFL-CIO, Housing Investment Trust, and other mechanisms. Using this approach to build housing, it will be a lead for the industry and follow in production of affordable housing that is built by skilled local labor and Connecticut resident taxpayers. It will set standards to follow for safety and other labor standards, and that will be in practice by all builders, both large and small. One thing that's close to my heart is the utilization of apprenticeship. 26 years ago, I entered the apprenticeship, and now I'm sitting here as a business rep for the same local that I joined. I want to thank you for your consideration and hope that you pass this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members? Seeing none. Now you can get up. Did a great job, and I won't tax you for bringing a Bridgeport guy and a senator. Next we have Dondre Roberts online.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Good afternoon, co-chairs Felipe, Senator Marks, Ranking Member Scott, members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the following bills. My name is Dondre Roberts, and I'm a member of the Connecticut Apartment Association, an organization representing over 70,000 apartment communities in the state of Connecticut. I reside in New Haven, and I'm a member of our Fair Rent Commission. The Connecticut Apartment Association supports HB 7032, an act establishing a program to assist municipalities in developing pre-approved building plans. We believe the standardized plans help architects and developers save time and money, which help reduce delays when it comes to addressing our housing crisis. Home builders can focus on developing homes instead of getting caught up in sometimes arbitrary red tape in order to build communities. We also support HB 7035, an act prohibiting a municipality from implementing a ban on multifamily housing development. So while we support efforts to expand multifamily housing, we do have concern with one piece of the bill. As written, the bill has a provision that prohibits special zoning regulations for childcare businesses in residential areas, which could be an issue. Specifically, we want to ensure that in-apartment childcare businesses won't be forced on our communities. And in closing, we at CTAA believe that in order to meet the needs of residents and housing providers in the state, we need to be focused on growth, which will lead to the reduction of rents overall as supply increases and demand decreases. And we also believe that additional growth will only be successful by making the state a welcome location for developers. We support bills in our communities to increase apartment homes that meet all income levels, as well as bills that will ensure that bad actor landlords find repercussions. Our association wants to see a healthy housing market and will continue to ask to meet and work with legislators to make that a reality. Thank you for the opportunity to present my testimony. I welcome any feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Any questions from the committee? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, sorry, DeAndre, just to, I was listening to your testimony. I just want to be clear on the childcare piece. Can you talk me through that a little bit more and what piece of that legislation that you don't like, and what specifically around the child? Sorry, I just wasn't picking that up. Thank you.
Yep. So there's a provision that would allow for childcare in apartment communities. And one of the things that we're concerned about specifically is, you know, for instance, we have residents who work overnight and, you know, they may come home to sleep in the middle of the daytime. And depending on where the apartment is that has that childcare center, it could be a disturbance to that resident who, you know, works overnight, right? There are other concerns that we have in terms of with the childcare facility, some people may be using some of the amenities. So that's the only part of the legislation that we have concerns about. Other than that, we do support the legislation.
Thank you, Representative Scott. Any other questions from members of the committee? And just to clarify, and I'll ask the question. It is allowed for that to happen. It is not required in this bill, correct?
So are you asking me or Representative Scott?
I am asking if that's your understanding.
My understanding is that it allows for our residents to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure, because that's a something being permissive is not something being forced upon people. It's something being allowed for people to do if they choose to do so. I understand your aversion to it because of the disturbance it might create for residents, but I just want to be careful of when we say something like it's being forced upon, it's being allowed. It's a totally different thing. But I appreciate your time, Dondre, as always, and we'll keep an open line of communication.
Absolutely.
Is Ari Rosenberg?
Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you, distinguished members of the Housing Committee. I am Rabbi Ari Rosenberg of New Milford, Connecticut, Executive Director of Danbury's Association of Religious Communities, ARC. We are the stewards of the Danbury Support Center, the Greater Danbury area's only homeless shelter, open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, with full-time case managers to place clients into housing. I'm here primarily to ask your support of HB 7033. Our region had about 100 beds for 100 homeless residents prior to and during the pandemic, but all we have left are ARC's 40 beds at the Danbury Support Center. Meanwhile, our homeless population is growing as support from the federal government is slowing to a halt. Our shelter wait list ranges from 30 to 50 people at any given time, and it can take as long as 3 months to receive shelter in Danbury. We're talking about people who literally have no other place to go. We don't have enough beds to shelter them, and we haven't provided enough affordable housing units for them to reside in. It would be unethical and inhumane for municipalities to add insult to injury by arresting, ticketing, or fining these people. Many of these people have jobs and families. They just lack the resources to cover Connecticut's exorbitant rental rates, which are among the worst in the country. Other individuals have disabilities that prevent them from the opportunities that people like you and I have the luxury to enjoy. The fundamental principle of Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and every other religion is the common value of providing for those who are unable to provide for themselves without our support. Scripture teaches, love your neighbor as yourself. This bill is for our neighbors who have no homes. Until they have sufficient shelter, affordable housing, and case management available to them, the least that we can do is to spare them the indignity of punishing them for a condition they have little control over and we have failed to resolve. Thank you for your support of HB 7033. In addition to ARC's work with the homeless population of the greater Danbury area, we also run one of the largest food pantries in the region with support from Connecticut Food Share. Therefore, I would ask you to support HB 7021, an act concerning funding for nutrition assistance. ARC's food pantry served 5,000 unduplicated individuals last year, and it is already clear that we will exceed that this year by far. 90% of the food we distribute comes from Connecticut Food Share. Last year, they delivered 260,000 pounds of food for us to distribute, and we gave every single piece of food away. HB 7021 is necessary to support CTNAP and to provide additional and critically needed food resources to network agency partners. Thank you for your support of HB 7021.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Did my look. My only question, and I'm only going to ask this to, higher level staff and executive directors from stakeholders that we know well. When it comes to 7033, are you okay with our commitment to make sure that we're not allowing for encampments in communities, one, and that we are only allowing for this to be done outside of public transportation centers and not inside the actual facilities themselves?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not encouraging encampments, but the reality is that there are people who do not have a home to go to, who do not have a shelter to go to. And all I'm saying is that our efforts need to be to provide the resources to them that they need, rather than arresting them, fining them. They've got very little to no income. That's a certain indignity that I think we can spare them.
I generally agree. I think just to be clear about it, the issue that I am having is folks who create encampments specifically near busy roadways, near highways. It's a public safety issue. It puts those folks in danger, and we just want to make sure they're safe. But thank you for your time and your
I
testimony.
would agree with you. If I could just add, if we just had more shelter beds and more affordable housing, I don't think we would have that issue. The problem is that there are just not enough shelter beds for the homeless population, and there's not enough affordable housing units to place people in when they have been sheltered. And if we could just work on those things, then I don't think we would have that kind of an issue.
You're the second person to bring that up today. I would say, and no need to respond. We are doing both, right? We are making sure that we are trying to fund the 33.5 million that has been asked for by advocates. Last year we passed 50 million, and we would do it again if we thought it would get out of the House and the Senate. So we're looking to do both at the same time. But I appreciate your advocacy for it. Next,
thank you for your support.
Number 29, Joshua Caskey. Not sure if you're online or if you're here. Not seeing you. Just want to make sure people online understand that you have to accept your invite to panelist in order to speak. Otherwise, we can't see you, we can't call for you, and you're going to miss your spot, unfortunately. Next is number 30, Maria Weingart. Okay. 31, Daryl Fennell. Nice to see you, sir. When you sit down and turn on your mic, the floor is yours.
Chairmans, ranking member, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Daryl Fennell. I'm an attorney. I'm a member of the Middletown Fair Rent Commission, and also the network of fair rent commissions. I could come here, especially in light of the onslaught of bills that seem to think that fair rent commissions need to be reined in from acting like revolutionary property takers, to say that fair rent commissions are actually made up of volunteers who take an oath to apply the law of the state to rent disputes in their jurisdiction. But I don't want to go into that. I have been with the Middletown Fair Rent Commission since its beginning, and I know its thoughtfulness, its restraint, and its application of the law to specific facts. But the important thing I want to say today, as I support raised House Bill 7036 to apply these fair rent commissions to the remainder of the state that they don't already apply to, is to address something that Senator Sampson said earlier today, which is that there is no right to be given to the rest of the state that doesn't have it. I disagree with that. And let me tell you an anecdote that will put this into perspective. And you can look I'm not going to use names, but you can look up all of the documents at the Middletown Fair Rent Commission. They're all public documents. And for the information that's not there, I will submit written testimony later today, and you can see the links in public reporting. I'm going to talk about an 86-year-old man who was living alone in an apartment complex in Middletown and had lived there for 44 years. In 2019, a New York investment company and associated management company bought the property and immediately came in and illegally served end of term notices to evict in a building that was for senior citizens. It was blatantly against Connecticut law. Fortunately, a caucus of members of this legislature that represented Middletown came in and put a stop to that. You may remember that Quentin Williams was one of them, and as a result of that, the Fair Rent Commission Public Act 2230 was enacted under his impetus. Okay, but the out-of-state interests were not interested in following Connecticut law, so they did by indirection what they couldn't do by blatant violation of law.
Can you please summarize?
Which was increase the rent to the seniors. This man who had lived in this apartment for 44 years got a $750 increase on $1,300 a month rent. It was only the Fair Rent Commission that stopped that. And the landlord didn't even contest the claim, and in fact settled very reasonably before the contested hearing took place. In 30% of the state, there are no rights of renters to contest outrageous rent increases. That can be remedied by Raised Bill 7033. Since my time is up, I have more to say, but perhaps I'll invite you out sometime to hear a longer screed.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from members? Seeing none, we really appreciate your time, especially that you're one of those that came in person.
Thank you.
So it's a commitment to come here.
Should I turn this off?
Yeah. Number 32, Miguel Pittman. I don't see you. But once again, going to remind folks, if they're online, to accept your promotion to panelist. If you do not, you can't speak in front of us. Next is Betsy Gara from Cost.
Thank you, Representative. My name is Betsy Gare. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, and I've submitted testimony on 3 bills, probably more testimony coming, but I'll focus my remarks on Senate Bill 1252, an act establishing priority housing development zones. Cost is in support of this bill. I think it's a good approach that recognizes that a one-size-fits-all top-down approach really isn't workable given some of the unique challenges and characteristics of our communities. I think this will build on some of the work that's already taking place relative to transit-oriented development and the focus of the Municipal Redevelopment Authority in engaging municipalities and planning efforts to develop more affordable housing near transit stations and downtown areas. We also support the language in the bill that gives some flexibility into the affordable housing appeals process to those towns that end up identifying the priority housing development zones. We are getting some more feedback on the specifics of the bill, and I'm looking forward to working with some lawmakers on that. I also want to talk about the Fair Rent Commission Bill, House Bill 7036. As drafted, the bill requires each and every municipality in the state to establish a fair rent commission. So including the smallest town in the state, the town of Union, which has a population of 785. So we are concerned that this puts a significant unfunded mandate on our municipalities. We do support, however, a regional approach to fair rent commissions. The problem is this bill is kind of like a cart before the horse. It mandates that each town establish a fair rent commission through ordinance, and yet then it does provide the opportunity for a regional rent commission, fair rent commission. But today, it's my understanding that neither the councils of government or other regional entities have established a regional fair rent commission. So it kind of leaves those communities in limbo, having to establish their own, kind of waiting to see what happens. I also think before we mandate the smaller towns to do this, we need to take a look at what this is costing some of our mid-sized towns, those towns that have chosen to do this, and the towns that are hovering around 25,000 in population, because some towns are finding it to be very expensive. One town has actually been sued by a landlord that protested the rate reduction that the commission decided on. And so those are issues, again, that we need to address. I do feel the better approach will be a regional approach. We're often criticized that we have 169 separate towns in the state and that we need to do more and regionalize more to become more efficient. This is a perfect example of that. I think this would lend itself to ensure that the fair rent commissions are appropriately staffed, that they have the resources and expertise needed to properly make decisions regarding complaints involving rental units. So appreciate the opportunity to testify on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gara. Any questions from members? I do just want to make it clear, part of your testimony talked about the requirement for the smallest of towns and that COGS have not yet established these. We accept that they haven't established them, but I know that the COGS are at least in some of the areas that I've talked to them, are willing to do so. So it's not a matter of them not knowing or them being unwilling to do so. It's just that it hasn't happened as of yet. Thank you.
I understand that, Representative, but I think before you mandate that each town establish their own fair rent commission.
That wasn't a question. I was just
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that.
No problem at all. We appreciate your time and your testimony. Next is Sarah Fox.
Greetings, I'm Representative Felipe, Senator Marks, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Sarah Fox, and I stand here today in support of House Bill 7033. Hold on just a second, I'm pulling myself together. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. We lead the statewide effort to prevent and solve homelessness. This past year, a loved one of mine experienced homelessness, and I can say she was unsheltered. She was in her car. She had been turned away when she went to a hospital as a drug seeker, although she was not on drugs, but she was experiencing housing insecurity and homelessness. Over the next few days, I stood by her And the biggest thing that she talked about was not having a place to go to the bathroom. And you know, when we have things that are critical to our humanity, when they're critical to our sense of self, these are the things that I think we really need to think about. When someone's existence is a problem for us, we have to turn it around and think about the deep shame they're experiencing and what it's like to be forced to make impossible choices and not having opportunities. You know, for me, this isn't about just dignity. It's also about life and death. And I'll say this past year alone, more than 50 people died in the city of New Haven while experiencing homelessness. This winter, I know of more than 8 people who have passed away, unable to come into warmth. I also know of more than 2 people who have experienced having their limbs amputated because of being outside. Right now, 1 in 4 people seeking life-saving services outside of the governor's cold weather protocol, severe cold weather protocol, are turned away. And so what does that mean for them? These are not just statistics or numbers. They're family members, their fathers, their sisters, their siblings, they're our neighbors. And they have died not because they refused help, because they sought it. Because when they sought help, we didn't have it available to provide to them. And we could not provide them with an open door. You know, I know that this is a challenging issue. And I have to say that when we think about solutions, we have to think about a comprehensive approach, recognizing that this isn't easy. It's not easy on our neighbors. It's not easy for the people seeking services and being turned away. And this is about resource scarcity at the heart of it. And it's about, for me, it's about coming up with a solution that works. It works for our neighbors. It works for our towns. It works for our municipalities. And it is right and it is just. And it's based on being able to provide the resources that are right and targeted to the needs of the people and our neighbors experiencing homelessness. And that's what's critical. I think this bill is a start towards having a really strong conversation. Connecticut is a leader. It is wonderful to have so many strong advocates, both within the legislature, but to also have the administration, and to have so many committed and passionate mayors, and to have advocates who are willing to step forward and talk about this really critical issue. We need to ensure that we are the state that moves us forward. We are about to reach a very pivotal time within our history where we already are facing resource insecurity and scarcity, but we're going to have to make decisions. And I'm hoping that we can make them together and that we can find a pathway forward that is based on resources, based on preventing, responding, and housing all of our neighbors across the state, because that is the Connecticut that I believe in, and no one should die outside, not in Connecticut. So thank you so very much for hearing my testimony. I appreciate you all.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions from members? Representative Sweet.
Thank you, Chairman. Sarah, you mentioned being in conversation with mayors, and you know, we're not trying to penalize mayors. We're trying to not penalize our folks who are outside. Can you talk a little more about that? It sounds like you have a beat on those conversations. If you could just enlighten us a little bit more about what you're hearing, and maybe if there's particular responses that we can take as a legislature.
Sure. So throughout the crafting of our legislative agenda, through the CT Can End Homelessness campaign, we spoke to all of the legislature, well, as many as would possibly attend our events, as well as we met with mayors. And we met with 12 key mayors. And the conversation was mostly around what are we doing about people who are unhoused? And unanimously, every single mayor agreed, like no one wants to have police or having arresting, ticketing, and fining as the first response. Everyone said, we need to have a resource in place to provide mobile health outreach similar to the Compass outreach that takes place in New Haven, so that's the first response. That's the humane response. And for people, however, you know, also recognizing that, you know, we're dealing with people who are in very tough spaces. We're dealing with people with complex mental health issues and substance abuse. Oftentimes, I will say, from what I see and from my lens, those individuals, people who are neighbors who are experiencing these issues, first, it's mostly poverty is the issue, because if I'm living with a substance abuse issue and I'm able to access resources, I'm not unhoused. But the mayors need to have, and what they have said to me is we need to have resources to be able to meet the needs. And when we look at like what we're asking for through the CT Can End Homelessness campaign, we're asking for resources. But without those resources, every single town and municipality also face challenges. So I think that's why I'm lending towards a comprehensive approach and sort of building towards that together so we can figure out a solution that works not only for the advocates, but for every person experiencing homelessness, and especially those who are unsheltered, and our towns and municipal leaders. For our neighbors.
Thank you, Representative Sweet. Representative Sanchez.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you for all the advocacy and the hard work that you do for the homeless people here in the state of Connecticut. Sarah, in a real good world, in regards to funding, what are we looking at in order to make things right here in the state of Connecticut? And I'm talking about funding.
No, I get that. Thank you, Representative Sanchez. What we're talking about, well, I mean, so there's a couple of factors we have to consider. First is that the federal funding that we receive as a state at this point in time is unclear. Through the fiscal year 2024 NOFO that takes place at the federal level, we do not know that those funds are going to be committed. We are hopeful, but those are still in a perilous state. And that's $94.7 million, which comes into the Opening Doors Fairfield County Continuum of Care, as well as the balance of state. So that's the rest of the state outside of Fairfield County. And that represents over 5,000 of our neighbors whose housing are at risk, thousands of landlords, as well as close to, well, over 400 jobs. And so we already have we know we've been dealing with resource scarcity. We've been really dealing with the lack of sustained ongoing funding, but we have a huge moving target that we don't exactly know that those funds are coming, and that's a huge concern. So we have some ambiguity around federal funding, and I just point out to this committee, and I know the Partnership for Strong Communities has done a great job on sort of understanding the entire housing portfolio that comes from the federal government. That sits somewhere, don't quote me, but I think it's around 138,000 subsidized units from the federal government that we're also concerned about, because these are neighbors whose housing could be in jeopardy. And I am not an alarmist, but I do think we have to keep our eye on sort of what's happening at the federal level while also sort of like understanding what's happening at the state level. Year after year, we have been asking for ongoing sustained funding for critical services. So this year, we're asking for $33.5 million in ongoing sustained funding for prevention, because we have to prevent homelessness before it begins. And that's $5.3 million for eviction prevention to ensure that we're working closely to make sure that people in subsidized units do not become homeless. And they're, and we're working with social workers across the state. The Stable Families Program, and so if I go through this whole thing, it's gonna take a while, so I'll try to give you the abridged version. But that program is really, has had amazing results in the community of Bridgeport, or the city of Bridgeport, where they've seen a 98% success rate. I mean, you can't get any better than that. And people are prevented from becoming homeless, because once a person becomes homeless today, I shared with you our concerns around the federal level, but once they become homeless today, there's no ticket to housing. Like, it's not like, no matter what, we're turning away, like I said, 1 in 4 people from critical services. So that could be from our cold weather warming centers, or it could be from just from being able to access other services well, I mean, we have hundreds of people on our waiting list just to get into shelter. So there's no place for people to go. And we also have one of the tightest rental vacancies in the nation. And so, You know, we're working hard and our staff are working hard to find housing, but that's really become challenging. So in any event, eviction prevention is key. Diverting as many people as possible. So that means with a light touch financial resource, giving people opportunity to stay in their house, and that's the diversion resources. We need those to be annualized. The flexible funding, you can give a person perhaps some food or money for food, and they can stay housed. Like, it doesn't cost that much. It could be $10, $50. Sometimes it could be up to $3,000. But talk about an investment in a person, and keeping a person housed is critical in saving their life. We know that children who experience homelessness, when you experience homelessness as a child, you're far more likely to experience homelessness as an adult. And for every family or child that we keep housed, you know, we're having much better positive outcomes into the future. So those are those. We talk about CAN hubs and diversion services. When people are experiencing homelessness and they come in for services, we need people to be able to meet them at the door, to have problem-solving conversations, to return as many of them to housing as possible with ongoing sustained resources. And then if they do become homeless, to be able to direct them to a crisis response or a shelter and have the capacity to meet their needs. And so if not, you know, you have to be able to meet this need. So housing is a critical social determinant of health. When a person becomes homeless, it impacts everything. I have experienced homelessness myself. I've seen my family members experience it. You cannot think. You do things, you're not unable to be comfortable within your own skin. You know, and I think that's why we need a crisis response that can deal with that trauma, that can move people out of homelessness into housing. And so having ongoing annualized cold weather, and there is a bill coming forward within the next couple of weeks around just for extreme weather, those dollars are critically important, and ensuring that they're ongoing sustained funding in our state's budget and they're reliable for providers. There's nothing more important than that. Because I will say, around our federal funding, having one-time funding coming from the federal government, what it's meant for our providers is sometimes we're turning over staff left and right. So when every single one of these, you know, when ARPA sunsets, when the CARES Act ESG funding sunsetted, what it meant for us is that we lost jobs, we lost people, we lost the people who did the work because we were unable to continue funding for them. And for our organizations, it's really hard to rehire. It's also really hard to rehire and retrain staff to do this critical work, which is life-saving emergency responses to people experiencing homelessness. So the funding that we are asking for, which is an adjustment of $9 million for providers to ensure they have the resources to keep pace with inflation and cost of living increases, as well as to ensure that our staff are paid equitably. That's critically important, as well as ensuring that we have the sustained crisis response services that I outlined previously through the CAN hubs and diversion services. Lastly, we have don't quote me because I don't have the legislative agenda right in front of me, but $6.2 million ask, I believe, for case management. You know, what we've seen over this past year, what we've heard from both the administration, but also from all of you legislators is, you know, the critical need to keep people, when they become housed, in housing. Case management is something that is not a guaranteed resource for us. Oftentimes, you know, we're housing people and we don't have case management services attached. I really appreciate the governor's and the administration's focus on providing case management. I think it's the right thing to do. Providing supports to people when they want them is just really important, because when you're getting stabilized, when you're heading in the direction of your future, sometimes you need a little bit of help. So that's our legislative agenda. It's based on prevention, crisis response, and housing. And it's really critical for us to get ongoing sustained funding year after year.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And believe me, I understand that. And, you know, many shelters may have, you know, they get funding for a certain amount of beds through the Department of Housing, but at the same time, they may have other beds available that they do fill because we try not to turn away people. And so preventive services is going to be very key to prevent people from losing their rents and their housing. So thank you for sharing that. I just wanted to make sure that people understood. that the funding is key here and we have to provide this funding or else the things are just going to get a lot worse than they are now. But thank you, Sarah.
Well, can I just say one more thing, Representative
Sure.
Sanchez? So, I mean, I outlined sort of like what is happening at the federal level, which are concerns, and, you know, we're doing advocacy with the federal delegation as well. But I do think like we need to be considering, and you all as you know, the housing committee, as well as the appropriations committee, needs to consider sort of like what's our game plan going to be. We need these critical resources of 33.5 million. But I do think we have to have sort of like the one lane and the first lane and the second lane, because it's so much more costly when people become homeless. You know, I outlined in my testimony, but I think it's really critical to share it with you all. You know, it costs about $62 to have someone in permanent supportive housing with services a day. It costs $282 to have a person incarcerated. It costs, you know, close to $3,000 to have a person hospitalized, $1,600 to have them, you know, in an emergency room. It's easy, you know, doing cost studies is really difficult because it's hard to understand when people are utilizing the services, but you can just sort of cost it out in terms of like the benefit of housing someone versus the benefit of them using costly emergency services. And so the investments that you make this year in this will save lives. It saves taxpayer dollars. And so it's not just the right thing to do. I think for all of us, it's a smart thing to do when we think about who we are as a state and what we want for every one of us. I'll also just say in terms of capacity for shelters, when I mentioned the $9 million, you know, every single one of the providers that I speak to every single day has to raise, you know, Mercy Housing and Shelter in Hartford, $2 million. They have to fundraise $2 million for critical life-saving services. That's really something. Every provider that I talk to has to fundraise at an amount that, you know, critical services should not be funded through bake sales. And we have to be able to ensure that we're able to provide those services.
Respectfully, you've given us about 3 minutes.
Yes.
Response to something that was not a question.
Sorry. Thank you.
And I did cut somebody off very quickly a little while ago for responding to one of my statements. So I'm just trying to be fair.
I understand that.
Representative Sanchez, do you have any other questions?
No, that's it. Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from other members of the committee? Seeing none, Sarah, we appreciate your time and thank you. I want to say thank you personally for last weekend. I know you and others did the coldest night of the year walk. I'm getting over something. I didn't want to put myself through that this year, but I might take you up on it next year. It was a great event, I hear. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much. And onward. Thank you.
Awesome. Just want to make an announcement really quickly. I know we have a few people who were supposed to speak previously in our waiting room. You will be able to speak at the end of the public hearing. We are already on number 35, so anybody who is before that, you can speak, but you have to wait till the end. And next is Ted Chandler from AFL-CIO.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Marks, Chairman Felipe, members of the committee. My name is Ted Chandler, Senior Managing Director of the AFL-CIO Housing Investment Trust, speaking in favor of SB 1362. The trust is a $7 billion mutual fund that invests union pension funds in the construction of affordable housing that's built with 100% union labor. We've invested $11.1 billion from more than 360 union investors to build 617 housing projects across the United States. We've invested in Connecticut before, most recently at the Cherry Street Lofts in Bridgeport. With the passage of SB 1362, we can have a bigger impact on addressing the state's affordable housing needs. SB 1362 can help to cover the gap that exists between what low and moderate income renters can afford to pay and what it costs to build new homes. We've proven that this model works both nationally and in neighboring states such as Massachusetts and New York. In Massachusetts, we've invested $990 million in 61 projects statewide, financing construction of more than 6,700 rental homes, 90% of them affordable. We work closely with state subsidy providers and agencies such as the state's Housing Finance Agency to leverage the state investment many times over. And we currently have 5 different public housing redevelopments in construction in Massachusetts, thanks to their investments. In New York City, we've invested over $2 billion in 79 projects, creating and preserving more than 45,000 apartments, 91% of them affordable. Construction of those developments has generated more than $3 billion of union wages and benefits, multiples of the amount that public agencies have invested in and with us. And in 2022, the state of Nevada created a partnership with us that's very similar to the one that's contemplated in SB 1362. Nevada used its recently established $75 million state infrastructure bank to enable us to make our first investment ever in the state of Nevada, providing $30 million from us that leveraged $7 million of state investment and is now building 208 units of affordable housing in Reno. And late last year, the state infrastructure bank committed $25 million to build 1,350 units of affordable housing by redeveloping a golf course in Las Vegas into the largest affordable housing project in the state's history, and which we look forward to financing. So with these examples from neighboring states and from a similarly sized state, I'm confident that SB 1362 can provide the same needed stimulus to leverage our private pension investment. I urge you to vote in favor of the act, and we look forward to refining the legislation and joining in partnership with the state of Connecticut as we have in so many other states. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. Any questions? So I do have one. So do you act as the fiduciary, and then is there a developer that then like just kind of tell me how it goes from like the beginning to the end as
Sure.
far as actually who's going to manage the property afterwards, who's obviously the union members are the ones that are the construction workers, but who's actually the developer of the property?
There are private developers, oftentimes working in partnership with public agencies. We invest the private pension money in the debt that's used to build the development, and very frequently that provides the permanent debt for the project. All of these developments, as with any real estate development, need affordable debt that they can that they use to build and to operate the property. But the private developer is the one who operates the property, hires property manager if they don't manage it themselves. So we're the source of the capital, of the debt capital.
And then why would the developer choose the pension fund over a different fiduciary, a bank or some other where they could borrow the money?
We customize the terms of our investments. We do things that banks and other investors don't, such as pairing our construction loan participation with a forward commitment from Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac or from the FHA to provide the permanent financing. So we provide the upfront money for construction and also provide an interest rate lock for the permanent financing so that it is end-to-end debt financing. And in addition, when we get into the details of the financing, we customize the debt to take best advantage of the public sources that are available. So we have a long expertise dating back to our founding in 1984 in federal and state subsidy programs and how to optimize the use of those. And that's why we've been able to finance more than 600 projects nationally.
Okay. it sounds like a win-win for everybody. So thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Joshua Kasky. I don't see Joshua Kasky. Next, we have Alexis Terry. Alexis, you can unmute yourself and go ahead with your testimony.
Defective hearing. I apologize. Thank you, Senator Marks, Senator Sampson, other members of the committee. I'm Sean Gio. I'm the policy director of Partnership for Communities. We're a affordable housing advocacy organization, research organization based here in Hartford. Pardon me, getting over a cold addition. We submitted testimony on several bills, but I'll focus my remarks on just two, and also just reference you back to testimony from attorney Rafi Podolsky, who can speak better on these matters than anyone. But we are here today to respectfully request the committee oppose HB 7031, an act including accessory apartments in the calculation of the threshold for exemption from the Affordable Housing Appeals procedure. The bill would count all accessory apartments as affordable housing for purposes of determining whether a municipality is exempt from Section 830G, that's the Affordable Housing Appeals procedure. The current statute includes accessory apartments, but they have to be subject to a restriction that limits the income of the tenant, assuring that the apartments are in fact affordable. The bill would remove that requirement and count all accessory apartments towards Section 830G's so-called 10% list without consideration of the affordability of the home or the income of the tenants. The bill would likely result in towns achieving a moratorium or exemption from 830G without any easing of the severe housing cost burden of their own town's own residents or any of the 1 in 7 Connecticut households that currently spends more than half their income on housing costs. That's 1 in 7 of Connecticut's households spend more than half of their income on housing costs. We ask the committee to reject HB 7031. It will do nothing to alleviate Connecticut's housing crisis. Likewise, we ask the committee to oppose HB 7037, which would include workforce housing in the calculations for 830G. The bill is a little unclear exactly how that would work, and I think Attorney Podolsky did discuss that as well. If it is meant to only count restricted workforce, so-called workforce housing units, then the bill's redundant. They are already covered by 830G. If it's meant to include homes that have no income restrictions, that's contrary to the intent of Section 830G and does nothing but undermine one of the only tools the state has to build affordable homes in communities that refuse to permit them. Thanks. I'm happy to take any questions. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gio. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you think 830G has worked as is originally planned, somehow 30 some odd years ago, considering that we're still in the fact that we're begging for affordable housing at this point?
Sure, it's a builder's appeal remedy open to builders of certain types of projects. So yes, it works.
It works. How much housing has it provided from an affordable housing standpoint that has taken off the burden we currently have, that we supposedly have 100,000 units supposedly that we need? How many more would we have if it wasn't for 830G?
Well, I think first I'd say your question presumes that 830G is a housing development policy, and it never was intended to be that. It's a builder's remedy for when towns reject housing development under certain circumstances.
No, it is 100% a affordable housing process. I mean, that's That's literally what it's for. It's a board to build more affordable housing within the state of Connecticut, and it's not, and it's failed. I mean, that's what's happened so far.
We can
And we can
disagree.
see that, excuse me, I'm not done, sir. I think we could see that we keep coming back year after year after year to try to correct it because it's not working. So that's what these things are, is try to get more incentive and more try to get affordable housing and housing in general, which we continue to keep hearing there's problems with housing in the state of Connecticut, and that's what this is for. So I appreciate the idea of like specifically the little area you're trying to go to, but the idea that affordable housing was part of the title of the 830G, what the purpose of it, because we just keep hearing the word affordable housing. It all ties back to 830G. And I think we're getting misconstrued on what the concept was maybe 30 years ago to what it is now today. And what it is now is today is to build affordable housing. That's what it's there for. Or there wouldn't be a threshold of 10% or a threshold of 20 or 30% that is required to build. If not, then there would be no threshold in there. So that's my opinion on that. I will give you a second because I know you're going to speak, and I don't want to cut you off. But I will say that if there was not affordable housing as part of that, there would not be these thresholds in there. And I'll ask you a question of what's your thoughts on that, just to let you have you.
Appreciate it. And
Yeah.
I apologize for interrupting you earlier. And I think, again, I'd refer you to Attorney Podolsky's testimony and frankly, testimony going back 30 years regarding the underlying law. And what I'd say, just Representative Scott, the Section 830G came out of a blue ribbon commission back in the late 80s because our housing supply issue existed then, as it does now. It's only worsened. And the legislature and the governor at the time, the governor committed that commission, and they came, Rafi's no longer in the room, but I believe they came to agreement on about 30 recommendations, which I think if you took them as a whole, you could see as a roadmap for the state to solve its housing crisis. The legislature only adopted, I believe, 3 of those, and one of those being 830G. The other 2, which are the ones I don't recall, are essentially not active. So by default, you might say that that was the only policy that came out of that Blue Ribbon Commission and survives to this day. There's no question the state needs an overarching approach to solve this housing crisis. 830G is a component of that. There are so many other pieces that are missing, and many of your fellow legislators represent districts that have zero concerns over 830G, but have concerns over their struggling residents. 830G, frankly, is a distraction to this committee. It's a distraction to this state. We should be focusing how to make housing more affordable for people, and rather than trying to figure out how to help towns get out from under a state law that's been in existence since I was a child.
I appreciate that. And I think you're absolutely 100% right. I think it is a distracting piece. I cannot argue one bit with you. You did mention that the problem has gotten worse from 30 years ago, and I do agree with that too. I do agree the housing issue might be worse now than it was 30 years ago. And then that's why I go back to the idea of like, well, and again, 830G is one piece of it, and I acknowledge that, but that piece hasn't done and carried the weight, in my opinion, to help solve issues. There's a lot of other things. So what these 2 bills that you were talking about that I support and I propose really do is it's to try to alleviate that pressure of 830G from some of these towns and to allow them to not make that denominator so big. Because again, what the whole problem is as a builder remedy is that we want to build more housing, but without that housing being built, we have less housing, but we also will not have the ability to towns get closer to that 10% or get closer to that threshold piece. And I think that scares me. We talked earlier about, we were talking about the word scares towns or something like that earlier when Senator Fazio was here talking before. And I think that is one of the things that scares the towns is like the builder remedy is getting pushed over the top on them when they don't have the opportunity to still want to grow housing if they wanted to, because this is going to make it worse. So I think that's some of the issue I think we're going to constantly keep running into as we keep having that issue. And I think just trying to round some of these corners and not make it so sharp and hopefully make it a little bit easier. So I appreciate the discussion, and I think we agree probably on 90% of the conversation we're having is that 10% I think is kind of blocking some of the way. So I appreciate your testimony. You constantly come in here, and I do appreciate you coming in and testifying. So thank you,
sir.
Representative Sampson.
Senator Simpson. My senator, in fact.
I'm so sorry. Ranking member Sampson, I'm tired. I am so sorry.
I'm not worried about it, Madam Chairman, but thank you very much. And thank you very much for the deference as well.
Yes.
Appreciate your testimony. Obviously, I think it's clear that, there's some disagreement, certainly from my side of the aisle on your assessment of things. Just one thing you said, I was going to let it go, but you mentioned the, these bills are to help towns get out from under 830G.
Yeah.
And, one of these things that the bills do is simply allow towns that have affordable housing to count it as affordable housing, even though it's not deed restricted. And for me, that's an argument based on fairness, which is that, we're counting a deed restricted property, but there could be a mountain of homes that fit into the category of affordable housing by how much they cost to rent. And those towns are looking at it going, we're not being treated fairly because, we have affordable housing. It's just not deed restricted. So I wanted to just, bring that to your attention that I don't know that those towns are trying to get around anything. They have a feeling that they're not being treated fairly. And you can certainly react to that if you want to. Through you, Madam Chairman.
Thanks, Senator. I guess I would just say, when I think about affordability, I think about to whom and for what term matters. And for instance, I mentioned I'm a constituent of yours, and I grew up in Waterbury as well. And if you take the definition, broader than the definition of affordability beyond restricted units or homes that have the occupant might have a housing voucher, by and large, most of Waterbury might be considered affordable, right? So when you think of, again, you have to think about at what income level and for what amount of time. And as a place where the market might be much stronger, there's probably not a lot of market development or, existing homes that are affordable to folks at the lowest level of income. And if they are, they're subject, of course, to having greater rents over time if the market is strong, right? So that's why 830G, I lied earlier, or at least misspoke. I was not a child when 830G was passed. I was a young man, I'll say. But I wasn't there for the debate, but 10%, the 10% list is really focused on the restricted and deed restricted and government assisted housing. And it's hard to understand why it would be so low if we were talking more broadly about just generally some measure of housing that's affordable. So that's one thing I'd say. And the other thing I'd say is we've let this crisis get so severe since then that there's many communities, and often they're the ones that we hear about 830G from, that it's very unlikely to me that there are many homes on the fruit market that we would consider affordable.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Appreciate that. I appreciate the answer. Although I think you touched on a lot of things beyond what I was focusing on.
Apologies.
No, and I get where you're coming. I mean, I think you summed it up by saying that you believe that the 10% figure is appropriate because you're talking about deed restricted. The only thing is that I think my point still stands, which is that some towns may not have a lot of deed restricted housing, but they have affordable housing that would qualify in every other way. And your immediate reaction was affordable to whom, et cetera. I'm talking about housing that is affordable. And it's interesting that you use Waterbury as an example, because I think, rents in Waterbury are going to be infinitely less expensive than they are in the surrounding towns. I mean, we're certainly going to have a different opinion about the role of state government to play in how towns achieve zoning and whether or not they have a moral requirement to provide affordable housing and so forth. I mean, I believe that, the reason why we have local government is to make those decisions. And that's why I defend passionately against things like our 830Gs, because I think that is just not right sizing government. I don't believe the Congress should be determining what to do about dog licenses, for example, because it just doesn't make any sense. That's a community issue. And I believe that housing and development is something that should be done on a town level, just because every town is a little different and they got their own, issues to deal with that are across a mountain of different things, whether it's traffic or wetlands or the ability to provide, water and sewer, density of families in a certain area because of a school. I mean, you just can go on and on and on about all the things. And, for me, 830G is a hammer when you need a pair of tweezers to do the job. And it's just saying we're going to have this one size fits all, 10% deed restricted. We don't give a crap whether you have lots of affordable housing. You're going to fit our square peg in your round hole. And it's just frustrating when people serving in the minority like us are like, well, we get it. We get the idea that the state wants to have this program, but we want to make it more fair by saying, you shouldn't be punishing towns that actually have lots of available affordable housing by not counting their available affordable housing. And again, I'm probably making the same argument twice. You're probably tired of hearing it.
Not at all.
It's not my job to debate you. I just think it's important that, when we have this conversation, it's like, we're not talking past each other all the time. I'm trying to talk to you about, so you maybe if it's not clear what the perspective is from people that are proposing bills like Representative Scott over here, we're not trying to stand in the way of creating affordable housing. We're trying to protect the fairness aspect of how the towns perceive it. And that's really, again, and I'll give you the opportunity to react. I don't always.
I appreciate that, Senator. And I do think, as Representative Scott said, I think there is some common ground around the need for more affordable homes, whether that's, so-called capital A or small A, and different kinds of homes for different kinds of families. Society's changed a lot over household composition. I think there's also common ground over property rights, honestly, and would love to talk more about that with anyone offline. I know there's a lot of other speakers, so I appreciate all of your questions, comments, both of you.
Anybody else? Thank you, Mr. Jewell.
Thanks so much.
And next we have Joe Toner.
Chairman Marks, Ranking Members Sampson and Scott, members of the Housing Committee, my name is Joe Toner. I'm the Executive Director with the Connecticut State Building Trades Council, representing over 30,000 unionized construction workers here in Connecticut. And I would like to talk to you today about the 1362, the bill that's going to make sure that we're building responsible housing projects, which include livable wages, workforce development, and training in the state of Connecticut. As you heard earlier, Mr. Chandler spoke on the financial side of it, which makes much sense. With an initial investment, you could probably get 4 times the product with the initial state investment by using the pension funds. But I really want to speak on behalf of the workers and the workforce development and the training that we're going to provide for many of these folks. And as we know here in Connecticut, affordable housing, I don't want to get into the fight on affordable housing, but affordable housing is much needed. And this does check a box. And much of the affordable housing is in distressed communities. And for us to go in and make sure that we are recruiting, training, and retaining these folks from these communities and enrolling them into our apprenticeship programs by working on these projects, this really checks all the boxes, right? So what we do in the building trades, we have a building trades training institute, which is a pre-apprentice or apprenticeship readiness program. We go in and recruit folks from these neighborhoods to enroll them on these projects and into our apprenticeship programs. The beauty of this is when the job is done and that resident is done working on that affordable housing project in his or her neighborhood, they stick with us in the unionized construction industry, and they have a career throughout. They're not escorted off the job when the job is finished and they're looking for another job. They come in with us, we train them, we place them. We spend over $30 million a year of our own collectively bargained money on training our members, second to none. So this bill does make a lot of sense. I think it's another option to make sure people in Connecticut are working on these projects. We know, and Brother Davidson testified earlier, there is such an underworld economy on these housing projects. The state of Connecticut is shutting down housing projects on a weekly basis due to unscrupulous contractors. People are being abused. They're not being paid properly. They're not being provided workers' compensation. And in many cases on these jobs, these poor people have nowhere to go because they're trying to survive. They're trying to make a living. And if we could make sure that we're going to start building housing responsibly, I think it's a win-win, not just for the state of Connecticut, but for everybody involved in these projects. So I thank you for the time, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Christopher Carlson, go right ahead, sir.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Chris Carlson. I'm an elder law attorney with Connecticut Legal Services. I work in Eastern Connecticut's 4 eastern counties and a lot of our small rural towns. And I'm here to testify today on behalf of my poor and low-income clients and communities in support of HB 7035, an act that would dramatically expand fair rent commissions into every little town throughout our state. I'm really happy. I'm uplifted by the fact that our bill, the Fair Rent Commission bill today, is paired with the bill discussing the crisis of homelessness. I was shocked by Rabbi Rosenberg's testimony that he said there's wait lists for the shelters stretching months long. I was heartbroken by Ms. Fox's testimony that 1 in 4 people are turned away from resources that her program offers. But I'm encouraged because fair rent commissions are a local tool at the town level that can be used to confront homelessness. About 2 years ago, HUD began tracking homelessness for senior citizens, and the data fired me up. I learned that Connecticut is number 2 in New England for rates of unsheltered elder homelessness. 15.25% of our homeless elders are living in the streets, living in their cars, living in parks. Since 2020, our rates of homelessness have increased 54% in Connecticut. And Justice and Aging is reporting that without prompt and significant intervention from all levels of social society, from the federal government, state, local, civil services like myself, without prompt and significant intervention, elder homelessness is going to triple by 2030. Why are elders going homeless in Eastern Connecticut? Well, when I talk to elders in Brookline, Ashford, Pomfret, North Grosvenordale, Bosra, Franklin, when I go out to those communities to do an outreach event, they come up to me, no matter what the topic, and they say, Chris, I need help with my rent increases. What can I do? And under current law in those communities, without fair rent commissions, there's not much a person can do. Senior citizens may be able to bring a case if they live in a building that's big enough, but if they can't travel the hour to the court, they can't pay the filing fee, they can't collect evidence and put on that case, they can't challenge their rent increase. The Fair Rent Commission is something that can be done on the town level in a democratic forum where local landlords and tenants can come together and have a democratic exchange to determine what a fair and equitable rent is for a senior citizen. In most towns and small communities,
Attorney Carlson, your 3 minutes have expired. If you can please summarize.
Thank you so much, everybody. Most towns in these small communities put mom and pops and tenants at the table as commissioners on these fair rent commissions. It gives both of those communities leverage over the large industrial landlords that are destabilizing communities for both renters and the mom and pops trying to make a living in our small rural Eastern Connecticut towns. So I'm happy to be here. I'm sorry to be here. And I'm asking you all to support HB 7035. You got the community support from these seniors that I work with every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members? Seeing none, it's great to see you. Continue the good work.
Thank you so much.
Next is Paul Boudreau from the Hand Tenant Union.
Hello, everyone. Oh. It sneaks up on you. Sorry, everything just shut off. I apologize.
We'll give you a second.
Thank you, esteemed committee members, legislators, and fellow human beings. My name is Paul Boudreau. I'm the president of Hamden Tenant Union. I've done quite a bit of outreach with my unhoused brothers and sisters, as well as being a full-time tenant union organizer with Connecticut Tenant Union for the past 4 years. I would like to first acknowledge that the Connecticut State Capitol stands on the land the Wangunk, Quinnipiac, and Algonquin-speaking peoples who have stewarded this land for many generations and continue to resist ongoing erasure and displacement. In other words, no one is illegal on illegal land. I feel many folks here believe property is sacred and have maybe misunderstood the word meaning of sacred. I'm here today in full-throated, borderline feral support of Raised Bill HB 7033 because, frankly, the way we treat homeless people in Connecticut is a disgrace. Let's get something straight. Poverty is not a crime, but for decades we have allowed municipalities to treat it like one. We've turned homelessness into a game of human whack-a-mole, chasing people out of public spaces with handcuffs, with threats, and all kinds of different tactics that other municipalities love to use to just chase people out and make them feel illegal. It isn't some abstract policy debate. I've seen it. I've seen it for myself far too many times, exactly how we treat homeless people in this state. I have nightmares because of it. I've lost people because of it. And I'm not speaking from the distance perch of advocacy. I've been there and I've lived in my car for a winter. And I've felt the cold, the shivering until your body just aches. I've heard the contempt in people's voices, and I've watched doors slam shut in people's faces who were begging for help. My words don't just talk. They come with a paper trail and an unfortunate body count. You don't fix homelessness by making it illegal to be homeless. You don't arrest people into housing. What we've been doing is making it impossible for anyone to climb out of this. Fines, like they can't pay those. Arrest records, like have you ever tried getting a job with even like the slightest mark on your records? Taking their blankets, tents, and belongings in the middle of winter, that's not policy, that's sadism. This bill doesn't give people free rein to take over cities' halls, pitch tents on golf courses, This bill simply says if there's no shelter, no safe alternative, you cannot punish someone for sleeping, sitting, or merely existing and trying to stay alive in public. And why should you? We don't criminalize wealth in public spaces. No one's out there ticketing businessmen for loitering outside Starbucks, telling joggers they can't stretch on the public park benches, or hauling soccer moms to jail for sitting too long on the town green. But a homeless person does any of those things and suddenly it's a crime.
Mr. Boudreau, your 3 minutes have expired. If you can please summarize.
Sure. In the end, if we're not going to pass legislation to help, attack this crisis, let's just skip all the legalese, the hearings, and just write a law that says it's illegal to be poor in Connecticut and tell the poor that their humanity has been revoked, because that's kind of what we've done so far. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Boudreau. Any questions from members? Seeing none, we appreciate your time. I know you've come before us a few times this session.
Thank you.
Next, another person who's come before us a few times this session, Morgan Miller, online.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, I guess. Thank you to all the members of the committee for the opportunity to testify in support of the following bills today. My name is Morgan Miller. As some of you may know, I'm a volunteer on the board of directors for the Connecticut Apartment Association, an organization representing over 70,000 apartment communities in the, apartment homes in the state of Connecticut. As a resident of Salem, a former on-site manager for low-income, LIHTC, market rate, and student housing, and also a strong supporter of increasing the overall supply of housing here in Connecticut, I'd like to express support for HB 7032, HB 7035, and HB 1252. HB 7032, an act establishing a program to assist municipalities in developing pre-approved building plans. CTAA has long supported efforts to accelerate housing while striking the balance between local control. Connecticut needs to have a strong plan in place to accelerate the growth in all income levels, which will in turn help Connecticut families with more and better housing options. This is optional, not a mandate, which will allow the municipalities to opt in, maintaining the current rights of municipalities. HB 7035, an act prohibiting a municipality from implementing a ban on multifamily housing development. While CTA supports efforts to expand multifamily housing, we do have concern with one piece of the bill. As written, this bill has a provision to prohibit special zoning regulations for childcare businesses in residential areas, which could be an issue. Specifically, we want to ensure that an in-apartment childcare business won't be forced into our communities. And we've been in front of you before in previous years with our major concerns on this specific issue. HB 1252, an act establishing priority housing development zones. CTAA, as always, supports as of right housing and reasonable compromises with municipalities that seek to incentivize development. We believe that in order to meet the needs of residents and housing providers in the state, more focus needs to be on growth, which will lead to the reduction of rents overall as supply increases and demand decreases. We also believe that additional growth will only be successful by making the state a welcoming location for developers. We support bills that help our communities increase apartment homes that meet all income levels, as well as bills that will ensure that the bad actor landlords find repercussions. Our association wants to be a healthy housing market, and we will continue to ask to meet and work with legislators to make that a reality. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony and support. I welcome any feedback or questions.
Thank you. Any questions from members? I just have a question regarding the childcare facilities being allowed in these buildings. What is the exact issue? Is it that they're being allowed, or is it that they're not being regulated in a way that you would see more fit?
I guess I'm not super familiar on how the regulations are for them, but having, as from an association standpoint, majority of our members are operating apartment communities, over 60 units. So it's literally just the logistics of having that type of business in a multifamily establishment of that size. There could be ways to make it work. I'm specifically thinking in maybe smaller multifamily properties, but from our perspective, that really needs to be carved out.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I am grappling with when your folks have come to talk to us about this specific issue is that we seem to be balancing two things. That one is letting it be permissive and allowing it, and the other is just letting it be prohibited. I just wonder if there's a middle ground, like there's a gray area that we can find where this is something that we can make sure that people can offer, because I think it's a really good service for folks, while also respecting the fact that you may think that in certain cases it might disturb some of your other people in your communities.
Yeah, I think I'm not so sure on a gray area. I'm just going to be honest with you. I have a neighbor up the street who just opened a child care facility, and there is an extreme need for that. So I don't want to minimize that, because I understand how hard it is to find good quality childcare. I just don't know that an apartment community of the size that most of our members represent is going to be an option for that. And I'm saying because we also have to honor the right of quiet enjoyment. Post-COVID, we have a ton of residents working from home during the day. We just generally have, occupancy challenges. We have occupancy limitations. I'm not so sure on the regulation side, but I imagine that there's probably an outdoor component, and maybe, I don't know. I know my neighbor had to do that. So again, different scenario, but I think for us, we can't really see a gray area.
Okay. I think that there's work that we could do, but I won't.
Potentially, yeah.
I appreciate the conversation, and thank
Yeah,
you.
and I can't emphasize enough how much it's a huge need, the childcare. Just like we're having a housing crisis, I think that's
No,
probably a
we
different
understand.
crisis.
Thank you very much. Next is Jan Schaefer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And today I would like to speak in opposition to SB 1364, which is a provision or a program that appropriates funds for small homes. And as the bill reads in this form, the small homes do provide electricity, but they do not provide water or sewers. So I honestly do not see how that would help in the homeless situation. Things like food prep and just basic need for water and sewers. So to me, this really just does not help the situation with homelessness. I also can say I'm a native Californian, and I have seen small homes used in my former state, and not successfully. And they were small homes that are, I can give an example of Eagle Rock, California, with small homes, and they did have sewers and electricity and running water. And they appeared to be fine for maybe a few months. And after that, they were extremely run down, dilapidated, and really just uninhabitable. So I think there's so many different problems with homelessness, but I think a lot of times the situation, unfortunately, is people who have addiction issues that end up in the homeless situation. So I just really feel very strongly this is not an answer to homelessness at all. The other thing that I just find interesting, or I can't really wrap my head around, is that the state of Connecticut is number 50 for homelessness. And so I don't see that it's an issue. Obviously, we all know people get down on their luck, or something drastic happens and they're homeless. And we all have compassion for that without a doubt, and need to find solutions for that. But I just don't see it as this huge problem. And especially, again, in the state of Connecticut, that we're number 50 out of all 50 states. I would also like to echo one of our state reps, Tina Kopris, if I'm saying her name correctly, spoke earlier today. I think a real issue in Connecticut that we have to look at is job creation. And I think if we have job creation, that will help spur the economy to create more homes because people will be coming here for the right reason, and that's for gaining employment. And I just see the state of Connecticut constantly on the list of highest taxes and the most business unfriendly state. So I think those are issues that we should look at. Maybe some opportunity zones in some of our towns and cities in particular, where we could create job creation.
Your 3 minutes have expired. If you can please summarize.
Yeah, no, I just want to state, I just don't see this small house bill as any kind of a solution to any homeless situation. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any questions from members? Representative Corpus.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. It's Corpus, and don't worry, you're not the first, and I'm sure not. So really no problem. Your testimony, particularly on the tiny homes, because it's such a new concept, at least I think, for this housing committee to look at, and any insight we can have on it is appreciated. And I just wanted to say I appreciated your comments on the other things that make housing unaffordable. There's the fact that people don't have the incomes and the fact that the housing is too expensive. But it's also the fact that the electricity bills are high, and the fact that the taxes are high, and the fact that the opportunities are not what they might be, and the fact that we're not doing everything we can to bring jobs of all kinds into the state of Connecticut. Because the times that we've done that, it's worked. And I'm not saying that's the entire answer to this problem by any stretch, but I do think it's a part of the equation that we need to put more emphasis on. So I just wanted to thank you for your comments.
Thank you very much. And I could not agree with you more. I think it's more an affordability problem.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from members? I did my look. I have a quick question. Where did you get the information from that these tiny homes don't connect to water?
It's written in the bill. It says they are connected to electricity, but not to water or waste, so water lines and sewer lines.
I think in order for us to build homes, and I'm sure we can write it into the bill, but I think in order for us to build homes, we have to ensure that they're connected to either well water or sewage. I think it's actually a constitutional right for people to have that in their home. Just so you know, I know it's not written there, and we are happy to write it into the bill. But modular homes across the country, wherever they are built, do have access to sewer and well water, and we are required to make sure that people who have any type of dwelling have access as well. But thank you for your testimony, Ms. Schaefer.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sarah Mervine online.
Senator Marks and Representative Felipe and members of the Housing Committee, thank you for providing the Center for Children's Advocacy an opportunity to provide testimony today on in support of HB 7036, an act requiring the establishment of fair rent commissions. I'm Sarah Mervine, and I'm an attorney with the center, and I'm also the director of the Yale New Haven Health Medical Legal Partnership. As an attorney who works on housing issues, I first want to say how proud I am that Connecticut has recognized the importance of fair rent commissions throughout the state in towns and cities of 25,000 and more. I'm somebody who has represented many clients in different fair rent hearings and commissions throughout the state, and I have seen firsthand the excellent work that these bodies do. Fair rent helps enforce municipal housing codes. It helps keep rents affordable and fair, and it allows landlords to increase rents in a reasonable manner. And that's why I urge you to expand this work to all members of Connecticut. All citizens in Connecticut should have these rights. My clients are children, and I've said this to this body before. They come from straight to me from the hospital, from their pediatricians, clinicians who've seen them living in terrible housing conditions and see that they're ill from these housing conditions. They also come to me when their families are facing a sudden huge rental increase that is going to destabilize the home and make it so that they have to move or switch schools. I want to just give you a few few people who I've represented. I had a mom whose baby could not live in the house because the housing conditions were so bad. The inspectors had been out over and over, but nothing had been done. We filed a fair rent. Fair rent set the rent to $2 until such time as the conditions were fixed. Those conditions got fixed and the baby was able to come home to mom. I had a family whose ceiling fell on them. And again, the health inspector had been out. Nothing had been done. We filed a fair rent. The Fair Rent Commission set the rent to $2 until such time as the repairs were made, and those repairs were made. I've also had an elderly woman whose disabled son was working next door to the home. They'd lived there for 15 years, and the landlord proposed a more than 50% rental increase that they just could not afford. And we filed a fair rent and kept them in their home. Many of the landlords that we deal with are unresponsive until we file this fair rent complaint. We reach out, we have the inspectors, but sometimes it takes the Fair Rent Commission. We've had even some good landlords who we file a complaint and then they'll call me and say, what's going on? And I just had one who did a mold remediation. Sometimes the Fair Rent just wakes them up a little bit. Often that informal hearing process also allows us to speak. And I want to just take 1 second to say, I know the costs have been talked about. These are mostly made up of volunteers. And of course there are
have expired. If you could please summarize. Thank you.
Thank you. I can. I want to say that, along with the cost, some of the savings are that we have a better housing stock. We remedy our housing conditions and we keep our rents more affordable. And that's why I urge you to expand this to towns that currently do not have it under 25,000. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mervine. Any questions from members? Ariana, anybody online? Seeing none, we really appreciate your testimony. And next we have Rodrigo Real from Roan. Nice to see you, my brother.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, Senator Marks, Representative Felipe, Senator Sampson, Representative Scott, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony. Roan is a Connecticut-based, vertically integrated company that builds mixed-use communities rooted in hospitality. Our company seeks to make a positive impact by creating one-of-a-kind mixed-use communities where people can live, work, play, and visit, creating both jobs and housing. Almost all of our project types include market, residential, and affordable housing components who are keenly aware of the need and the challenges specifically of build housing in Connecticut today. That's why we're here to support HB 7027, an act permitting the use of condominium deposits for construction and development. The need for housing of all types. Today, the state of Connecticut is simply not producing enough housing at all levels. We don't know this. By some measures, ranking 48th in the country in housing production. Rising construction costs and interest rate costs in the past 5 years have made the situation even more dire, delaying construction projects significantly, and ultimately homes being built. The market needs as many tools as possible in order to solve today's housing crisis. What does this bill do? It uses the private market to spur housing supply. Connecticut housing development has historically centered on suburban single-family residences. It's important to bring our law forward with our state needs for denser housing. The proposed legislation modernizes our condo laws by allowing private capital from accredited investors only for the construction of condominium housing via deposits, which is already allowed in some form in 36 other states in the country. Banks and financial institutions tend to be backwards looking when providing capital, making it very challenging to innovate. There is a limited residential for sale condominium precedence in your area. It will be close to impossible to finance condominium projects. Under the proposed legislation, a prospective homeowner who chooses to live in a multifamily setting is able to help build his or her own home the same way a single-family homeowner would. Conversely, a private investor will be able to fund and build someone else's home in that same multifamily format and rent it out when it's complete. This is one of the tools that will help spur supply in for sale housing at all levels, particularly in mid-rise construction, which is a sector that is not being financed at the appropriate pace to meet the urgent housing demand. The act, in short, will allow for the increased production of entry-level housing, starter condos, housing for smaller families that want horizontal living, housing for those downsizing from single-family homes, and thereby opening the way for new families to move into family residence. And also affordable housing. As we know, most housing built today in towns throughout the state will have affordability requirements of over 20%.
Your 3 minutes have expired. If you could please summarize. Thank you.
Sure. More housing production will equal more affordable housing built, period. Private investors today invest in all sorts of private investments to spur innovation. We need to channel private capital to spur innovation in the housing sector as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Any questions from members? Any comments? Rodrigo, I just want to say thank you. Full disclosure, I've gone down and seen what you guys are trying to do in Westport, and I really applaud the effort. I think it's going to be a beautiful development, and if this is the way that we can help more developments like that happen, because we allow you to access more capital and put yourselves in a better position to really make places pop. Especially, I know what you guys are doing is all around the Westport train station, so it is transit-oriented development. I think that's a great way to go. So I just appreciate you. Want to thank you, and have a good rest of your day, my brother.
Thank you, Representative Felipe.
Next is Shannon Carter. Is she online?
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, and thank you, members of the Housing Committee. My name is Shannon Carter. I am a resident of New Haven, and I have an MPH in health policy from Yale. I am also a member of the unhoused activist community team known as UACT. We are an organization in New Haven of unhoused people and our allies fighting for the rights of unhoused people in our community. And I am here today to support House Bill 7033, an act prohibiting a municipality from imposing any penalty on homeless persons for performing life-sustaining activities on public land. As part of UACT, we conduct weekly accompaniment evenings where we go out and we meet folks in the community that are sleeping outside or in warming centers. We give them survival supplies such as tents, blankets, socks, hygiene supplies, and hot soup and coffee. And we've been doing this throughout the entire winter. On many nights, even during the declared cold emergencies, we have found dozens of people sleeping outside in New Haven. During this time, the city government has continued to hassle folks and evict them from the camps where they're staying. Oftentimes, we have found people right back at the spots that they've been evicted from, but this time without any of their survival supplies. We've seen at least one person who was just out on the cold ground with maybe a sweatshirt in sub-freezing weather. And on this particular night, there was high winds and just like frigid cold that was freezing us as volunteers who were hopping in and out of a warm car. I can't even imagine what it was like to just be out in that all evening. And people have died on the streets of New Haven. I personally think it's unconscionable that municipalities can get away with this behavior. It's been this way for a long time, but with the Supreme Court case decision in Grants Pass last year and rising public animus towards unhoused people, I'm worried every day for my neighbors that are unhoused. I included a bit more about the public health research in my written testimony, but for the purposes of speaking today, I just wanted to tell you how heartbreaking it is to see this all the time and how encampment sweeps and targeting of other life-sustaining activities on public lands are inhumane and they're cruel. They're harmful to people and to communities, and frankly, they erode my trust in the good of the local government. I have many friends, and I've met so many community members that are unhoused. Everyone has a different set of circumstances that led them to the streets, but frankly, the reasons don't matter. Nobody should be treated this way. Municipalities like to talk about how these lands should be open to everyone, and I agree. And I think that this bill makes it so that these lands are open to everyone. Currently, if I want to go take a nap in a public park, as I often do in my hammock, nobody bothers me, but this is not true for my unhoused neighbors. So I urge you to support this bill. It's a first step on a path to provide some dignity and some semblance of rights to our unhoused neighbors. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Shannon. Any questions from members? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony and your time today. Jennifer Jasensky, are you here in person? No? Okay. I know we have a few folks online, but I want to make sure that we're getting our folks who stuck it out here with us all day in the room. So I'm actually going to call Alice Kolikatranis. up to testify. Colicatronis. I didn't get it right. The Greeks are making fun of me over here. Oh, I mean, I'm not going to do the accent unless you wanted me to say it in Spanish. Nice to see you, Alex. The floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alexander Colicatronis. I'm director of the Naugatuck Valley Project. We're a labor faith community organization with 23 member organizations. That includes housing cooperatives, other community-based organizations, labor unions, and churches, and so forth. So I'm testifying here in support of SB 1362, an act establishing a construction, employment, and affordable housing pilot program. One of the arguments, or one of the consistent lines I've heard around a means of redressing the housing shortage and affordable housing crisis we're having in Connecticut is the need to attract more capital into the state. And this pilot, I think, points the way to one means of doing so, and it's the kind of capital as well that we know, as we've heard from others who testified, such as Mr. Chandler from the Affordable Housing Investment Trust. It's the kind of capital that'll be deployed for the purposes of building affordable housing, and more clearly and more specifically for workforce housing, because we're talking about labor unions who have at their heart the interests of workers and want to see their members thrive in the state. So there was a lot said about what the Housing Investment Trust has done since 1984, the projects that they're invested in, the degree to which they invest in affordable housing, both in new construction as well as in rehabilitating and maintaining housing through, again, union pension funds, and sometimes union pension funds commingled with public subsidy. But beyond even 1980, going back before 1984, the labor movement has had a strong history in the United States in investing in building affordable housing and workforce housing, and that's come in the form of especially investment in cooperative housing or housing cooperatives. And in part, I'm speaking about that because us at the Naugatuck Valley Project, one of the roles we take on is we support and steward housing cooperatives, the Brookside Housing Cooperatives, which are among the most affordable units in the state. A 4-bedroom at the Brookside Housing Cooperatives is $780 in Waterbury. You're not going to find that, I think, anywhere in the state of Connecticut. It's where our co-ops are financially solvent. The folks who live at Brookside are teachers, paraeducators, folks who are low income and in precarious situations. And I can speak more about the impact of people having moved to Brookside and becoming a part of the community. But again, to bring this back to labor and the capital that labor can deploy for such construction, in New York City, from between 1926 and 1974, we saw 40,000 units financed and built by labor unions for building cooperative housing. Over 90% of those units are still around, and
15 minutes have expired. If you could please summarize. Thank you.
And so the impact of that is enormous. Those are among the most affordable units in New York City. We have examples of this in Connecticut that I could speak more about. But if the goal is to attract capital for building more housing, this is a vehicle that we could open up and has a long-standing history for being a component of coming up with a solution.
Thank you, Mr. Colocotrones. I got Butler, Sweet. Anyone else? All right, go ahead.
Thank you. And Alex, thank you for your testimony, but thank you for your many years of advocacy. It's, you're one of those people who are actually out there endeavoring to make our communities better. So especially in Waterbury, and more specifically, you mentioned the Brookside Housing Initiative, the co-op. So in terms of the bill that you just talked about, 1362, what aspect of that do you think is going to actually tie into direct result of more housing development?
Yes, so I can speak a little bit to some legislative history around investment and financing of co-ops. Again, this is something pre-housing investment trust, but relates directly to your question. So there were three sort of frameworks we could think about for how this happened in New York City and New York State. One was the Limited Dividend Housing Companies Act of 1926. So 11% of the 40,000 co-op units developed by labor unions, in part through this legislation, were again developed by labor unions, and there was a commingling of tax abatements and labor's capital. There was also the federal and state urban renewal programs. Where there was financing through there, and then the Limited Profit Housing Companies Law of 1955, of which the state actually was providing financing, bonding, and union pension funds were being used to commingle, again, the financing from public subsidy and union pension funds for explicitly, not just housing cooperatives, to be clear. Again, like this is a framework that could be applied for more traditional forms of affordable housing and co-op housing. But what I'm trying to drive at here is that this has been a framework utilized for 100 years. It's sort of one that we've seen forgotten in cycles, but has had major impact and specifically has been utilized for financing the construction of housing cooperatives. And what happened with Brookside, the Brookside housing cooperatives emerged out of similarly a huge crisis in housing in the 80s, where condo conversions were happening at a really high uptick in displacing residents. Ultimately, the residents who were mobilizing to defend their homes did so in such a way, in combination with Naugatuck Valley Project, again, us as a labor faith community organization, mobilizing to secure land from the city of Waterbury and public financing through bonding. And so one can imagine if there was more capital available beyond simply the bonding provided by the state or the bonding at its current or at whatever levels, matched with union pension funds, how we might be able to duplicate or replicate that. And so this is why I see this bill as something that could open up the potential for the development and preservation of housing cooperatives in the state.
Okay, and thank you. As we all know, it's going to take several different initiatives to actually get the kind of build and develop the kind of housing portfolio we need to address the large need of housing in the state of Connecticut. So thank you for sharing that. That's just one more aspect that I think we need to consider. And my second question, Mr. Chair, is just I believe you mentioned House Bill 7033.
Yeah.
And you didn't get a chance to, time ran out on you. So if you could just share your perspective on that. I know that our chair spoke about some of the aspects some people testified that had issue with, and he shared that the language will probably be worked on to accommodate some of those concerns. But if you could just share your perspective and
Yeah,
expeditiously.
Sure, I can do so. As I briefly mentioned when I testified for Just Cause Eviction Protections, I had lived in a hotel last year for 7 months due to the situation I had faced around my own housing, being displaced, a lot of events that occurred around that. Having with all of the events around that, and feeling and experiencing that housing code at the time, which fortunately there are reforms now to housing code in New Haven that appear to be correcting some of the things that I've experienced. We didn't get our apartments fixed. So the notion that I could have been out on the streets after a condemned apartment, getting a notice to quit, being temporarily in a hotel, dealing with all of that and the stress of that, dealing with the city government around that, then being on the street, and then potentially being not told, but potentially arrested for that. I mean, that kind of cascading experience, and the folks that would observe that around, I mean, that only foments a lack of trust in our ability to solve problems. I mean, I would feel betrayed. if I was treated that way, if what happened to me ended up sequentially going into that experience, I don't know how I could have any trust in the processes around housing and homelessness and so forth. So I think this bill is even with 7033, I think it's even more far reaching in terms of, imagine people experiencing that. I mean, how could you look at somebody in the eyes and say, yeah, government's working for you, society's working for you, after who knows what set of experiences they've had. I'm someone who maybe speaks a little bit more openly about my experiences for a number of reasons, but again, like when I see that, I mean, even the feeling of that and talking about it is very difficult. And I have experienced a percentage of what it is that folks who have faced ranges of criminalization around their status of homelessness or houselessness have experienced. So I get in certain respects what is being said, but our processes need to be made to work much better, and that should not be matched with criminalization.
Okay, thank you for that, and hopefully this bill will help with that issue. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And I see in the corner over there, Waterbury's in the house. Representative Sweet.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Director Colacatronis. I had the good fortune of being able to visit Brookside and really see what you're doing there. It's slightly off topic, but how do we replicate this? Do you think that this model is something that municipalities should be taking up? Do you think this should be a state approach? Both and? Yeah, I'm just curious.
Yes, thank you for that question. I do think it's a both and. I think it requires more initiative from the state because financing for housing looks different than what it looked like 30 years ago or 100 years ago or 120 years ago. In fact, the first workers initiated housing cooperatives were workers themselves. Wasn't even pension funds. It was workers themselves pooling their monies and ultimately financing and funding the construction of around 40 housing cooperatives in the Sunset Park area in Brooklyn. And a lot of those housing cooperatives are still around. So that's not something we're probably going to see in the same kind of way today. We're probably not going to be seeing individual working families just pooling or scraping by funds to build housing cooperatives. So it does require state initiative. Also, I mean, I'm not a developer, but one of the reasons I'm not yet a developer maybe is because it's a very arduous process to navigate the system around low-income housing tax credits, the other financing available around there. And so we need a lot of different kinds of supports that lift up institutions that are people-based in order to proceed with the development of housing like housing cooperatives. I should also take a step back because I imagine maybe a number of folks are not familiar with the cooperative housing model. I mean, what it looks like is it's a shared equity ownership model where the people who live there own a share in the cooperative association. They, as such, have a proprietary lease that entitles them to a unit, and then they make the decisions together to run their housing. What's unique about our model is that we have a community land trust as Naugatuck Valley Project. So what that does is that my role and our role in Naugatuck Valley Project and the Naugatuck Valley Housing Development Corporation, our land trust, is to support residents and train them and provide workshops. I'm not here to romanticize cooperatives as, oh, you just make the framework on paper and it'll all work out. We do emphasize working with residents, but we're very clear we are not the property managers. We're there to support people in the running of their own housing. And we have plenty of stories of single mothers who arrived at Brookside in precarious job situations and now have full-on careers, and their kids went on to become doctors, lawyers. This is stuff that you could publicly find about us in the last year being talked about. So we would love to be able to replicate this model. The capital as deployed by labor has been a vehicle for that, which again is why I think this bill is so important. And state initiative as such is very important for doing so. The one last thing I'll say on this is that workforce there's a lot of mentioning of workforce housing. And again, as I said earlier, the people who live at the Brookside Housing Cooperatives are teachers, paraeducators, construction workers, postal workers, people who work in fields and industries where we have all sorts of job shortages and short staffing. And they do not have to work as a result in 3 different jobs. The carrying charges, it's not called rent, carrying charges are low enough for people to be able to actually focus on their own workforce and career development. We have, for example, paraeducators who've decided they want to become special education teachers because they're able to. They don't have to work 3 jobs or 2 jobs like many paraeducators have to. They can work 1 job and focus on their own career. So I think it's a must that we look at this as an option. And yes, I think the state needs to be a partner, and labor clearly is demonstrating itself as a willing partner in developing permanently affordable housing, which our co-ops are. And that's why I'm here testifying in support of SB 1362, because I hope it's a pathway to more.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Representative Corpus.
Thank you. When you said capital deployed by labor, did you mean individuals individually choosing to make this their housing, or did you mean labor like pension assets? What did you mean when you said that?
I meant pension assets, but I should say for people to be admitted into Brookside Housing Cooperatives and many much cooperative housing, you do have to put an equity down payment. And as part of that process and putting down equity down payment, and what keeps it permanently affordable is that there's a resale restriction. So you do accrue equity over time. It's just you can't sell it at you can't sell your share back at a speculative rate. But I was referring to more union pension funds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Seeing none, we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to Maria Weingart.
Good afternoon. I am here. I've submitted. My name is Maria Weingarten. I'm from New Canaan. I'm on the Board of Finance. I am on the Affordable Housing Committee, and I am also a former auditor with PwC and a realtor currently. So I'm here to talk about a number of bills. First, I would like to say that generally in favor of SB 1252, the governor's bill. You know, all of these bills are opt-ins. There's a lot of good opportunity, flexibility here, opportunity for towns to be incentivized to seek moratoriums. The only concern I have on there is the as of right provisions, in particular because it does offer the flexibility to create mixed use development with your housing. And the only concern I would have is that when you add in the mixed use with the housing, it might be worth having those housing commission reviews. So I think that that might allow for a layer of oversight that isn't just as of right. Then I'd also like to just mention on the fair rent, makes sense to have the COGS do that if they're willing to do that. The only issue I would just point out is that there is an impact with all of the bills that we've been hearing this session that are, and in the last couple of sessions that are so anti-landlord. And it concerns me that, you know, given that we hear about the tightest rental market, vacancy market ever, when you create an environment where the policies are so anti-landlord, especially impacting and bringing concerns for mom and pops, you make it a market of larger players, of hedge funds, and that's really not beneficial. And I think that we're maybe missing the boat here, that maybe the concern should be more around the larger providers than it is around trying to prevent, a small family from buying a 2-family unit to purchase and wanting to rent out half of it, because it's a way for them to create generational wealth for themselves. And I think that we're missing the boat on that. In favor of the ADUs in the middle housing, 7031, 7037. Again, I think that there's a bigger issue here, and a lack of understanding on really what that 830G report actually says and what those 4 categories are. And so I think well, there's more I could say about that after, because I only have 3 minutes here. But I'm happy to go into that if somebody wants to ask me about that. The other one is the tiny homes one. I think that might be a good opportunity, but maybe not under homeless. Maybe that's a better option to, if you have lots that are maybe not the same size as everything else within the area. And I think the concern there is that these units, are not the 20,000 that was in this bill. And, and the bill, I guess supporters said it was 40 to 50,000, but Mayor Elicker said it's more like 100,000. So I think you have to be careful about those and what purpose they serve. And it could be a good opportunity to create small size developments, but may not be the right solution for homeless.
Your 3 minutes have expired. If you could please summarize. Thank
Okay,
you.
and the last one I'll just say real quick is 7033 with the homeless bill. I've heard a number of comments on it. The only other thing I had not heard anyone talk about is at school facilities, which I think, that might be a concern for people to have homeless at school facilities. Because with children and safety and all of that, that might be something to consider as you're looking at making some edits within that bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members? Representative Corpus.
Thank you for your testimony. Really quick, because I know everyone, it's been a long day, but you mentioned, Ms. Weingartner, the 4 categories of affordable housing, and it's a really interesting way to think about these 2 bills, because we already have 4 specific categories that are counted under 830G, and this simply adds 2 more. So if you wouldn't mind just really quickly ticking those off, I think it would be helpful.
Sure. So there are 4 categories. The first one is state and government subsidized. That's when you get low-income housing tax credits. The second one is vouchers. That's mostly given to the larger cities. Then the third one is CHAFA and USDA loans. And there are municipalities that have 0 access to that, and you're dependent on whether a town or actually a borrower is going to decide to do it. Certain towns don't have USDA, meaning farmland, and in certain towns that have higher income values and higher property values, you're priced out of that, and so you cannot qualify for those. So, as in the Yankee Institute report talks about it, I've linked it in my testimony, and it says 830G does not measure municipality success in zoning to promote housing affordability. It does not even measure housing affordability itself. It merely reflects where subsidies, largely federal and state, are distributed. Yet even those programs are beyond any sort of local control. Municipalities are often faulted for failing to meet that 10% threshold under 830G. Local control is then threatened with abrogation by the state. Being penalized for failing to meet criteria largely outside of one's control is the quintessence of unfairness. And I would add to that also applies when you look at the bill that no one talked about today, which is the funding of school construction, where, you've got the state and federal government giving the most money to a set number of municipalities so that they have their 10%. And now this add additional funding to the towns that already receive some of the highest percentages of money towards their school construction are now going to be, instead of 80% covered, 100% covered. Why are we not making that more equitable and giving those school construction funds more equitably, like 5% to any municipality that needs it, that has maybe reached a moratorium or done like whatever sort of another threshold, not just based on what your percentage is, because again, it's very inequitable in the way housing vouchers have been handed out and everything else. And that's all within my testimony. I encourage everybody to read that to truly understand what 830G is, because, and to go back to Mr. Podolsky's point about let's see, he said that the ones with 10% are those heavily impacted by affordable housing. Well, that's because they've used those different categories as their financing stack to make it happen. So, and that's what's been provided to them by the state and federal government. So, and just to be clear, 830G only accounts for 3.2% of the units as deed restricted, 3.2%. The rest of it are all those other categories. So 830G has been a failure. And so it only accounts for 5,600 units as deed restricted out of the 175,548 that are in the report from 2023. And I will send off my little spreadsheet where I've calculated for each town what their new construction values will be. And I think a 20% is too high for the ones that have 10%. I would say maybe, make a 5% across the board for any municipality that has done some efforts to create affordable housing, or find a different method of doing it. Don't just keep giving the same money to the same 29 towns that always seem to get it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and Rep. Scott, right before I get to you, Ms. Weingarten, if you can just make sure that you keep your testimony to the question that was asked by the representatives. I know you have a few people here that are going to ask you some things, so you'll have your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I really, you're from New Canaan, is that correct?
Yes.
Great. So I really want to talk about, we've had multiple conversations about ADUs here today, and I really want to take that opportunity to talk to you as someone within New Canaan that ADUs could be a valid way to extend some of the affordable housingness within Fairfield County in general. So as a realtor from New Canaan, can you talk a little bit about how, because there could be a lot of people throughout the state that don't realize how many or how possible ADUs are and how it could actually add to the housing stock and the incentives that could drive that. Can you talk a little bit more about that in terms of, especially down in Lower Fairfield County, of how the ADUs could be something that could add to the housing stock?
Absolutely. And I agree. It really can add to the housing stock. And those are units. And I've shown rentals to a number of people, and they are much more affordable. There's sometimes a detached unit on a property. And it just gives an opportunity for someone to live within town, and it's a lower cost, smaller unit, sometimes 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. And they're good opportunities here. Unfortunately, a lot of times they don't get deed restricted. I know I can mention that Greenwich has a very liberal ADU policy, and to say that they all have to be deed restricted, I don't think you're going to find a lot of towns or owners that are going to deed restrict. But I think this gives an opportunity to provide lower cost, naturally occurring affordable within communities where otherwise you may not have those sort of opportunities. So I think encouraging this is a good opportunity. And I think that's where we have to go back to. Is the goal to be punitive against communities with 830G and try to limit who can have 10%? Or is the goal here to try to have as many different ways to be able to provide affordability and different types of housing? So that's my thought.
Thank you, Maria. One final question I have is about New Canaan. New Canaan has received a moratorium, if I'm not mistaken.
This is our second moratorium.
Yeah, second one. And we've talked about that a little bit today, about what's causing that moratorium to happen. It's these additional points that we're getting for some of these different units that are getting these communities up to the point where they can get qualified for this. And those are changes that happened, what I would say, fairly recently. We're talking within the last decade of asking, maybe getting these additional points. It's changes to the 830G program that has opened those doors and have been incentivized. And you see, as even Mr. Podolsky talked about, more and more moratoriums coming through. So obviously there is incentives, and it is working. And that's where we talk about these other incentives with ADUs or workforce housing about that. So talk to me a little bit as someone from New Canaan who's been through you're on Board of Finance now, but you're someone involved in the community to understand what's the hook to get this moratorium and show that it is helping. I want to make it clear that these incentives aren't just something put on paper. They could be something that could be actually used and help drive that for each individual municipality.
Yes, I agree with you. It is such a good opportunity to really incentivize communities. I know a lot of towns, for a long time, 830G was really only impacting, and actually go to that WEG report and I pulled the graphic, but there are so few towns that had in the past been impacted by 830G. That's now increasing. And a lot of communities are saying, well, what is it that we can do more proactively to create affordability within our community and to get relief from 830G? And that has been a strategy that our town has taken on itself. So we redeveloped Millport, that was old post-World War II housing and Section 8 housing. We redeveloped Canaan Parish and expanded it, had extra units, and we've just recently purchased Avalon, which was a rental property, and we're going to be making 21 of those units deed restricted. So again, we are proactively trying to find ways to create affordability, and I think what would be great is to have a working group that may be brought together, because there are different strategies that have been done in Westport, in Greenwich, and all these towns that have been dealing with 830G for the last couple of decades, and really, offer everyone a toolkit as to how can you create, or what are different solutions, different options to create affordability. Because I think that's what's lost in all of this, is that there's this us against them mentality. There's this class warfare that I've seen in some of these hearings, and it's really, we all want to get to the same goal. And I think that there's different ways that we can do it, and different strategies that might work better in some places that are maybe higher property cost, or lower property cost. And that's why also 830G has not worked everywhere, because that 30% threshold, up until property values went up, in the entire state, you really didn't have any 830Gs, because the deals couldn't pencil out. They just, because 30% was too high a barrier, too high a threshold. I think, saying that we're never going to touch this, that we're never going to talk about finding ways to make this better, is probably not a good solution, is not really going to move us along as a state and get us as much affordable as quickly as we need. I think bringing everybody to the table and having these intelligent conversations and really talking about the different solutions would get us a lot further.
Thank you, Representative Scott. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Maria, good to see you. Thank you very much for the really excellently prepared testimony that you always provide. I read through it and I always learn something, which is saying something, because I've been living and breathing this stuff forever, but you always seem to come up with, the extra little tidbit of knowledge that helps me understand all of these policies a little bit better. I know you talked about a number of the bills, and maybe this is not one of the ones that raises the most significant concern based on our usual discussion about affordable housing and so forth. But I think this bill is actually likely to go somewhere. And while it is well intentioned, I believe it does have some issues, and that is House Bill 7033, which is the one prohibiting a municipality from imposing penalty on homeless persons for performing life-sustaining activities. And I think most people read that, they're immediately sympathetic to it. And I do think that there's a majority of committee members that are likely to just push this bill forward. And that concerns me a little, because while I don't disagree with the concept, I do believe that the actual wording of the bill, and certainly some of the things that you pointed out in your testimony, are real, genuine, live concerns that are far-reaching. And I don't know if you'd be willing to just take a few minutes to explain some of those concerns to us through you.
I just try to sort of think about what are some of the things that could happen. A homeless person sitting on a turf field, and I think there was some discussion where you can't have a fire in public anymore, but maybe you can prepare food in some way. You could have a soccer field where a person has set up and you cannot remove them. And so your activities within your town can't happen. You can have someone during school hours at a school property, and you don't know their background. They could be a registered sex offender. And those are usually significant concerns. And usually there is sort of it just seems like there's this it's making a special class out of homeless that supersedes everyone. And I fully appreciate that we want to address the issues of homelessness, to really help them to have the wraparound services that they need, but to just automatically give them rights above all are what's truly concerning. It's the really vague ambiguities of being able to park a car on a field or on a grass, like, maybe go, or they're camped out at Elizabeth Park in Hartford or wherever to
Yeah,
allow.
I don't want to cut you off, and I want you to finish. I just want to say that particular piece about the car. We said earlier that we are changing the definition from life-sustaining activities to activities of daily living. And
Okay.
that would mean that somebody has the right to seek shelter, not create shelter. So that car was not parked on that field to begin with. So that is not shelter they are seeking. That would be shelter they are creating. That will not be allowed in the bill.
Even if it's their own car.
Yes, because that car is not shelter that they had sought out at that location.
Okay, understood. Okay, got it.
But continue.
Yeah, so that's why I didn't really highlight it as much, because I knew you guys were in the process of editing those. But and I think another speaker had talked about the fact that Connecticut does have the lowest chronic homelessness, and that's from the HUD 2024 annual homelessness report. So I know that, we've been focused on it as a state, and I understand that the numbers, we're up 13% versus the entire state being, the US being at 18% increase. So, I understand that we want to address this, and there are definitely affordability issues, but it just seems that this bill really just takes away the individual rights of everyone, and makes a special class where people are not being treated equally under the law. And I'm not in favor of any fines. I've never heard of anyone getting any fines or ticketed for anything like that for homelessness. So, I understand that it can happen. And that's not where my mind went to first as to what, but I also see that towns and municipalities will be fine, and that number is blank as well. Is there any idea what that number is going to be? Because
actually, I can give you that. We're looking to put either like $100 or $50, something small, just to make sure that it's a deterrent, but not something that's too cumbersome on the municipality.
Okay. But again, that's a daily fee, right? So yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's all I have on that.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Sorry, I heard one thing and I'm trying to get back to it. You just said it. I don't know. I'm not gonna
Was it about the chronic homelessness?
No. I mean, I will say that if that number is from 2024, there has been that 13% increase in homelessness in the last year, and I know that all the data on that is not yet available to us. It's because we ignored the issue for so long that it ended up coming to this place where now we're kind of seeing the effects of not doing things like passing the $50 million that we all had approved last year out of this committee unanimously. So, we're just dealing with some things. But I want to thank you. Philosophically, we might not always agree on things, but you come prepared, you come learned, and you definitely have your answers. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Alexis Terry. Are you there? I know we called you a couple times before.
Oh God.
And if you can, it's okay. If you can't, could you try to turn on your camera as well? Floor is yours.
Okay. All right. Appreciate your patience. Hi, everyone. My name is Alexis Terry. I'm a resident of West Haven and an organizing member of UAC. I support HB 7033 and hope you all will as well. A bunch of my unhoused neighbors in New Haven took the time yesterday to organize a time to write and submit their own testimonies to you guys today. Outlining firsthand reasons why they hope you will vote in favor of passing this bill that will protect the human rights of unhoused neighbors and friends who have exhausted all other available options. These are members of our communities who have no choice but to seek unconventional life-sustaining measures. I want you to know that going over some Going over a traumatic past to provide testimony is not an easy thing to do. Sometimes the hardest thing to do is to carry a story left untold. They haven't trusted our state legislators with reading these testimonies with an open heart and not an open wallet. Shame on the greed in this state until it gets this right. You can't claim to be invested in the complex supported housing or mental health needs of a particular demographic of people while still actively enabling outdated attitudes and systems that would outlaw rights to life or liberty. We can't even get our municipal leaders to commit to a permanent, regularly maintained public bathroom. The city has no issue, and I'm referring to New Haven, the city has no issue in maintaining the centuries-old apathy towards the human rights of those deemed by powers that be to be undesirables. The residents of New Haven now seem to be tasked with being more ethical or moral than some municipal leaders. Complex trauma seems to be just as easy to displace for a later date as it is for the city to displace families for no-cause evictions and unhousing encampments. Mayor Elliker seems to stand on the point that he does more for the unhoused communities. That just isn't true. After the old reliable one-liners, he immediately goes into adversely talking about costs of tiny homes and expanding the definition of dwelling space. At some point, we must be courageous enough to address the elephant in the room, and that is that Connecticut seems to be banking on the public sentiment siding with colonial ideologies. Homeless people must be choosing to sleep outside. Some people just don't want to be helped. Drug addictions cause homelessness and is therefore preventable with sobriety. Unhoused people don't have any respect, and that's why there's pee and defecation everywhere. The systems currently in place are literally saying, we give you all that you need. We don't have any money to expand our one-dimensional definitions, and we intend to keep funding for better housing case management and mental health programs minimal. We must be brave enough to stand up for the basic human rights of everyone. We have to check our own biases. The state acts like it cares about the students or its students, but think about what it is we're teaching them. The state acts like it's so committed to increasing tourism. How can we be when natives to the state are even ignored or cast out if their traumas are deemed too complex to feel welcome here? And I just wanted to give a brief glimpse of where I am right now. I'm currently in the drop-in center at 210 State Street with downtown eating a soup kitchen. And I mean, the struggle is tonight, like the emergency is tonight. That's our motto in UAC. And so we're about to have dinner as we prepare for whatever tonight brings. So thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Alexis. I appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions here for Alexis? Anyone online? No? Thank you very much for your testimony. I really appreciate your advocacy. All right, next we're going to go back now to number 8, Robert Chesson, correct? Online? Robert? Make sure you're off mute, Robert.
I can, that should get it done.
I got you. All right, go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, good evening. I apologize. I couldn't make it up to Hartford today to do this live, but I guess this is the second best. My name's Robert Chesson. I'm here on behalf of the Connecticut Apartment Association to highlight a few bills and then specifically talk about one more broadly or more specifically. The Apartment Association would like to support the raised bill, House Bill 7032, an act establishing programs to assist municipalities in developing pre-approved building plans. As may not be a surprise, the Apartment Association supports anything that happens in the context of increasing a housing stock that is woefully inadequate, remains inadequate, and continues to get further and further behind. For that reason, we also support House Bill 7035, an act prohibiting municipality from implementing a ban on multifamily housing developments. However, I do want to point out there is a concern about that bill that might impose the obligation to accept in-apartment childcare businesses, which most of the communities that we're talking about, in fact, all of them, are not really built to handle that kind of volume, if you will. And then ultimately, House Bill 1252, an act establishing priority housing development zones. We are, again, in support of that in the context of with compromises that would allow municipalities to seek incentive developments. Now, more specifically, I'd like to talk to you about House Bill 7036, an act requiring the establishment of fair rent commissions. I know there was an opportunity last week for another bill associated with fair rent commissions, but I wanted to take the opportunity to bring to this committee some concerns about the commissions in general, and I think they get exacerbated when we start trying to create regional commissions or joint commissions, and that is the lack of uniformity around the state with respect to how these commissions operate. There aren't specific regulations around those commissions, how they're handled, how the deliberations are handled, and in a world where the expectation is that a rental increase can be allowed except where it's so excessive with due regard to all the circumstances as to be harsh and unconscionable, that when the 13 statutory criteria are considered, the largest increase I've seen in 20 plus years, and I know the commissions are expanding to more jurisdictions right now, is a 5% increase. And I can assure you most property managers, property owners are facing much larger operational increases than 5%. And so
your 3 minutes have expired. If you can please summarize. Thank you.
certainly. And so they're not even keeping up with the costs of their own increasing costs. So I thank you for your time, and I would offer my thoughts on the kinds of regulations that might help make this a little better across the state.
Thank you, Mr. Chesson. Any questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Robert, for your testimony. I've been in and out of this room quite a bit today, but I have had an opportunity to sit here for a stretch and listen. It's been quite interesting on the concept of the housing authorities. I'm sorry, the Fair Rent Commission, not the housing authorities, Fair Rent Commission, and this regional approach. Can you talk about, you just touched on some of the existing regulations as it relates to fair rent commissions. Can you talk about what type of regulations would be needed? Can you expound on what would be needed if this concept were to work or were to be implemented? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Most certainly, I will highlight first that the regulations that do exist are broad and vague. Where the issues come up are things like the way a Fair Rent Commission hearing should be conducted, the fact that the deliberations by the commissioners needs to be public as opposed to private, the fact that they're not required to issue a written decision that actually articulates the reasons behind a particular decision. A commission can simply say, we choose X, this is the number. There are actually 13 criteria that are spelled out in the statute that should be considered. However, there's nothing requiring them all to be considered. And so something that would allow the parties to understand why the commission is making that decision, and a written decision articulating that would be helpful. Specific training requirements for commissioners on what a fair rent commission really is, because it's a fair rent commission. That means both parties should have a fair opportunity to participate and have their side heard. Maybe even commission composition requirements, that there needs to be somebody who is on the property management, property ownership side. There needs to be a tenant on a commission, and then rather than what we've seen historically across the state is very lopsided commissions. And I would even go so far as to suggest that as long as you fall within current fair market value or current market value of units in your community, maybe there's even a presumption that that is considered reasonable, and then the burden falls on the person claiming it's unreasonable to show that to the commission. Those are some of the things I've kicked around thus far.
Representative Weir.
Thank you, Robert. I don't have another question. Thank you for that explanation, but you did cause me to, and I don't want to get cute here or
Yeah, but we heard a lot of testimony the other week when we were here on 6889 regarding evictions for cause, or the lapse of time is more accurate. And in that testimony, the reams of testimony that we listened to, all the proponents, well, I don't want to say all, but the majority, if not all, felt that it was perfectly reasonable to ask the property owner to have to give a reason why he or she was not renewing the lease. And I find it ironic that in the current statutes on the Fair Rent Commission, that they do not have to give any reasoning to the property owner as to why they would side, how or why they arrived at a particular decision. So we're not holding the Fair Rent Commissions to the same standard that we're looking to inflict upon our housing providers. So thank you. Like I said, I'm not trying to be funny with that, but you connected a dot for me that I had not considered before. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Chesson, thank you for coming to see us for a second time.
Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Joshua Caskey, you're next.
Hello.
You got it, sir. Floor is yours.
Okay. So I'm Joshua Caskey. I'm from East Lyme, Connecticut, and I wanted to speak in support of a couple bills. First one is HB 7036 to establish fair rent commissions throughout the state. Fair rent commissions do work to protect tenants in a fair way. I saw this firsthand at Windward Village in Niantic, where Alpha Capital bought the Windward Village and then attempted to raise rents up to $900, which was about double the rents in some cases. And if you think that this rent increase is like remotely reasonable, it's like just absurd to think that tenants would be able to afford a $900 rent increase. Alpha Capital knew that, and they exploited the fact that there was no fair rent commission in East Lyme to force the tenants out due to the unaffordability of that house. And they even advertise this in their strategies to investors as tenant replacement strategies. Tenants are not replaced. They do become homeless due to the landlord's desire to increase profit. By implementing like fair rent commissions throughout the entire state, we will be able to ensure that tenants do stay housed and do have fair rents in all towns, not just towns with fair rent commissions. Through my work with the Windward Village, we were able to establish a fair rent commission. However, the road to that was long. It was stressful to the tenants. They worried about the fair rent commission wouldn't be formed, but before they went through their savings, many people had to take out loans, or if Alpha Capital might retaliate against them for advocating for their rights. So in closing, by requiring all municipalities to have a fair rent commission, we can assure that they are protected. And I just want to say that the previous testimony about how fair rent commissions have not increased rents more than 5% in the hearings, at least in East Lyme, that was not the case. Rents were adjusted to be increased from anywhere, I think, from 6% up to 20% by the Fair Rent Commission. So those were deemed what was fair and equitable. I also wanted to speak in favor of SB 7033, a simple bill that would basically mean that people have to be treated like people. Homeless people should not be criminalized simply because they don't have a home. It is not a moral or economic failing on them. It is fundamentally the state's and municipalities' failure to provide people
Sir, your
with their
3
right
minutes
to
have
housing.
expired. If you could please summarize. Thank you.
Sure. So I just wanted to express my support of HB 7033 to prohibit the criminalization of homelessness. And I also wanted to support HB 7035 to prohibit municipalities from banning multifamily housing. I've seen how multifamily housing is beneficial to communities like East Lyme, where we can have dense, walkable, beautiful main streets. And then I also wanted to support the idea of tiny homes. However, I would urge you to look closely at the cost effectiveness of tiny homes and whether they are truly more cost effective for housing compared to things such as single group occupancies or apartment buildings.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy. Any
I'm
questions?
happy to answer. Yep.
Seeing none, we appreciate your time. Don't mean to cut you off. We're just right on our last two, trying to get through it.
Thank you.
Have a good one, and thank you for coming before us again. Next is Alexis Harrison.
They are no longer online.
Okay. Last but not least, don't prove me wrong on that, Kirk Carr.
Thank you for that introduction. I do have the privilege of being last, but not least. And thanks for the opportunity to testify. My name is Kirk Carr, and I've lived in Connecticut since 1980. Governor's Bill number 1252 presents a fresh approach to housing reform by encouraging local planning over developer lawsuits. It's a step in the right direction, but key improvements are needed to ensure it balances growth, infrastructure, and local control. The strengths of the bill are that it encourages proactive planning instead of reactive 830G battles, gives towns flexibility in designating high-density zones, and moves away from punitive mandates toward a collaborative approach. Key areas of improvement on the bill include clarify what developable land is, what the definition is. The bill lacks a clear statewide standard for what counts as developable land. The solution is a standardized methodology with local input. Give full 830G exemption for participating towns. The bill only provides temporary relief from 830G lawsuits. Solution: towns with PHDZs should receive full exemption. Assure that local review of site plans. Currently, no case-by-case oversight is allowed. Solution: let zoning commissions review projects for setbacks, traffic, and infrastructure concerns. Preserve community input. Homeowners and PHDZs lose their say in neighborhood development. Solution: public hearings at the commission's discretion. Conclusion: this bill has potential, but it must better balance housing growth with responsible local governance. I urge the committee to strengthen it by clarifying developable land standards, granting full 830G exemption, preserving local site plan review authority, ensuring residents retain some voice. With these changes, the bill could be a true model for cooperative housing reform. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Any questions from members? I wanted to make it 4:30 on the dot, but I won't prolong it. Thank you, Mr. Carr, for coming before us, sticking it out the entire way through. We appreciate your testimony and your time. And we appreciate everybody who came out today, everybody who stayed for the entirety of the hearing. To my right, thank you. And we're dismissed.